Data from multiple sources, and then with the support of AI and our medical team.
Oh, so you're using AI to integrate?
Yes.
To analyze the statistics that the phone's going to give you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So it's like a enhanced medical support for the person.
Right.
And now at CES, we are unveiling our groundbreaking technology.
Okay, so we're about to see some groundbreaking technology.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm excited.
So it's been years in the research at the University Northwestern in Switzerland.
Okay.
And we are now presenting this at CES. So it's a very first.
Okay, so let's put this right here, because that's where we're going to hold this. And tell us about what's going to happen now.
So basically, it's a very first cortisol monitoring sensor. So cortisol is the stress hormone. So what we do is we put here the sample of the saliva, and we put it into our device, and then we have the information about your stress level.
Are we getting that on camera okay? Let's, okay, so the saliva is going to go in here like so.
The product shops up front. There you go.
That better?
Yep.
Okay, so the saliva is going to go in that receptacle there, and then we have 3 probes here, and it's going to plug into this analysis machine, and then this is going to transmit from here
to the mobile application.
To the mobile application. Can we see this? Okay, so from the probe,
sensor?
if you will, from the sensor, it's going to saliva, then it's going to go in here to like the
will prescribe you also the annual checkup of the analysis of your blood.
But they won't prescribe the drug itself.
Also, we are prescribing also the drugs.
They can prescribe drugs.
Yes. So basically, and then let's say like we are from the lab results, we are taking the data and we extract with AI the results of, for example, hemoglobin glycosylated or your vitamin B12 levels. So all of this information, because like the mobile application is part of our ecosystem. Apart from this, we have the dashboard for our medical team. So everything that you input here, everything that comes from the different devices or lab results goes also to the cloud to our medical team.
Well, you must have, if you're going to do this on a corporate level, they can have thousands of employees. How many people are on the back end? How many doctors are sitting there to analyze this? So how long does it take to get my results?
No, it's absolutely, like the point is that we are now in the moment where we have the generative AI. So our platform is using lots of technology. So like we are using the data from the devices, we are using the AI and the algorithms. So at the end, you don't need like an army of doctors. You need, let's say, it's
artificial intelligence to do the heavy lifting for you.
Exactly, it's enhanced. So our doctors benefit from the advancements of technology.
How long has this been tested out?
So we are now just getting ready for the US market, because as I mentioned, we are from Switzerland and we are here at CES to look for the partners and to bring our innovation here.
Is this functional in Switzerland?
Yes, we are also, our test market was Latin America. So we started in Chile, Mexico and Brazil. And now we are preparing for this market.
So the company's growing, that's exciting.
Yes, absolutely.
And when do you expect, is this on the market now? Can a company actually procure this now?
Yes. So there are, let's say like there are parts of the system that are ready to go now. And then our cortisol monitoring sensor goes to production by the end of this year. And then we are launching this in US beginning of 2025.
Okay, so we're about a year prior to actually using this.
Yes. The cortisol part, let's say like the rest of the platform, like the monitoring of your vitals, physical activity, glucose levels, all of this is already available. Now what we will add is this information, how stressed you are.
Do you have to have FDA approval?
Yes.
Where is that?
We are currently in the process, and for this sensor we are doing the 510K with the FDA. And
so this has been FDA approved?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
When do you anticipate that?
By the end of this year.
Okay, and what about for the whole system?
For the whole system, we are currently in the process, so we will have the approval mid of this year.
That's an involved process.
Sorry?
That's an involved process.
Yes. And we are now completing also the ISO 27001 certification.
So it's going to be ISO certified?
Yes, because the data security is the most important for us, and we want to empower users so they also feel safe with that with the data that they are sharing with us.
So you will be able to prescribe medicine based on the test results for that individual if they should need this.
Yes.
You're approved by the FDA. The doctors would be approved to dispense medicine, prescribe medicine in the United States.
Yes, because in all the countries where we operate, we have a local medical team. So local doctors with the certifications in the country where we operate.
That's
and
great.
The software is just enhancing our medical team to make their life easier.
And now you have all that data to further analyze what people in general all over the world are suffering from, how stressed they are.
Yes.
You can watch the stress point of the world.
Yes, but but what is fascinating is that today there is no technology like this. And this hormone, cortisol, is controlling all other hormones. So like like the insulin or the, let's say like the how is your metabolism working?
So
like there is lots of, let's say like problems with obesity and the belly fat
so
caused
right now
by
you're
cortisol.
using this for stress only.
We are, like it has a huge application because.
But it could be used for diabetes.
Yes.
It could be used for.
Exactly. So like it's.
So it's groundbreaking technology.
Yes, that's why I started that. Like it's groundbreaking. Yes.
That's pretty fascinating, really. And again, the first person that we're interviewing at CES.
Amazing.
Here it is, artificial intelligence. They've harnessed it. They're using the data. They're using the analysis, and it's productive, and it's going to provide benefits for the world, really.
Yes.
That's very exciting.
Yes, absolutely. So
wow.
Thank you for having me.
I'm honored to have you. Now, where can people find out more about this?
So we are at the Venetian Expo here at CES.
Yes.
We invite also to visit our website.
Okay, the website, where's that?
It's nutrix.tech.
Nutrix.tech, so that's Nutrix.tech.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so we invite to visit my website, and there we also have the link for the CortiSense, so for our cortisol monitoring sensor, where you can sign up and be the first one to try it out.
Well, not for the individual, corporately.
To try, everyone can sign in.
So I can try this out?
Yes.
I can measure my stress level?
Yes,
Sign
absolutely.
me up.
Sign me up. Yes.
Sign me up. Where's your booth? Here?
We are just below.
Okay.
So we are at we are at the Swiss Tech booth, and I can just like give you the number. It's 62833.
62833. Well, if you're here at CES, you can go to booth 6283 here in the Venetian. We're upstairs. She would be downstairs. What's your next step with this? Where are we going to go next?
Well, the technology has lots of applications because let's say like the most important is the hydrogel that we are using, and this is like very very specific, very technical. But today we did the sensor for the cortisol biomolecule, biomarker, but it can be used for other biomarkers.
Well,
so let's say like we are very much interested in the thyroid hormones because it's also affecting lots of the population. About 10% of the population has problems with thyroid.
Diabetes alone.
Exactly. So like for diabetes we have complete program already. So on our platform we have the program for the type 2 diabetes, for the prevention, for the weight loss, and now we are adding the mental health program.
That's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Pretty impressive.
Thank you.
I'm very excited for you.
Thank you so much. Likewise, we are extremely happy and extremely excited to be here.
You're definitely at the right place. You can't get better exposure than at CES. So will there be different types of probes?
Yes. Yes. So it's like the same device. So this device today works with the blood glucose meter.
Okay.
So like this information is also transferred to the mobile application.
So you can do diabetes right now?
Yes, we are doing this right now.
Oh, you are doing this?
Yes.
Wow.
So we have the complete coaching program for the type 2 diabetes with the data from this device and with the data from the continuous glucose monitoring. We have the integration also with the smart scale, so we know like what is the composition of your body, because it's also important that, let's say like we focus very much on the healthy lifestyle and your diet. So like it's not only that, like when you have the type 2 diabetes that you take the medications. It's important that you change your lifestyle.
How long have you been testing this? You said you were in Mexico, Latin America?
Yes. So we have patients now that are that's been with us for a year, some of them.
A year.
Yes, and they all are losing weight. So let's say like on the weight loss programs
what size pool is it? How many thousands or hundreds?
Let's say like we are not there yet with thousands, but the patients are losing 5% of their body weight. So this is basically a great result for the patients with obesity and diabetes.
Well, I am overjoyed that you were here. Thank you so much for coming in. I wish you the best of luck with it, but I don't think you're going to need luck. This is a game changer, game-changing technology.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Keep in touch with us. Let us know how things are progressing. I'm going to try to visit you a little later on.
Yes, that will be wonderful.
And you're going to sign me up to measure my stress level.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Don. Don?
Oh, yes.
We had a little bit of an audio issue in the beginning.
Okay.
So I'm going to have you reintroduce her.
Okay.
And show the product again,
Yes.
show
We
the
can
phone
do that.
again,
We
so
can
that
do
we
that.
can splice it back in.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Give me
it's
1
not-
second.
I have Marla here, but it's Maria, right?
Yes, Maria,
Okay.
yes. Okay, cool.
Okay, hold on. We're going to start from scratch. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, we're all excited. Our first guest here is Maria, and she is from Nutrix AG, and I just talked to her for a second. I'm blown away by this game-changing technology. Tell us what you have here.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
We are introducing at CES the very first Swiss cortisol monitoring sensor.
Okay.
Cortisol is a stress hormone and it's the addition to our powerful digital health platform. So with the sensor,
Okay, so you have a sensor that's here.
Yes.
Okay. And
we put the small saliva sample on the sensor.
A saliva is going to go in this little sensor here. There's a little pocket here, so that will your saliva will go in there, and then we're going to take this device and
We
at
would
that
plug
point,
it.
we're going to put it into what I'm going to call a card reader.
Yes.
Okay, it's going to plug in there, and then this, correct me if I'm wrong, is going to analyze the saliva.
Yes.
And then what happens?
And then we will have the information about our cortisol level.
So from this device,
With the Bluetooth
is going to transfer that data, the analysis of your saliva, into the reader, from the reader directly by Bluetooth into your software.
Yes.
Now what happens?
Exactly. And with this goes also to the dashboard of our medical team, and we analyze this and we provide you with the assessment and the support from medical team. What is very important is that today you cannot do it with any other technology. You cannot visualize the cortisol curve and see whether you might have the chronic stress, or maybe you are not sleeping well because you are stressed. With our technology, we can visualize this and we can take action with our medical team.
Okay, so this data goes into the phone, then it's actually sent to the cloud, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, and it's analyzed
Yes.
via artificial intelligence. Is that correct?
So we are analyzing this with the AI, and we are preparing the report for the medical team of what kind of actions you should take.
So I'm assuming that the artificial intelligence, the AI, is extremely sophisticated and knowledgeable, and it's going to give the results of that data
Yes.
to your medical staff.
Yes, absolutely. But this, let's say, like the cortisol is one part of our ecosystem,
Okay.
because we will have the information about your physical activity, your diet, your body composition, and with all this, we can provide you the best support, personalized for you.
And it's instantaneous.
Yes.
And you had mentioned earlier that you're able to, you'll be FDA approved and you'll be able to prescribe medicine if that's what's called for.
Yes.
Now let me ask you a very technical question. You might not be able to answer it. How good is the AI analysis? Is it better to be analyzed by the AI, or is it better to be analyzed by a team of doctors?
In my opinion, the doctors
Careful now.
the doctors can benefit largely from the data, from the information.
Okay.
So let's say like the human being cannot like analyze like all the different impulses, no? Because we have the data from the lab results, data about your physical activity, your body composition, your stress level, your glucose level. With all this, we can really assess what is going on and what kind of treatment plan we should provide you. And there is a continuous monitoring after also.
So Maria, are you saying that in your opinion, the artificial intelligence analysis of the data is going to be better and at a higher level than if a bunch of doctors would look at it?
In my opinion, and this is also what is, let's say, like our competitive advantage, is
Yes.
that we work hand in hand. We have the medical team on our side,
I understand.
and we have also the technology.
But specifically the data that you derive from the artificial intelligence, because that's, as I understand it, that's who's analyzing the data
Yes.
and making a report based on the AI
Yes.
of the...
So let's say like there is all is automated, and this is what is saving time for the doctors. They don't need to do this manual work that maybe they...
But you're confident that the truth, the analysis is going to be at a higher
Yes.
level.
Yes, because it's, let's say like it's more, it's faster, it's reducing the steps that the doctor would have to do manually. So it's like we are making their life easier, so they can assist more patients.
But the validity of the AI is impeccable in your
Yes.
in your
Yes.
in your opinion.
In my opinion, we are now in the situation where the fintech was few years ago. So there is a moment now for the true disruption in the healthcare.
Well, there's this is an esoteric discussion, but not off the beaten path because it's the core of what your technology is bringing to the table. But, if that's the case, then, AI is going to be used for pretty much every single thing that we do.
Yes.
And we're in the embryonic stages of that right now.
Yes, but the possibilities in the healthcare are huge, because healthcare is also one of the sectors that has the largest amount of data. And this data today is not analyzed yet.
That's fascinating. Maria, thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
coming
much.
on. It's fascinating discussion.
Thank
and,
you so much.
You'll have to keep me informed of what's going on. I'm a little scared, though, of AI taking over because it's going to be smarter than me, which is not that hard to do. But
No.
it's amazing that we're able to harness that and take advantage of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's pretty amazing stuff. You can see, and this is our first interview of the day, you can see where we're headed with artificial intelligence. As I mentioned earlier, if you didn't tune in before we opened up, in my opinion, AI is just going to take over, and we can see this right off the bat. Thank you, Maria. It's just unbelievable. It's interesting to me, and I guess what do I expect? That these people are saying the AI is going to be better analysis of that data than a team of doctors could do. And that's great, and it's also kind of scary. We'll talk more about that as people come through. It's fascinating, but we're definitely undergoing a change in this world right now with this artificial intelligence. It's quite fascinating, quite interesting. Hello there. Okay, we're signing in our next person, and it looks like, I want to say Zanodia, and we will see what they have. I have absolutely no idea because I can't tell by the name. We're miking them up, and I was pretty fascinated by that last interview. It's pretty cool. And now it's 11:15 here, and I'm going to turn around, and it's just starting to fill up. That's kind of interesting. Maybe if we can take our wild camera and take a quick swing around, we can actually see what's going on behind me. Just opening up. It's going to take about an hour or two for people to actually filter in, and before you actually see the crowds. So it's all well and good. And right now I am going to introduce, I can't pronounce your name.
Yeah, Hussein.
Hussein.
Yeah.
I could say that. And you're from Xanodia?
Yeah.
What do they do?
Yeah, well, Xanodia actually it's the first French pure player in non-destructive testing, which is industrial inspection.
Right.
In medicine you have medical imaging in order to detect pathologies in human body. In the industry you have also to detect defects in mechanical equipment.
Absolutely.
In piping, for example.
Like plane doors.
For example, in piping as well, in vessels, in tanks, which equip the nuclear power plants, for example, oil and gas refineries. So we inspect these facilities with artificial intelligence. So we developed an AI software which detects automatically the defects in the equipment.
What makes the artificial intelligence better than what a human can do?
Actually, we don't seek to be better than the human being. What we try to solve the issue is that we have a huge bottleneck in human resources, in human operators, to deal with all the needs in non-destructive testing and inspection. So we try to help.
So it's a people issue.
Yeah, it's a people issue.
You don't have enough bodies to do
exactly
the required testing.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we try to help people, to help companies, to help operators to inspect their equipment more rapidly, with a better reliability of results and with better quality at a lower cost.
Well, let's zero in on the better quality. Are you suggesting that the AI is going to be better than if you had that human team there?
We hope so. We hope so.
You
why?
hope so?
Yeah, we hope so. Why? Because, you know, as we have a scarcity and we have a shortage in human resources.
Well, we're not talking about humans. We're talking about AI now.
But it's linked. There is a link. You know what you have when you have a shortage in human resources. The people who are who work on inspection may not have all the competencies and the capabilities in order to detect correctly and efficiently the defects. So what we try to do is to take advantage of the experts and the expertise of the let's say the best operators, and to train our models in order to give a better quality of results than people who are not sufficiently trained.
Okay. I nailed you hard on that, huh?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, so go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so what we propose during the CES is we want to expose our first software which detects defects in, you know, radiographic images. You know, when you go to the physician, you have a radio of your body.
Right.
We do the same.
Like an MRI.
Yeah, we do the same, and we developed our first software which detects automatically the defects. Yeah.
So let's take that plane door that blew open. If you were able to apply your technology on that, would you have noticed that the bolts were loose or whatever the case was?
Yeah, the case is about for nuclear industry, for example, in nuclear industry, in oil and gas. Later, it will be in aerospace as well. So we try to develop for all techniques, for radiography, for ultrasounds as well, for eddy current. So these are techniques of controlling, of inspecting the equipment in these industries. So what we are taking over, what we are trying to do is to develop AI models for each of these techniques in order to deliver faster results and more reliable results.
Okay, is this a brochure?
Yeah, it's a brochure, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put this up here.
Yeah.
Why don't you describe what's going on here?
Yeah.
Let's see, we're right there.
You can use the QR code to know
we
more.
scan the QR code in, and that will bring into your software?
Yeah, it brings it will send an email, and I can send the example, the demo. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, is this being deployed as we speak? Is this being in use right now?
Actually, it's a POC. It's a proof of concept.
Okay.
We started working on this a couple of months ago. So now we are trying to have partnerships with companies, with big companies, large companies, nuclear ones, in order to implement this first software in industrial environments.
So your purpose here at CES literally is to find some connectivity with other companies that are looking for this technology.
Exactly.
And you know, we call that synergy, and that's the whole point of CES. A lot of companies aren't here selling A, B, or C. This type of technology is what really, to me, is the guts of CES, where they have something that they've developed. Now they're looking for a partner to take it further and to develop it for their specific needs. So you have the general idea, if you will, or analysis tools, and a company's looking for these things because it's going to save them time and money and also increase the safety.
Exactly, because it will cut the bottlenecks in the manufacturing and in the maintenance process. So what we are trying to do, you are right, is to develop partnerships with such companies, but also to find investors in order to scale up and to be better, to be able to go further in our developments.
Now, how long are you the president? Or are you
Yeah, I'm the founder. Yeah.
You're a pretty smart dude. That's pretty great. I mean, it's really amazing to me to take that concept and to get this far.
Yeah.
That's pretty outstanding.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you. That's very good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's great. Now, how long have you had that? When did you get this idea?
Well, actually, formerly I was the director of a branch, of an NDT branch, a non-destructive testing branch, in a big company, big French company, and I saw I was involved in the difficulties, the day-to-day difficulties. So I said, well, there is something to do with artificial intelligence. I saw what is happening in medicine, and there is big developments in artificial intelligence applied to medical imaging. I saw also what happens in law firms. Today, in law firms, there is more and more artificial intelligence to give the decision of what can be the decision of the judge, for example.
Right.
And we are in.
Boy, that's interesting. So there's not only a benefit, there's a legal benefit, potential legal benefit of using this.
Well, the benefit is to detect better, faster, and what we are going to do at the end of the day is to have equipment safer for people and for our environment, because when you talk about nuclear, you want no risk, zero risk. Well, so what we try to do is to contribute to this objective, to this purpose.
How did you train your database to make this analysis? How do you do that?
Well, actually, we first of all we gathered data. We gathered data with our partners, with companies we are working with, and with this data we were able to develop a first AI model, which give quite good results. We are reaching about a 90% accuracy. So it's
pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and we want to go further. We want to go beyond 95% of accuracy. Yeah.
What's your skill set? What's your background?
Well, I'm an engineer from the École Centrale de Lyon in France. So it's in Lyon. I hold an executive MBA. From the ESCP Business School in Paris, and very recently I also held a master in artificial intelligence.
No way, really?
Yeah, master of physics as well. So technical, managerial, business background. So
what better guy to fund a company like this?
Thank you.
Pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Now, how many people are in the company?
We are 3 at the moment.
There's 3.
Yeah, 3 people.
Okay, and where's your booth located? Are you here?
Yeah, we are located at booth 6711 at the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region pavilion, which is just downstairs.
Okay, and if people wanted to find out more about your company or to invest or just to contact you, how do they do that?
They can contact me. Well, they can.
Let's put this up here.
If you can show the QR code once again.
I'm so glad you got one side in English and one side in French. Okay, so I'll pick the English side. So they can go right there. It's also www.exandia.com, and by all means, contact this gentleman. Very, very fascinating. I wish you the absolute best of luck with this.
Thank you.
Keep us informed. Keep in touch with us.
Let
us know how you're doing.
Of course. It's the first time for me at the CES, but I hope it will not be the last one.
This is fascinating to me. You know what? It's the future. And thankful for people like you that have that vision and that idea and the perseverance to go on and do this.
Thank you so much.
It's hard, but I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Pretty fascinating stuff. Wow. What a background. My God. Well, that's the type of people we need today to pull us out of the mess that we're in. It's these technologies, new emerging technologies. That's why I like CES. You just see all kinds of interesting technologies that you're not going to see anywhere else. Look at second interview that we've had, artificial intelligence. There's no question that's going to be, I think, the general theme throughout the day. It's a fascinating subject. I'm trying to politely pinpoint. I came close with the first person that we interviewed. I'm trying to pinpoint, do they believe that the results or the analysis of using artificial intelligence is going to be better than a group of humans analyzing it. In other words, is a team of 15 doctors looking at this data, okay, and creating their own data based on discussions with you and measurements that they could make. Take the saliva that we just had, the interview prior to this. If I had 15 doctors looking at that saliva and asking all their questions and making all their determinations, if they are actually going to be able to give me better results or equal results, or if that data, okay, that saliva testing points end up in a database being analyzed by artificial intelligence, if that end result, if that report is going to be better, or is the human one going to be better? I don't know. I guess on one hand I'd like to think that no one's going to be smarter than a human, but I'm not stupid enough to realize that that database, that AI database, is going to do it faster, smarter, more efficient, and probably give you a better analysis. At least that's my thought, and it seems to be that that's the thought of at least the first two guests that we've had here, that they would think that too. If that's the case, we're all going to be out of a job. I was just talking to a couple folks here before I came upstairs here to the broadcast booth that are telling me that they actually today are using artificial intelligent bots to speak back in their voice. One person told me that he's actually having a script that writes scripts for him, content scripts, and it's producing the content the way he would write it. So it's kind of the same soul of the writing as if he was doing it himself. So that's kind of crazy when you get the writing using the same words and euphemisms that he would use. Now artificial intelligence is doing this, and then it's reading it in his voice. He doesn't have to show up. It's kind of crazy. But now it's also, AI is also doing visuals. It's doing video. It's creating artwork. It's creating video. And pretty crazy. Now, I heard about 3 or 4 days ago-ish that they've created an AI video of Elvis, and they're actually going to be charging people to see this. And as I understand it, and I could be wrong, but they're going to project this on a 3D hologram, and everything is going to be AI developed. The voice, the look, the sound, the whole bit. I'd like to see that, actually. So I'm kind of fascinated by where we are today, and there's no end in sight. We are at the absolute embryonic stages of this, and I see our next guest is up here. I don't see it on the monitor, but they'll kick that in a second or two. But it's scary to think that 2 products already out of 2 interviews totally based on AI. So let's see what we have next. I have no idea. Supraways, Claude Escala is here. Thank you. And we're putting the mic on, and they deal with urban mobility. Supraways, fly in your city. This should be fascinating. Fully autonomous suspended vehicles, aerial dedicated infrastructure. I'm very excited to meet you. Hi, I'm Don Bain.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Claude from France.
Claude from France.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm fascinated already. It's Supraways.
Yes.
Tell me about it, the company.
So Supraways is an 8-year-old startup based in Lyon, not 2 hours from Paris by train, you know, and we are developing a revolutionizing system of urban transit.
Okay.
So we're talking about autonomous cars for 7 people, you know, sat on a chair with a belt fastened, but not at grade, because at grade you always have a lot of traffic jam. So we are suspended to beams all along highways or
a rail?
Airports. Yeah, it's just like a small monorail, you know.
Okay, yes.
But with the problem of the big trains, monorails, buses and tramways, that at the non-peak hours, it's a lot of cost for not many people inside. So in this case, it's an on-demand system with 7 seats per cabin, and people can go there 24 hours a day, no scheduling. I mean, it's just an on-demand system.
So they're automated. They're going to run continually.
Yes, they're more than automated. They are autonomous. So they've got embedded electronic system, robotic systems. They also have one of our biggest patent is an embedded switch system. That means that the beam is 100% passive. Nothing is moving inside the beam. I mean, just the cabin have a system that can go left and right. So you can make all the maintenance in the workshop, and you don't have any maintenance to do in the beams, which is really, really interesting. Another thing to add maybe is that we are talking about networks of interconnected loops where all the stations are offline. It's just like in a highway, you know, the stations are, or the parking are offline.
Right.
So that means that you can go from here, from the CES to the airport non-stop, because you will bypass all the stations. So you go very fast just because they're in non-stop.
It's like water. You take the path of least resistance.
Exactly, if you want. And the beauty is that when you don't have any passenger, you have a second fleet for freight. So you can move goods or whatever you want, or also little robots if you want, inside the city and charge and load the beams and the network all the time.
So do I control where I want to go?
Yes, I mean, the car is full autonomous. That means that you go at the station, you're from here,
right,
whatever the time, day and night, all night, okay?
Right.
And you say, I want to go there. And the station answers to you in the second, okay, platform 2, berth number 3, so you go.
It works
just with an app.
It works with your voice.
Yeah, it's just with an app. You only have to know the name or the number of the destination. That's all.
For me. That's for me.
Yeah, of course it's for you. I'm here for that.
Now, is this up and functional anywhere?
Now, at the moment, we are building a first scale one model at 10 kilometers from Lyon in France. So you're already invited if you want.
I'm
within
invited.
6 months.
I was just in France for the first time about 3 months ago. I was in Paris for the first time.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Okay, so you can come this year also because you will have the Olympic Games and maybe my system running. And we also have another proof of concept inside the factory, you know, which is scale 1.8, where we are developing now all the communication system and all the artificial intelligence that will rule the cars in between themselves. I mean, the cars are communicating with other cars, with the infrastructure, with the stations, and with a smart fleet management system that is organizing all the fleet by prediction, you know?
Let's put this up here for a second, if we can get a close-up of this. So you're really talking about a massive, massive infrastructure.
Not at all. I mean,
well, let's just take Vegas, for example.
Yeah, Vegas would be the wonderful system, a wonderful place. Why? Because we need acceptability. This is the perfect place.
Oh, it is. That's why I brought it up.
To get it and to go to feed the SkyTrain.
Because it's not that big.
No. It could be. It could be because we go up to 80 miles per hour. So it's not a problem.
80 miles is way overkill for...
But you can move people, workers.
You have a lot of people in a small area.
And you know what? It's not a gadget because 7 people every 2 or 3 seconds. It's
every
a
2 or 3
massive...
seconds.
Yeah. It's what you do with your car, guy. I mean, and you shouldn't do it, but we are with intelligent cars. So... You know, you can have a massive system, and when there is nobody, because people is sleeping, I mean, at this moment, the car doesn't go, so there is no operational cost when no people, and a lot of operation cost when a lot of people going in. So it's really nice.
Okay, so Vegas would be a great test site for you.
Yeah.
Agreed?
It could be, yeah. And if you can find me a name or a contact in order to talk with the city this week, I would be happy.
I know where to go.
Yeah.
But the infrastructure for this, the cost, the money, the time, that, to me, that's overwhelming. To you, I'm sure, and hopefully it's not, but, you know, as a layman, I know, like, oh my God.
Let me say, are you okay that we need more infrastructure, public infrastructure in this city?
Unquestionably.
Okay. So if you build a tramway, you will build something at more or less 25 million euros a kilometer. So let's say 35 million euros a mile, okay? In my case, with 20 million euros a mile, you build 2x2 beams, I mean 2x2 directions, okay?
20 million euros.
Yeah, a mile. So probably 60% of a tramway for more transportation. You transport more people, okay? And why are we so competitive? Because everything is prefabricated. So you jump over the city with a pillar every 40 meters.
How high up?
I mean, it depends on the legislation and above what we are going.
Okay.
I mean, normally it would be, the bottom of the car would be in between 4 to 6 meters high. Then we adapt. We adapt to the shape of the city in order to give you the
4 to
smoother.
6 meters high.
No, not 46. 4 to 6, yeah. 4, 5, 6 meters, more or less, yeah.
What about all the obstacles that you would have with buildings being in place and trying to get around this and trying to get around that?
I mean, the beauty...
And the platforms, you have to have a platform to get up? And
yeah, you got a platform to get up at level 2, more or less, because we want the cars to be safe and higher than everybody. Right. And the system can take slopes up to 15%, which is a lot. And we can take curves down to 5 meters radius. It's very short. That means that we can really adapt to the configuration of the city.
$20 million is nothing here.
It's nothing here. I know it.
It's nothing.
I know it. I know it. This is why we're here at Las Vegas for the first time, because we need partner. We need partner to build. We need partner to finance, of course. We are chasing funds right now. And we need partner because my goal is to get a subsidiary here in the United States within 2 years, more or less.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great market. You have a lot of needs. And traditional solutions like buses, tramways, and trains already gave their limits. I mean,
we're talking, guesstimates here. We're not, positive numbers. But even if it was 30 million, it's still not a lot of money to put infrastructure like this in. How long would this last?
How long? 100 years. I mean, you've got full green steel beams and pillars.
So for years and years and years.
Yeah, this is for years. And the car, our car with a lot of sub-elements that you can find everywhere with tier 1 companies. I mean, the more electric motors, all the braking system, all the powertrain, everything we will take it on the market.
Well, look, thank you so much for coming in. I could speak with you for hours.
We've got to deal with the city.
Yes.
I can come back if you want.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was nice seeing you. That's pretty astonishing. Pretty amazing stuff. I can't believe that they can do that for 20 million or 30 million or even 40 million, but they seem so confident that they can. It's record-breaking stuff. I mean, oh my God! It's hold on one second here. I wanted to. I had my cards in here. Let's see. There we go. Hands up. I'll give you my card. All right, we are rolling right along here. Again, this is Don Bain, DGATCHE Professor. We are at the Consumer Electronics Show. Right now we are stationed in the Venetian at the Expo Center, and I'm doing a new interview every 10, 12 minutes-ish. And so far they've been, one interview has been more fascinating than the next. And I don't see your name up here. I'm sorry.
So I'm Louis Matignon.
Louis, how are you? I'm Don Bain.
Very good to meet you, Dan.
And your company is?
Perfect Memory.
Perfect Memory. I could remember that one. Perfect Memory. Wow. That's going to be one of the easier ones for me to remember. Yeah. Tell us what you do.
So basically, Perfect Memory is meant to be a well of knowledge. So what we do, we work with organizations in order to generate easily accessible, mission-critical knowledge, for all their staff and partners, so it's easier for them to deliver their day-to-day activities. So basically, we make sure that we've developed what we call knowledge operating system, which is meant to go and fetch knowledge everywhere within the company and fetch it into one single context.
So it's corporate knowledge.
Yes, absolutely. How do you build How do you build corporate knowledge based on all the different pouches and silos of information and data that are scattered across the organization, bringing it to one single context that everyone is familiar with?
Now, is that technical information or is it historical information?
Everything.
It's all information.
Operational information. It can be, if I take AI, face recognition. It can be, I don't know, descriptions, scripts.
Formulas.
Exactly, formulas. It can be scripts, from a movie. It can be characters. It can be, the shots, the rushes.
So you're creating a basic database, all-inclusive.
Yes, information, knowledge, deliver the knowledge. The point is, how do you make it retrievable and how do you make it easily for everyone to access this knowledge? So I'm a journalist. I want to search, the small 10 seconds where LeBron James is celebrating something, is very happy, is playing in his iconic yellow jersey. How can I very quickly search LeBron James, yellow jersey, happy, and then have all the different segments where all those different tags are actually matched in order to create my story. The point is, for journalists, for media, I want to create a better story out of 2,000 hours, but, it takes a lot of time just to find the right rush.
That's interesting. Now that I'm thinking about it, there really is no directory with any company that you can get all that knowledge. You'd have to sit down and go through their library or try to extract whatever piece you're interested. That could take forever.
That could take forever. And the point is, how do you bring, all the information is related to the rushes.
How do you gather this information?
So we connect, to all the ecosystem. Thanks, our platform is what you call a knowledge operating system, which means it has many different tools. And one of the tools is to connect to all the different sources of information. So that can be AI, that can be, an external database, it can be internal database, different data sources.
So it's your software
that connects to the external sources of information. Exactly.
Okay. What about stuff that's not documented in books? How do you get it if things are in writing?
So structured, unstructured data, no problem.
Really?
Yeah. We orchestrate. We have workflow engine. What we call workflow engine. The whole point is how do you make sure that the right AI processes are applied to the right stuff. For example, written documents. You have to know it's a written document. You have to apply the right process because it's not the same as videos. For example, you're not going to apply face recognition, for NASCAR, for example, because you have a helmet. So therefore, it's pointless. But how do you orchestrate the right workflows, the right AI engine, the right sources of information, the right sources of data to bring everything into one context that everyone in the company understands?
Who's your customer? Why are you here at CES? What are you trying to achieve here? So contacts?
Today we work with a lot of sports organizations, soccer in Europe, NASCAR in the US, and everything. We work with big media companies. We work with telecommunication companies. So we are here at CES in order to meet, executives from large media, from large companies in the US mainly.
Now, how do you go about, if someone were to hire your company, how do you go about ascertaining all that stuff? That's a lot of...
Well, you have a build phase, which takes, between 6 weeks and 6 months time. And then where we work to get together with our customers to understand what they need, what is their biggest pain. We come to a customer and we say, give us your 3 biggest pain when it comes to, accessing knowledge.
Right.
And why do you need to fluidify the knowledge? What value will the fluidification of knowledge sharing bring?
Okay, now, who would have access to that information? That's a pretty powerful thing when that's done.
Absolutely.
And there's got to be some security issues with it. There has to be.
So, as I said earlier, it's knowledge operating system toolbox. You have security, obviously, layers in there. You have rights of access, so I can limit the access to it. But usually our customers provide access to their internal staff, some of the external stakeholders. I'm a media company, I produce stuff, I want to sell it online. So I can provide a wide access with limited rights to all my different content library. If I'm a telco, I have very sensitive information about my contract, about my customers, birth date, address. I limit this information. I choose which information I expose to who in the company or outside the company.
Does this product exist now in any form? I've never heard of it before.
No. We probably the only one. As far as we've scouted, as far as we know, we're the only company in the world delivering such extent. We've developed something very unique.
Very fascinating idea. What a powerful tool that must be at the end of the day to have all that
It's amazing.
I mean, you take a company like, I don't know, Edison or whatever, General Electric, NASA.
You know, the point is, we live today in a world where, you know, the brain is not wired in order to deal with the amount of information we have at our fingertips.
Henceforth AI?
And henceforth AI, and henceforth, but it's not even a matter of AI, it's how do you help the brain to process and access this information much easier by, you know, structuring it for it and then providing better access.
But you're using AI to facilitate that.
Absolutely. So AI is a source of information, but just one of others. But then you have, you know, to do the map reduce. That's still a lot of information. How do you make it so that it's useful in the process? How do you bring AI to at the table of the operations? And how do you bring, you know, all those information that is scattered everywhere? I mean, the internet, social media, all those stuff.
It's endless.
And in fact, you know, when Steny, the founder, started the company, what he realized is there's a prosthesis for every member of the body except the brain. The brain is the only organ in the world that doesn't in the body, sorry, not in the world, that doesn't have a prosthesis to help it functioning. You know.
Yeah.
When you think about the arm, you can have cranes. You know that help replace our arm.
Well, you do now. Artificial intelligence.
Exactly.
There it is.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. Absolutely.
Thanks very much.
Fascinating.
Very good to meet you, Don.
Fascinating. I wish you tremendous luck. And keep in touch with us. I'd love to know how this works out.
Excellent.
Fascinating. Good luck.
Thanks.
Good luck to you.
Thanks very much, Don. Have a good day.
Take your hit. Thank you. Well, there we go again, folks. A third interview and AI. It's not that they're just using it. It's the infrastructure. It's the whole essence of their being, of their company. And I knew that AI would be the buzzword here, but boy, 3 interviews, 3 totally different applications, all using AI. So I'm going to tell all you college folks out there and you young folks who are in school, if you're watching this, if your parents are watching this, if you're wondering, you know, where they're going to get a job, it's obvious to me, you know, they want to be part of this AI technology, this development. We're absolutely in its embryonic stages. What I'm fascinated about today, and shaking my head and saying, oh my God, it's amazing how they're harnessing the power of AI, but this is just the beginning of it. I don't know where it's going to be 50, 60, 100 years from now. I won't be here, but maybe they'll have an AI that can tell me how it's going. I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I mean, Kirk.
Kirk, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wondered, but that's been the main, that's been the key supposed theme is AI, and
it's crazy stuff. I mean,
my whole thing is that we're not into Starlink, not Starlink, Terminator movie. What is that name? Skylink. We're not there yet.
Right.
But my whole thing is that it's, you know, I have an open mind. However,
I know it's the same thing I think with everybody.
Right.
You know, in the back of my head, not so far back either. You know, I'm really thinking, and just in the last, I would say 3 hours, I've really opened my eyes to the possibilities of the things that are happening here. These things exist. There's entire companies, people making a living using artificial intelligence. You know, at the end of the day, I wonder if that artificial intelligence entity, being or whatever, is going to take over the world. I think that, at least to me, it's not, in my head, it's not impossible for a robot, if you want to call it that, whatever, powered by artificial intelligence could actually be smarter than a human. Certainly the database, the depth, the breadth of knowledge that it could contain probably far exceeds our brain, or at least what our brain can actually functionally use today. They say we only use a small part of our brain, but there's a lot of people out there that say, no way, it's only programmed by the information that it's fed. But I agree with that, but I think it's able to assimilate that information that we're feeding it and learn upon it on things that we wouldn't realize, that this connects to this, that connects to that. Henceforth, they're increasing the whole IQ of that artificial intelligence sphere, if you follow me. So at the end of the day, I think it's conceivably, more than conceivably possible that the AI someday will take over the world. I know it sounds crazy and like I'm on stuff, but I don't smoke. I don't drink. But that's what seems to come to my mind, especially with some of the real high-level wavelengths that these people are operating on, from the medical product that we saw first thing this morning to the guy making the monorail system. I mean, that thing was awesome. It amazes me how these companies can have the vision to come here and sit with me and tell me that this guy wants to make a monorail system for an entire city or cities all over the world, where you're going to have little crates, if you will, buses, pods. 7 people can sit into it. You can bring your packages, your bicycles. There'll be different pods for every need that you have. You're going to sit in this thing any time of the day or night. You're going to tell it where you want to go, and it's going to get you there through the series of monorails, for lack of a better term. I don't know what they're calling it. As fast as it can be possible. Now that's a heck of an endeavor to chew off, but here they are with the booth, and he's here to meet people in Vegas or wherever they can meet them and find where he can make connections to talk to the city planners, the city developers. Do you have any idea how hard that is, what a monumental task that is? And then he's saying, this particular individual is telling me it's 20 million euro-ish to build the system. In Vegas, that's pocket change, that's chump change. That would be really cool if next year I come here and I could take that system and get to this center. I had to be here at 9 o'clock this morning. Got up at 7, which was probably too late. By the time we got dressed, blah, 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 and had some breakfast and got out, I had to take an Uber. I stayed on at the Golden Nugget. Not much longer. I've been here every year. Time for a change. This last year I'm going to stay there. But we went from the Golden Nugget to the Venetian Expo, and it should have taken us 15 minutes. It took us 45. Why? I hit every single red light there was to hit, and nothing you can do. And then when I finally got here, the line was around the block to get into the building. Had to get my badge. Then you had to go through security. And then we had to get yet another badge or band like this to get in here before, excuse me. Yeah, I got some. Before the show started. So, man, if I could just get on that rail, and it whizzed me here with no lights, no congestion, no nothing, I'm all for it. Now, at this point in time, I am going to get my drink here because I'm coughing to death. The air here is, to me, extremely dry. But yesterday I was told that the heat wasn't on here and it was 37 degrees inside this place. Cold. All right. It is 11:21 and 54 seconds here. We are patiently waiting for our next interview. And what I'm going to do for you folks right now is I'm going to read to you some interesting statistics. Now, this is from last year. Not this year, last year, because this year's statistics aren't in. But industry attendees were 48,000, and international industry attendees were 23,000, and there were 72,000 verified in attendance. Exhibitors, there were 41,000, and total attendance verified is 117,000 people that were here, actually closer to 118,000 people. What kind of people were here? 11% were founders and presidents of companies. C-level executives were 10%. Directors, senior managers, general managers were 16%. Vice presidents were 12%. And total senior level executives were actually 51% of the total attendance here. And these are all certified. So that's pretty interesting. Now, where do they come from? Well, the United States by far had the biggest population, which kind of sort of makes sense. 35.5% Oh, my God. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We have the best help here. Thank you so much. The United States had 75,972 people here. That's a lot. South Korea was next. They had 11,900. Japan, 4,000. Canada, 3,000. I thought it would be more. France, 2,700. Germany, 2,400. China, 2,200. Taiwan, 1,600. United Kingdom, 1,600. Mexico, 1,297 people. Israel, 780 people. Italy, 770. The Netherlands, 660. Turkey, 574. Sweden, 461. Brazil, 418. Australia, 409. Hong Kong, 368. India tied at 368, and Switzerland, 343 people. So that's your breakdown. By the way, Oceania had 500 people, and Africa, 190. So that is the breakdown. Of course, they have speakers here. It's just not all booths, and they have a whole list of, probably 40 or 50 different speakers. They have government speakers that are here, too. It's a big deal here. Now, they keep going by job title breakdown, if you will. And oddly enough, the analysts, there's 1,400 analysts that are here. Buyers, 2,054. So that means there are 2,054 folks here that all they want to do is buy stuff. So they're going to search all of CES looking for new products, new things that they can sell and market. Interesting. You have creative professionals, not too many in total. In looking at the total attendance here, it's 1,500 people who are creative. You have 8,000 engineers here. You have managers, store managers, product managers is 8,000. Doctors, medical professionals, 393. Why are they here? Because there are tons of booths here that deal just with the medical stuff alone. That's all they bring in. Like the first interview that we had, they had a medical device for the most part. You have trainers, educators. The advertising community brings a lot of people in here. Over 10,000 people that just deal with marketing. The top 20 representatives, interestingly enough, are top 20 presentation from twice top 50 CE consumer electronics retailers. So out of all the consumer electronic retailers who are here, you have 1,233 reps from Amazon. So Amazon has the most reps here at CES. Why are they here? You know why they're here, to find what's the latest and greatest and what they can sell. So they got about 1,200 people fanning out all over Vegas, CES events, to find out what they can buy, what's new to sell. Microsoft is second with 294. Hewlett-Packard has 203 people here. Walmart's here with 176 people here, scouting out the deals. Lenovo, Best Buy, Costco is here. 57 people. Now that would be a cool job, to come here as a buyer, right, and have like the weight of Amazon or Costco behind you, or Walmart, and walking around here and saying, yeah, how would you like to sell that to Costco? I mean, wow, that'd be a cool job. Sam's Club is here, Staples, Newegg, Dell, Micro Center. QVC is here, 18 folks here from QVC. Why? Because you never know what you're going to find here. The Home Depot's here. B&H Photo is here. Now, B&H Photo, I believe, is the largest retailer of photographic and video equipment in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong, but I think I'm right. And a bunch of other, even a furniture store is here. Wow. BJ's Wholesale Club is here. Now, for those folks who don't know, and maybe it's not true today, but BJ's Wholesale Club was founded and located in Framingham, Massachusetts, and that would be 3 miles from yours truly, Multimedia Communications Natick office, which is still in Natick, Massachusetts. So the BJ's is here. Representation from buying organizations, less than 1% are non-retail. That's interesting. I'm trying to scout out again what facts you would be interested in. Here's a cool one. This is interesting. Fascinated by this one. The top 20 categories of interest. Now, this is last year, not this year. 19,000. What do you think it would be? Artificial intelligence. 19,000 people last year were here specifically to represent artificial intelligence. That's interesting. Sensors were next, 16,000. Vehicle tech, 16,000. AR, that was a big one last year too at 14,000. Smart home appliances, they're all over the place. 5G, robotics, startups, energy power, fitness, a lot of industries here. Digital health is 10,000 people. Video technologies is 9,000 people. The gaming industry, there's 9,000 industry attendants here, I should say. And drones, 8,600 people, industry attendees from the drone industry. So you can see there's a huge variety of different types of industries, categories that are represented here at CES. This is where you go to find out what the latest and greatest is. Now, this is also, I think, interesting. Appointed and elected officials. The White House had 6 people here. 6 people here, elected officials. The Department of Commerce had 1. Department of Homeland Security had 2. U.S. Department of Energy had 1. 3 senators were here. I didn't see any of them. They didn't come here. Federal Communications Commission had 2. The state of Florida had 1. Now, oh man, the service here is great. I'm going to come here more often. Thank you. The states that were here to check out stuff were Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana sent 2 people, Michigan, New York, Rhode Island, Utah, and Washington. Where were the rest of the 50 states? Where's Arizona, where I'm from? Nothing. Massachusetts, the home of Harvard, the home of MIT. Massachusetts was not here last year. That is disgraceful, but that's the way it is. Now, in a lower category, they're saying that U.S. and international government staff, there were 14 U.S. senators here. That's what it says. 48 House of Representatives here, of course, because they probably get a free trip to Vegas. How bad can that be? They're going to spend your taxpayers' money eating all kinds of crazy stuff, but that's what it is. So you get a pretty good breakdown of who was here and from where they were for. Highlights include, let's see, social media reach. Now, this is pretty interesting. 12.5 B, that means billion, CES global research on social media. That's a lot. 310,000 CES mentions across social media. That doesn't seem like a lot. CES 2023 attracted 4,806 members of the media from 69 countries, regions, and territories. Major broadcast networks, trade publications, magazines, websites, podcasts, blogs, blah, blah, blah. To boil it down, the international media attendance by region, this is pretty interesting. 41% was in the Middle East and Asia. 5.7% was South Africa. 17% North America. 34% was out of Europe. So that kind of gives you the breakdown. Big name coverages. These are all the companies that were here. I could spend the next week reading through all this, but needless to say, it's the best attended by far. Hey, no one's here. Okay. Best attended by far trade show in the world and the largest trade show in the world. Now, I have some other interesting facts for you here. Let's see here. I print these out always because if people don't show up. This is kind of interesting. I'll tell you a true story here. The origin of the Consumer Electronics Show has rich history. It took place first in 1967, making it one of the longest running and most influential technology events in the world. Back then it was called the Consumer Electronics Show West and was held in New York City. Now, here's the thing. Yours truly was in Natick, Massachusetts, which is where my company started, Multimedia Communications. And I think the year was 72 72 or 73, I got a call from a company and was asked if I could go down to, it was Newton, Massachusetts, if I recall correctly, and they needed some presentation work done. And great, so I went down there, and I was to meet a gentleman named Sheldon Adelson. No idea who he was, no idea who I was, and it was a travel company back then, interestingly enough. I forget the name of it. It will come to me. But it was a travel-based company, and I met with Mr. Adelson. And I remember that his desk was totally empty. There was nothing on his desk. Nothing. And you should see my desk. Anyway, sat down with him, and he had a timer, one of those, what do you call them, sand timers? I forget the name, hourglass. And he literally turned it over on the desk behind him. It was a big one. And he started telling me what he needed, very polite, very sharp, and I must say, focused. And I wrote notes, and just about when the timer ran out, he goes, "That's it, do you have any questions?" I said, "No, sir." And I left. That was it. So we did the work, we came back, and at that time, we did quite a few presentations for them, and they were very nice, very cordial. I had no idea who Sheldon Adelson was at that time. Probably no one else did either, but pretty famous today, certainly for one of the things for starting the show. And back then it was, the stuff we were doing was about what this could be. And my God, here it is. I once asked his secretary, this is actually probably after a year or two of doing work with them, and I would never ask Mr. Adelson that question. I said, why is this desk empty? There's not even a pen on it. There's nothing on it. And she laughed and she said, that's how he works. I organize everything for him. I put exactly what he needs to do in front of it. When he finishes it, it's off his desk. So his desk is clean in the morning, and his desk was clean at the end of the day. I never saw anybody in my life ever do that. My desk was packed this high, okay, in the morning, and packed this high at the end of the day. Unbelievable. So that's kind of my experience with Mr. Adelson, a very nice man. Boy, strictly business and very astute, highly focused, and boy, did he go on to accomplish a lot. And I was honored to meet him and honored to know him, and it was a wonderful experience for me. So because our next interview is not showing up, I will digress and tell you a funny story, true story. I have a little gadget. It's a little case. It looks like smaller than a glass case. It's like this big. It's a hexagon, and it slides out, and in it I can store all my SD cards and my SD cards from my cameras and various video stuff and things like that. And it also has a cord on it, if you want, where you could plug it into your computer, and it will actually read the information off those data cards. I have all my data cards stored there, which is about 40 of them. That's a lot. And I keep them in one place, nice, neat. And anyway, okay. Anyway, the next guest is going to be here in a minute. Anyway, I was on a cruise 2 months ago, and now I'm getting packed up for CES. I can't find that little thing, and I can't imagine that I would lose that because I got real important stuff on there and yada. I know I didn't lose it. I looked everywhere. I looked in the house. I looked in the office. I looked in places I haven't looked in years. For 2 months, I've been looking for this. I cannot find it. It's driving me nuts. And I was devastated. And the day before I left, I'm still looking around. I've looked in the same place 8, 9, 10 times. It's not there. And I know I wouldn't lose it. So my dear friend Enza said, there's a saint that you have to say a prayer to. Enza. What's the name of that saint? Saint Sant'Onofrio, thank you. I had to say a prayer to Saint Sant'Onofrio. Now, I don't know Sant'Onofrio. I never heard of Sant'Onofrio. So she said, this works. So I said, I'll try anything. So she wrote the prayer down in Italian, and I had to say it exactly the way she wrote it. And then at the end, when you get done saying the prayer, you say what it is you've lost. So I said the prayer, and I said my CD holder with all my CDs in it. SDs, not CDs, SDs and micro SDs. I'm freaking out. I need this. So I said the prayer, and that's kind of the end of the story. About 20 minutes later, I don't know why, but in my head it said, look up on your desk, the shelf above your desk, there's a plastic container with 3 drawers in it. Open it. I don't know why. I would never put anything in there. I never looked in there. I opened the top drawer. I didn't see anything, and as I'm looking down, oh my God, there it is. There it is. I'm not kidding you. I found the whole container. I don't remember putting in there. I don't even remember opening that drawer ever. I don't even know what's in that container. But in any event, I wanted to mention Santa Fernolio or whatever his name was. But thank you so much for helping me find my cards. I was in a panic, but that guy, he knows what he's doing. And if you ever need to find something that you've lost, from my experience, it's the only thing I ever asked him for. And within 10 minutes, 2 months I was looking for that. 10 minutes, there were my cards. So I was grateful for finding that saint. And I remember years ago I had another saint that we couldn't sell a house that we were in. And I put some statue upside down in the ground. I don't know if it was St. Anthony. I don't know. But that worked too. So don't discount those saints. They know what they're doing. All right, it is 11:40 here. Our next guest is rapidly approaching, and I think it's Dynavision. Yes, and it's Maria Fernandez, and we will see what Dynavisual is all about. I don't have an idea, but she's putting on a Dynavisual hat, maybe? I don't know. No? No?
Yeah, I think she might be. She's getting all coordinated over here.
Yeah.
We'll have her seated in just a moment.
All right. Thank you so much. We have a phenomenal staff here. Trust me when I say these people from F5, we would never be on the air without them. They are crackerjacks and experts, to say the least, and I so much appreciate them. They're all really nice people and very technically talented, to say the least. They know what's going on, and we're always on the air, and they're always on top of everything, and that makes our life a lot easier. All right, this will be our fourth interview, I believe. Yes, I can count. Let's take a look, if we can, with the camera behind me. Let's see if the place is actually filling up or populating. They're getting that little, I think it's an Osbot camera, if I'm not mistaken, and they're going to flip that around, and we're going to take a look out there. Oh yeah, there's people there. Yep, it's starting to fill up. I must say that the booths look pretty spiffy this year compared to prior years. There used to be a little booth, but now we have a really big, nice, well-lit booth. We got a visual hat coming here. Is that a Dynavisual hat?
That's a Dynavisual hat.
Okay.
Dynavisual hat.
All right. We're getting mic'd up here. So now we have Maria Fernandez from Dynavisual AG. We all set? Thank you. Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and thank you so much for being here. And your name is?
Maria Fernandez
there
from
you are,
Dynavisual.
CEO. What does Dynavisual do?
So what we do, we have...
Look at you. Can we get a close-up of her? Look at she's all lit up.
Yeah. So we have an IoT platform, which consists of software. But the interesting piece then is the hardware, which is a bandable, very flexible, bright shining display.
Okay, so this is a flexible, expandable, very bright, animated LED display.
Exactly,
very
which
nice.
can be introduced into many different textiles, and you can visualize almost anything you can imagine.
Wow. Now, the screen actually fits into clothing. It could be a hat,
a vest,
could be a vest, could be a coat, could be anything.
Could be anything.
Now, does everything have to be integrated at once?
How do you mean?
In other words, would I say I need vests? Do you have the vests already made for me?
Yes. So we have some textiles, accessories.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Exactly, where we can showcase it.
Right.
And the interesting thing, it's not shining, not only shining, but it has a lot of technology integrated. So
such as?
We have VLAN, we have Bluetooth, we have GPS, we have a gesture sensor.
Can I run video on that?
Yes, you can run video on it.
I can run video on it.
And the very interesting thing is, not just on one display, but we can make out of thousands of displays that we connect together a mega screen with a crowd. For example, in a stadium.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Yes.
I can have 20 people, and you can sectionalize each like a puzzle.
Exactly.
And when they stand together, the whole message is going to come out.
Exactly. You can imagine.
That is absolutely phenomenal.
100,000 people in a stadium.
Have you done this?
We have done it at a lower scale, and now we are looking for partners to scale it up. But we tested it.
You're looking for partners to invest in the company, to make items for you, to integrate your technology?
Exactly.
That's
what we are looking for.
Okay, so if I were to, can I purchase this as an individual? If I want a vest with the...
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So it's strictly corporations?
Exactly.
What about advertising agencies?
Also, this one can be interested, but then football clubs, sport clubs, event agencies,
and where are you based out of?
We are based in Switzerland.
Okay.
Zug is the city.
Never heard of that, but that's okay.
That's okay. It's a smaller city in Zug, Switzerland. And people can meet us here at the Swiss Tech Pavilion, one floor down.
Okay.
Where we showcase also like the stadium case, which is really impressive because it's a world innovation. We can localize people in real time via infrared. That's patented technology. And it gives you outstanding possibilities how to showcase mega screens with audiences.
Now, do I get the software if I buy 100 vests or whatever the quantity is? Can I change that? Do I have the software to change that from ABC to EFG?
Exactly. So it's a flexible software platform which can easily be adapted.
Is it on the cloud?
It's on the cloud.
Okay, so if I wanted to run a video, all right, I would upload that to the cloud, and then I would tell it what time, like a digital sign per se?
Exactly.
That's pretty fascinating.
It is.
And you could make those any size?
We could make it any size. The important thing was really to integrate it into clothes.
Sure.
And if you use it in a stadium, imagine what you see all the time is really the head of the people. That's why we started with this, but you are flexible in sizes.
Now, is it 1020? Is it 1080 IP? What is the, do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. How many pixels would the video be? Can you run a video?
Yes, you can run a video. So
can you
right
run a
now,
video for me now?
Not now. I don't have the technology
I always have
here.
trick questions up my sleeve.
It's right now. The screen is 512 pixels.
Okay, that's
one single screen.
Okay.
But if you imagine you have an audience of 100,000 people,
right?
So it would be 5.2 million pixels that you can use to showcase.
And what about your aspect ratio? Do you do?
You can
anything 16 by 9, 4 by 3, whatever you want.
Whatever you want. You can decide. It can be one single person. It can be 100. It can be 1,000. It can be 10,000. So you can steer it the way you want.
What you're running right now has always been text.
So it's text, but downstairs we can showcase as well videos.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm curious to see what the quality of the video is. You know. I don't have a feel for that, and I want to have a feel for it.
So we display at 40 frames per second.
Okay.
So also there the quality standard is very high. If you would be in a stadium and you have TV cameras broadcasting, you would have a perfect view of it.
Do you have a mechanism to expand the size of the screen if I wanted a big screen or a smaller screen? If I wanted it the full length of my back on my
We
vest?
can do that. The thing is, bear in mind, it's LEDs which are very powerful, 3 times more powerful than a handy screen.
Right, of course.
That's why you need power that you can show it. That's why we went up with this size, but of course we can go bigger. You always need the batteries, which you can load then.
What does it what's it powered on?
It's
what powers it? What size batteries?
So here 4 batteries are inside, and it lasts for 8 hours.
Now, are they? What kind of batteries are they?
It's the same batteries that you would have in mobile phones.
So they're okay. So they're square pack batteries.
But they are
lithium batteries.
Sorry?
Are they lithium batteries?
Yes, lithium that you can charge with USB-C.
So the higher the brightness, the intensity, the more power you're going to use up.
Exactly.
What's the maximum time that would work at maximum power?
8 to 10 hours.
Really? That long?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's very good. We are very proud.
At the end of 8 hours, I can open those up, pull out the batteries?
No, you just charge it like your phone with USB-C.
Better yet.
Even better, because we wanted to have a sustainable product. It's not just
How many charges are we good for?
Charges?
How many times can it recharge?
Like a mobile phone. Same technology.
Okay. Do you have a magnetic yet? Q charging?
Not yet. But
That's
this could
be the next thing.
Yes, that's the next thing.
Instead of plugging the cord in, I just lay them down on a slab and boom, they're all charged up.
Exactly.
Now, why are you here at CES? Who do you expect to meet, or just to showcase your items? Or you're looking for partners?
So we are looking for partners. Interesting thing would be like companies producing sports garments like Nike, Adidas, etc., who can integrate the technology in their items. Because the interesting thing is you can also store data through the cloud. You can get a lot of information from the users as well. But we are also looking for event organizers, for big sport event companies, for example, but also music industry. So there are several fields where the technology can be used.
How do you envision it being used in the music business?
So the same way, so that the spectators will get it maybe on a cap or in another textile. And then you can imagine playing a song like Stairways to Heaven and the crowd becoming like the movie showing a stairway to heaven.
Now, what's your biggest deployment of these so far?
So we did it at a very low scale with several hundred pieces where we could showcase it at the Swiss Indoors Tennis event in Basel, Switzerland.
Yes.
And the technology worked. That's why we said now we are ready for the next step.
Good for you. Now, where would someone find out more about your technology? Can they go on the website to see this?
Yes, dynavisual.com.
Okay, so that's dynavisual.com.
.com.
And is there a minimum quantity or a minimum investment that you have to use to procure your technology?
No, so we are very open for partnering. So far we are private equity invested.
Yep.
And that's why we are really looking for partners who will help us to scale it up and find the business out in the marketplace.
Okay, so again, it's a synergy situation where they're not necessarily here to sell product. If they sell product, that's great. But almost more importantly is the synergy to find that other person who can take this technology to the next level and also utilize it, whether it's the music industry, the sports industry, or whatever it may be. I would imagine just here alone, the applications are unbelievable. You can have people walking around with your booth number and showing what you're...
Exactly, and also for the tech companies, the big players, because they can generate big data from the users wearing it. So it's very interesting as a tool, but also to generate a lot of data and insights.
Now, are these on a network?
Yes.
So I can address one unit or...
Thousands or hundred thousands, exactly.
How long's the data transfer?
So right now we have 1 millisecond, and we want to bring that further down. That's the next development step that we are doing.
Well, it's pretty fast as it is.
It's very fast.
And so if I wanted something, I'm sure I can pre-schedule this on your software that at 12 o'clock, everybody's going to change to whatever.
You can do that. Exactly.
Okay. And
everything
then at 1
that
o'clock it goes off.
Exactly.
So it's like it is a digital sign.
It is a digital sign.
Okay, and do you have your own operating system that has the controls on that, the timing and all that?
Yes, we do have. So we are running our own software that has been developed, and right now for all the use cases that we have been running out so far, it was through Azure Cloud and Azure IoT,
okay,
because we were part of the Microsoft startup program in Switzerland.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Now, is it an app or is it on a PC or a Mac or all those?
All those.
Okay.
Whatever you decide to have as a system, for us it was very important that's an embedded system.
Very powerful. I could be on my phone and just change at will X amount of screens.
Exactly.
Boom, like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty fascinating. Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. And right now you have pouches, vests, hats. What else?
You can also use it just
sign.
Like, yeah.
A badge.
You can also integrate it into helmet because we have a microphone. You're running your bike, you say left side, right side, you have flashes and arrows that appear. So whatever you can imagine that you would like to visualize on textiles, that's what our platform can do. We make tech really wearable.
You make it fun.
We make it fun.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I wish you the best of luck with that.
Thank you.
I think next year I want to see everybody walking around with some of your technology.
Thank you
with
so much.
Visuals on it. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's see, it is about noontime here, so we're getting ready, I think, to wrap it up. Kirk, are you going to run a little commercial event now?
Yes, I am.
All right. I will probably not be back, I would assume, or am I going to be back?
Todd's next.
Todd's next,
no.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let me...
Yep. Yeah, I am.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
The Tech Podcast Network CES 2024 coverage is executive produced by Michelle Mendez. Technical directors are Kurt Corliss and Adam Barker. Associate producers are Nancy Ertz, Clinton Millsap, Sergio Velasquez, and Terry Willingham. Voiceover by Aaron Hurst. Our hosts are Marlo Anderson, Don Bain, Todd Cochran, Scott Ertz, and Christopher Jordan. Studio and equipment are provided by PLUGHITZ Productions. This has been a Tech Podcast Network broadcast, copyright 2024. The Tech Podcast Network CES 2024 coverage is executive produced by Michelle Mendez. The Tech Pod.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audience.
Okay, can you hear me? Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to CES. My name is Todd Cochran. I'm the host of the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com, and I'll be with you for the next 2 hours. Of course, today is a typical first day here at the show where guests are always on time. They're always on schedule. I'm saying that very facetiously here. But I know Don didn't mention the last segment, but we are live and lit. For those of you that may not know what that means, we are active in the podcasting 2.0 space, value for value. If you are watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, or wherever you're watching the show today, because we're multicasting, I think, to almost a dozen different locations between all the guests. If you have a podcast app, one of those new modern podcast apps at podcastapps.com, you can watch or listen to the show as well on one of those apps. We're actually streaming within modern podcasting apps as well, so you can take us on the go. You don't have to be on a primary platform. As a matter of fact, we prefer, or at least I do, I prefer that you be on one of those new modern podcast apps because there is a new initiative that allows you to give value back for the value we provide here at the show, and it's a value for value model. You'll see on the techpodcast.com website and on geeknewscentral.com there is a QR code so that you can donate to the show if you so feel that we deserve it as we bring content. I think we've got 160-some vendors that are scheduled to be here through Friday. And again, tomorrow we'll start at 9 a.m. Pacific and go to about 6 p.m. Pacific. But like we said, this is first day of the show. This is pretty typical that people have a tendency, I guess for better words, to not understand that getting from point A to Z can be a little complicated just because of the mass number of people. Hall's not too bad from a traffic standpoint. I would say this is probably normal for a Monday, but I also heard a lot of folks were stuck at registration still in getting their badges. So that's actually too bad, to be honest with you. Speaking of which, take my badge off because that's the last thing we need to see, right? I'd throw it on the floor. I'm good. And so the team spent the last couple of days getting the studio ready for you, and all we need is guests. But I will say this. This is as near as I can figure it, first time I came to the CES show was in 2006. Came with Andy McCaskey, and him and I walked the floor and covered a variety of different companies. And we also then started doing some live stuff with MSNBC a couple of years later, which was really a blessing in disguise because that led us to being able to do much more bigger live events here at the show. Progressing to where we are today here in the Venetian. The team's going to be on the floor doing a lot of looking around at brand new tech, Of course, AI is a buzzword here right now, so we'll find out what some of that AI stuff is. So do we have the right, it doesn't look like we have the right name on the screen. Is Nutrix the company?
No, Dolphin Design.
So where did that go? It was on there a second ago.
Yeah, something happened and it went away.
So, okay, that doesn't help me any.
I know, I'm sorry.
All right, I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself. I'm sorry. They haven't got the tech stuff squared away for me. Can you mic him up, please? Go ahead.
Yes. So my name is Vincent Urard. I'm the CTO of Dolphin Design. So we are an IP provider company, meaning that we are developing some new stuff that are enabling companies to build, smart chips in order to do, provide new things like AI, edge AI things. Our focus is really on ultra-low power, so we are doing both power management or audio, for example, if you want to do TWS. And our recent developments are regarding edge AI. And we have made a small demo. We are not selling chips, but we make the chips to just demonstrate people, because when you say that you're very low power, you want to demonstrate that out. So we make a fancy demonstration, like for example, I can show you.
And if you want to for the product shop.
So
there.
it's a small, we make our small chips, and we basically, for example, you can look at me, you can detect my heads and so on.
I see.
So it's, things that you can expect from AI, the things that normally if you go to different booths, you look at that, people are consuming about 1 watt, maybe later, more than that. It's not, it cannot run on battery. Here, the whole chip is less than 1 milliwatt, so it's 1000 x. So here we run on AA batteries for the day.
Right.
And if you go to our booth, we can have plug that here with a small solar panel, and you can run batteryless for whole life.
So what will be the purpose of this from obviously a sensor to detect something, or what's the...
Yeah, so there's two kind of customers that could be interested. We are discussing right now with people which are doing image sensors. We want to basically bring the AI directly into the image sensors, like big guys like Sony, for example. And we're also discussing with people which are in the microcontrollers or MPU business, which wants to enable to make their device smarter. And the problem of that is that what is killing right now the scalability of edge AI is the power, because every time if you consume few watts, you need to bring a power outlet somewhere, and it costs 10,000 times the price of the actual device. So here what we are working on is a very small power to be energy harvesting. So you have a small solar panel, so you just have to plug and play on the wall, and it works.
Okay.
And that's solving out some barriers, to the adoption of edge AI. Not only because the device is expensive, but also bringing up the device in the real life is also very expensive, because you have to bring the network, the power, everything. In our case, we don't need anything.
Right. So what is from this demo then, what would be the practical use that someone in a company would use this for?
We have seen use cases from our customers, for example, people for smart building, just sticking up something on the setting and just counting how many people. You can heat up, you can manage directly, dynamically the heat up or the AC. In the retail, you can follow the people and see if they are interested by this product or this product, this kind of things. We have right now we will develop some demos out of that with some major cities to do some people counting, or people, they are creating bike paths and they want to know how many bicycles are actually, going through the bike path during the day.
Okay.
And, with a small solar panel, you just plug it on a small pole and you're going to run.
In the United States, sometimes you'll see a guy on the side of the road, he's got a clicker as cars go by.
Yeah.
So this could replace that individual.
Exactly.
You just put the sensor, it's counting the cars going by.
Exactly. There was a test that was done last month in France, and we were actually comparing the results of this box with a guy clicking, because the guy clicking is actually the reference, and actually no one is capable to do even to get closer to 95% accuracy of the guy clicking. This box can go to that accuracy, so it can help out.
Right.
And the goal is to have more permanent. You don't have to pay someone all the time. You cannot stay light long. That's
right.
It's raining, whatever. We have also some discussion with people we know for wildfire also. It will be interesting because you can put that into isolated area. You don't have to get networks. You don't have to do anything. You can just check out, and you have a very small connectivity, like kind of LoRa connectivity, where you can just send an alert. Hey, there's a wildfire starting, so you should do something.
So there's a lot of things then that, if programmed correctly, it can just take over almost monitoring duties. Would it be used from a safety standpoint for fire, flooding, or any of that type of stuff? Or, of course, you're going to have traditional sensors as well.
Yeah.
But, maybe this would see smoke before any sensor would sense something was wrong.
Exactly. I think the goal is not to replace existing sensors. The goal is to manage the scalability issues. The scalability issues is that if you have a sensors and you have to send all the information over the network in order to compute somewhere, you have a cost for the transfer of the data. You have a cost of a data center. Here, the cost is more like, I would say, you have to buy the device first, but then after that, you don't have any more cost. And if you look at the scalability of a business model, it's much more scalable this way. So it's not a question of not doing something better when we are very small,
right,
but it's doing something which can scale to millions of units that are needed if you want to make a smart cities or whatever.
And if you have a location that's hard to get power to, you could probably manage this with a pretty big battery pack for a period of time, because it runs on such low power.
Exactly.
To be able to maybe have to go out once a week and change out the battery pack, and it's it's cost effective instead of running a cable.
Yeah,
exactly.
But if you come at the booth, we have a small solar panel this size, maybe.
Yeah, you put a small solar on
and
it.
And every 1 hour, it fills up completely the battery of this guy.
Awesome.
And on this battery, this box lasts the whole day.
Very cool.
So that we don't really care. I mean, it can last over the night, and you charge during the day, and you're good to go.
So obviously you're looking for integration. So what are the specific companies you're looking for? Anyone that's looking to do any type of visual AGI analysis, right?
Yeah, we have two kind of prospects we are discussing right now. We have fabless companies, people which are actually making chips, which can license our IP. And we also have system makers, which want to get their own specialized chip, because our company is licensing IPs, but we are providing design services. So if someone doesn't have a team to make his own chip, we can make the chip for them.
Okay.
So that's the two kind of business models that we are exploring right now.
Awesome. Where can someone that's watching this today find out more about, is it Dolphin Design?
Yeah, Dolphin Design. So we are on the OG, just at the bottom floor. It's on the.
What about a website?
The website is dolphin design.fr.
Okay, or it's dolphin-design.
Exactly.
Yeah. .com or .co?
Sorry?
What was it? A .com?
No, .fr. .fr.
Oh, .fr. So France. Okay.
Yeah, French company.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for coming on and showing us. Very, very cool tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice color.
And yeah, it is. And I think we're going to see more AI and AGI stuff. It's just going to flood the market.
Exactly.
It's just starting.
Actually, we are working on that for the last 5 years. So it's a 5 years innovation. So that's you're not coming to the milliwatt range in just an.
That's right.
It's a long-lasting process. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. So we've been seeing a lot. Just in the little area that I've been walking around, I've been seeing some small booths that are, basically they're using low power. All this stuff is low power. So our next company coming up is called Skyted, I think. So we'll get the guest on here in a second. All right, we got Gauthier. You're going to have to help me with your last name.
Derriden.
Oh, mic him up, please. Okay, go ahead and say that again.
Derriden.
And you're with Skyted. Is that the correct way to pronounce that?
Correct, it is, yes.
Yeah, so what have we got for us today?
So we have the brand new Skyted mask. It's a sound-absorbing mask that
Okay.
will allow you to place completely silent and confidential calls anywhere at any time.
Is this Gen 2? Were you guys here last year?
Correct, yes. We were here last year, and we've modified it quite a bit.
All right, so if I remember correctly, because I think I did an interview with you or one of your colleagues, that when this was all designed, you could be anywhere in public and have any conversation and not be that guy that's on his phone, basically, revealing company proprietary or whatever it may be. So where have you guys come then in the last year with this? And let's talk about the whole price point and the upgrades and everything.
Right. So yeah, exactly as you said, we all know this one person that keeps talking inside of a train and airplane, and that is annoying the whole cabin. So we decided to create this mask to really solve this problem. So when you wear the mask, people around you will not be able to hear a word you're saying. The resonators inside that have been developed by the French NASA will absorb all the frequencies of your voice such that nothing comes out of the mask. So we've developed this more than last year now. As you can see, the design is a lot slimmer. The weight has gone down drastically, and the technology has been upgraded such that all the frequency, even the low frequencies, which are a little bit harder to catch, can now be canceled as well.
So why all the effort to go to the point where, are you worried about espionage, or what's, it sounds to me like you've got this thing to the point where you can be like really having a deep conversation, and even if someone was trying to capture you, they couldn't.
Exactly. So there's two ways to it. There's first the person that you don't want to disturb the people around you,
yep.
And then there's also this espionage thing where you can place a completely confidential and secure call. So we encrypt all the data, all the voice that is being emitted directly from the microphone to your phone, and then the third-party carriers do the rest of the encryption. So there's really no worries about any data being leaked when you wear the SkyTab mask.
So obviously, if I'm talking to you on the other end, I don't need any special equipment, or it just goes over a normal phone line.
Exactly. It really depends on what information you're trying to give me. I will have a headset, or I can just be on like loudspeaker as well.
Right.
But if the person I'm talking to is on loudspeaker, then obviously the data is reaching as well.
But it's interesting that you're encrypting the audio or the data signal going from this to the phone, so that even if someone's trying to tap the RF on this, and how does it connect, via Bluetooth, or what's the connection?
We have two ways. We have wired and Bluetooth. We know different people like different things. Obviously, Bluetooth nowadays is something that you have to have.
Right.
We're even working with BLE, which is the new generation, so to say, of Bluetooth. So anything you really need will be on the SkyTab mask via jack, and then USB-C on the other end.
Find it very interesting that what is the response been then to this product? Who are you seeing buying this?
We have different customers. We're looking at obviously people traveling a lot, so business people that spend a lot of time in airplanes and trains. We're looking at commuters as well on a daily basis. If you want to leave your home maybe 30 minutes later, you can have your first call on the bus instead of having it at your office. So that makes you gain time.
So I used to spend a lot of time in my vehicle doing a lot of meetings in my car over speaker. Does this act then, if I'm wearing this and talking to someone, they probably then can't even hear that I'm in a vehicle. They don't know where I'm having this conversation from, right?
That's the fun part about the mask. It's one slogan we have is no voice out, but no noise in. So the same way the voice is going to be canceled out when trying to go out, the noise coming from the outside will not be able to reach the microphone.
So for those of you that are sneaking around and going on vacation and then working and making calls and don't want to hear the beach sounds crashing while you're talking to your boss,
that's the solution.
There you go. So it's not just necessarily having the secret conversation. It's about, you don't want to hear that you're in New York or you're at CES or wherever you may be. Very, very interesting. So let's talk about cost, availability.
Of course. So we launched our Kickstarter yesterday. So it's going pretty well. We're super happy about everything that's going on right now. Looking at prices, we are at $349 on the Kickstarter. And for availability, we're looking at Q4 of this year. So starting September, you'll be able to have the mask physically.
So is it, if they were going to look for this today on Kickstarter, for those that are watching live, would they just search for Skyted, SKYTED? Or what?
Correct. So just go on our website, Skyted, SKYTED.io.
Okay.
And then directly on the website, you'll be able to find all the information you need redirecting you directly to the Kickstarter.
So did you guys come out with the Model 1 of this and actually have it available commercially, or are you now just getting ready to come to market?
We're now just getting ready to market. We didn't want to market the first product, as we saw that there were improvements that could be made based on the feedback we got from the CES especially.
Okay.
So we made all the modifications we had, and now this is the final product, or it's very, very close to the product that we will get.
I always ask this, is this actually a working unit or is it a prototype?
It is a working unit.
Because oftentimes stuff will come up and you're like, okay, and they'll be like, don't touch or push the button because the button don't push. So that's good that you guys are at a final phase.
It is. The resonators are inside, microphones are inside.
Everything's in there.
Everything is working. You can mic it up, and then you can just cancels out your voice.
Yeah. So I know some of you may say, oh, no, it looks like another mask. But no, if you understand the purpose of this is probably going to want to be in some of your bags.
Exactly.
And travel with.
And I can show you how it works. I can just remove the microphone, talk to you, and you can show them that it actually works. So I'm going to talk like this.
Sure.
And when I put the mask on.
Yeah, I don't hear him at all.
So I'm talking like the way I'm talking right now.
Right.
But the mask does with everything.
Awesome. All right, everybody, go to Skyted, SKYTED.io. Thank you so much for being on, and good luck with the Kickstarter. And those of you who want one, $349 is the Kickstarter price to get on in the action, so that you don't have to tell your boss where you're at. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Yeah, I remember. Do you remember them last year, Kirk? They came last year. Do you remember this? I'm pretty sure that I was the person that talked to them last year as well. And I think when I initially saw it the first time I was concerned that it looked a little goofy.
It still looks goofy.
But still, if I think about all the years that I did phone calls, I literally built a business 2 hours in traffic from my house in Honolulu, going to Kaneohe Bay, dropping kids off, picking kids up. Because I was 6 hours offset, so I was literally building a business in my car. I would have wore that to completely removed any external people beeping at me or just the road noise from the vehicle, whatever it may have been.
Yeah.
That would have been the instance that I would have considered.
I didn't look at it on the product shop, but it was like an actual mask.
It basically is a mask that, just.
Oh, okay.
It's got a strap that goes around your head as well.
Okay.
So, okay, that was cool.
Yeah.
And a silent bubble, they say. That's what it creates, is a silent bubble. So, sometimes it kind of surprised me though that they are. It's been more than a year, and because they had a prototype when they were here before. Talk about a long time to come to market. Just seems a little. That's the only thing that concerns me. Now they're doing a Kickstarter. Okay, I'll tell you one thing about this show. So this morning, while Don was on, I was downstairs, and we were making sure everything was live, lit, and we were having some, basically making sure all the streams were up. The one thing here is the Wi-Fi has become saturated, and unless you have a hard connection and or a data plan, I brought my little MiFi with me and basically was able to connect to it, but actually could not. It wouldn't work. There's just. I think I looked on the Wi-Fi list, and there was like over 100 Wi-Fi signals in this building, and when there's limited number of Wi-Fi channels. So if you want to support the show, please do, because I had to upgrade the iPad today to a cellular plan, although I did do a pay-as-you-go because I just couldn't get the Wi-Fi to work. For those of you that are watching on wherever you may be watching live stream, we definitely appreciate you being here today. I'm definitely watching if for any boosts that may come in for those of you that are using the Podcasting 2.0 apps. Appreciate it when you do that. And if you're live streaming to us, send in live sats. That's as well. If you're not familiar or have no idea what I'm talking about, in the podcasting space right now, definitely search Podcasting 2.0. and go ahead and look for, read in the introduction articles on that, including Value for Value. Valueforvalue.info is a great site to go. Of course, all of our team members here, again, first day of getting into the swing of things, and actually Scott's team was at CES Unveiled last night, and I think there's some videos that they captured from the event, so I don't know if we can play any of those or not, but it might be something that we would do as an option here. Or you don't have nothing from last night? Okay, so let's not play anything from previous years. Yeah. Yeah, that would make, can't show how much I've aged in a year, right?
And hair.
Oh, the hair's been gone for a long time. So if everything was firing on 100% full cylinders, which this is just the way this show goes, we'll have 5 people stacked up at once, and then it'll go 20 minutes and people will miss. So it's what we call vamping or whatever we make. Vamping. Yep.
Yep, that's the word.
But it's always interesting too that everyone that's around us, they see us up here for the 2 days getting ready, and they all come up, what are you guys going to do? And, how can I get on? Can I get on the show? And we're like, yeah, go ahead and schedule yourself. So our host here from CTA, she went and got us lunch boxes for lunch today, so we were able to grab some lunch, and that was nice. What were you saying? A blueberry what? Sure, let's do that.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
And actually, if you use that code now, when you hit the Get Started button at blueberry.com, you'll get 60 days. So it's a 30 plus a 30. So there's a little extra bonus there if you want to start becoming a podcaster. We'd love to have you over on blueberry.com. That's where all the content for Tech Podcast Network and many of our shows are hosted at. And, of course, if you're thinking about becoming a podcaster, please consider our PowerPress podcasting plugin for WordPress if you're a WordPress user. So I'm just wondering today, as far as the traffic goes, if we're looking, taking a look behind us, and I'm trying to see which booth has the most visible traffic that I can see from this side, and they've got something over that says autonomous restaurant, anywhere, anytime, 24/7. The PTZ can't point that direction because it's behind the wall, so I don't think you can point over there, Kirk. But as you can see, a lot of company names here that we don't generally recognize, and that's the thing we have to remember about the CES show, is that you have companies from all over the world that are here. The company that's directly to the booth and to my right is a Chinese company. Excuse me. And then obviously Philips is a name that you're familiar with. But we look across here and we see Zossi, Brisket, Bulk Power, companies that, most of us have never heard of before, Miri. But oftentimes these companies are big in their own right within their own countries. And I think we have a good mix here of Taiwan, China, U.S. companies. The French delegation's downstairs. And then it really runs the gamut. Of course, Amazon has a big they're almost their own show area off the floor as well. One thing vendors always look for is the Amazon delegation walking around, because when Amazon arrives at your booth, they're usually there to buy. They've had people scoping stuff out, and then essentially what they do is they walk around with their badges hidden, and then they walk in the booth with the delegation of people, and you probably just made your entire show, because they'll place an order right on the spot or arrange for a follow-up meeting. But this is a show where Amazon can make or break a company overnight just by the simple fact that they come in and place an order. But also from just a product I guess that's differentiation. I can't speak today. Basically, differences in product is very, very close, because you see a camera. Okay, what makes your camera different from others, or what makes your security system different from others, or what makes your, whatever it may be, because there's probably on this floor, 25 to 50 of the same thing, and it all depends on the booths. Just from the small walking around that I've done already is, just a lot of these portable power batteries that are, you'd use for camping or maybe backup power for your house. I think I saw 20 to 25 of those companies just, basically in the area that is directly behind the booth. So there's a lot of product that is repeated. But one thing, if you're in business and you're going to be going to any type of trade show, this is a small piece of advice that I can give you, is that at an event like this or any trade show event, and you have someone walking by your booth, you have mere seconds to make that person want to half step and stop and take a look at what's in your booth. It has to be very, very clear. You have to have that. You have to have what you do and how you do it down in your messaging, so that someone can read. And like this one thing over here says autonomous restaurant, anytime and anywhere. Okay, what's that? That's going to make me stop and look. And then there's a booth that says brisket. Well, brisket, okay, what is that? That's barbecue, right? Everyone's smart grill. All right, let's go look at this smart grill for cooking brisket. But then again, you go and look at some booths, and I see something that says IPC 360 Guardian, and I'm like, okay, what is it? Is it home? Is it car? And I have to really, really look at the booth, and all of a sudden I say, oh, yeah, it's some sort of security system for a car. But guess what? I had to think too much. If I'm walking the floor, I'm not gonna take the time to think. I'm just gonna keep on going. I'm not gonna stop at that booth. And with over 4,000 vendors here at the show, with 4,000 people at the show, 4,000 vendors at the show, you have to really have your signage down. Now, you may go to a trade show where there's 50 vendors. That's different, but you still have to have your messaging down to the point where you understand what it is when you walk in. And that's one of the things that I work hard with my company to do, is when we go to trade shows to do that. Now, there's some of the Chinese vendors are pretty obvious. They'll have one product. They'll have a booth full of cell phone covers, or a booth full of headphones, or a booth full of LED lighting. And then it's really about display. What makes you want to stop and say, wow, that's cool, I'd like to buy that. So a lot of the stuff, again, that's here is you have buyers that are walking on the floor, and they're buying for their stores, or they're buying for some sort of e-commerce site. And this is why this is not a show that is really designed for consumers to come in and just kind of browse. So, do we have the information on our next guest? All right, come on in. We can go ahead and grab a chair, and they're going to get him set down. Okay, there we go. Oops. All right, we're getting our next guest mic'd up. All right, so we've got Samir Mansour.
Samir Mansour, yeah, close.
Close, and you're from Be Aware.
Yes, sir.
So tell me what you guys are doing here at the show. Tell me about Be Aware. Let's get and just remember our audience is completely have no clue what you do, so your normal pitch is good.
Sounds great. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
So Be Aware was started in 2021, and we built an app that is called the Deaf Assistant. So it's an app that is used as an assistant for the deaf people in their everyday lives. And so until now, we now have over 13,000 users across over 50 countries that use it on their phones in their everyday lives at least 4 times every day, according to our analytics. So it's massively helpful for security, and for ease of communication. So it has several functionalities, and it got really popular. We got featured by Apple. We were #1 on Hacker News, and we do a lot of really cool stuff with the Deaf Assistant app. And based on what our customers were telling us, what the users were telling us, they're like, hey, we're trying to use it for this purpose, but it's not working so well. And we're like, yeah, it's not supposed to be meant for a classroom filled with students, and the students are in the back of the class. And so what we did is we created other apps for those specific purposes. So we have an app called Conference Captioning, where essentially within 15 seconds you can convert any live in-person event to be accessible for the deaf within 15 seconds. So you have an event, you don't have a sign language expert there.
Yep.
Or you don't have anything for the older people who don't know sign language. Essentially, within 15 seconds, bam, now everyone's included, everyone's involved. Think about the church. You go to a church and people who are older, they don't feel connected anymore because they don't understand anything, can't hear anything that's going on. They're totally fine. They can run a mile. But just the hearing, and they don't want to accept that they need hearing aids, and hearing aids also don't work so well.
Yep.
Noisy situations with the air and all that stuff. So stuff like this is massively useful. And then we have an enterprise version.
So let me back you up. So being hearing impaired and deaf, there's obviously we have a huge deaf population, but we have an even bigger, seriously hearing impaired community.
Yes.
And so on the Be Aware conference captioning, if I'm the one putting on the conference, so I'm going to assume that I'm going to wire myself into this app?
Yes, that is correct.
And then how does that work for the hearing impaired that are at my event?
So they either download the app and go look for your stream.
Look for my stream.
Yeah, or you just give them a unique URL, and they don't even need to download the app.
Okay.
So if you look at this, essentially you design it with your brand and branding colors, and then just give them the UI, the URL using a QR code, for example. They scan it, go there. There's only one button: get live captions.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
This is really awesome.
Yeah, and in addition to that, because it was like, what else can we do while making it super simple? It also live translates. So, for example, you're Canadian and you want to, make your event accessible for the deaf and for French-speaking people.
And for French.
So, the same link, the person just presses Français, and then, it shows the transcript in French. Live translate.
So you guys are a Detroit company, so of course right across the river.
Yes.
Not across the river, right across the lake.
Yes, Detroit River.
Yeah, Detroit River. Yeah. So, because I'm from Michigan too, so
no way, look at that.
Yeah, cold water.
Hell yeah.
So this is awesome. So you got another one. Go ahead.
So this is great for sermons. The other day it was Sunday, 31st of December. and 3 p.m. and we had a mosque call us from Canada actually. They're like, hey, we have a speaker coming all the way from Australia, and one person asked us for accessibility accommodations for the deaf, and we don't have anything that we can do right now. That like, it's the 31st, no one's working.
So download the app.
And then it was literally like a 10-minute setup because I had to get their like brand color stuff.
Right.
And they had the event, and they had 70 users actually visit the stream while the event was going on. So one person asked for it, but 70 people actually use it because most people are just kind of shy. To accept it, and they're like, we don't want to cause that trouble.
Yep.
But like, it's wildly easy, super easy to use. People really liked it, and
Very
conference
cool.
captioning. So conferencecaptioning.com, or you can just go to defassistant.com and you can get you'll be able to see like the portfolio of apps for the deaf.
So on the Deaf Assistant, then you basically have the other one.
This one's free.
This one's free.
Yeah, Deaf Assistant is free. Yeah, and this is used like by Japanese, Koreans, Germans. Like we have a huge German population using Dutch, Netherlands. Yeah, and the purpose that our goal, our mission is to enable people. And so it was like, okay, this is for people who are deaf and hard of hearing to use in their everyday lives. They already have stuff, hurdles that they're crossing just because they're deaf. So we don't want to add another hurdle. So we're like, let's just keep it free.
So, this something here is interesting because my company was really proactive in the podcasting space and providing closed captions for podcasts.
Yes.
But it's only on a web player. So a lot of us are doing something like this live, and we're streaming sometimes our video on our own websites versus YouTube or wherever. So this is something where someone doing a live event on the internet could say, okay, here's the QR code for those that need. So this is not just for in-person events. It could be live events too.
Any live event.
Awesome.
Yes.
What is the cost on the Be Aware conference captioning?
So conference captioning, we charge about $400 a month.
Okay.
But we're doing a CES special, so it's about $200 a month. Just let us know, email us, and be like, hey, the CES special, $200 a month. But if you want to use it for half an hour, it's free. If you want to test it, the trial is free. But if you want to just use it for a day event, it's $100 a day.
$100 a day.
Yep.
I'd like to talk to you about that more
for sure
after the show, for sure.
I mean, when you do the enterprise route, the $400 a month or the $200 with the CES special, you also get something called API access. And then if you have your own applications, you can just add those transcripts to your own applications.
Okay.
Like, super, super cool. I mean, think about like smart glasses.
Yep.
People are creating all these apps with smart glasses, and then they're like, oh, I don't want to have to create like a, speech to text and all that other stuff.
Yep.
Like you don't have to do any of that. Just use our APIs.
So we're almost out of time. You have one more?
The last thing. So again, we had doctors who had troubles speaking with deaf and hard of hearing patients. And so we created HealthScribe because what we do is we use a custom language model instead of just any other transcription tool uses just the generic stuff, but we trained it with medical terms for medical purposes, so it's a medical transcription service. And so anyone who's deaf or hard of hearing comes to the doctor, place an iPad, he's able to see everything that's that the doctor is saying. So they don't have to be like, what? They don't have to be shy about asking the question or like correcting the doctor. So it reduces misdiagnosis and all these other medical errors that happen. And what it also does is it live translates as well. And none of this uses the internet.
Okay.
So if you use Google Translate, you have to use the internet. All these privacy concerns over here.
So this one's standalone. Language models built into the app.
Yeah, so you download the language model that you want to use. So there's over 25 languages.
Okay.
And then it, just translates.
On these are you guys using commercial, something like Jasper or something like that to do the conversion, or what do you guys do for?
So for this is our own custom language model. This is the native ones that are on your phones.
Okay,
yeah,
awesome.
The iPhone or Android. Yeah.
All right.
And this one is $100 a month for doctors.
For doctors.
To be able to use with their deaf and hard of hearing patients or patients who are like Chinese speaking. So Michigan has a lot of people who are Polish.
Yep.
It translates to Polish. You can get Polish patients.
What's the website?
So defassistant.com is the Be Aware website, and you can get access to HealthScribe, which is medicalsubtitles.com, or conferencecaptioning.com from defassistant.com.
So it's defassistant.com, defassistant.com. You guys are out of Detroit. Love to talk to you after the show. Thank you for
sure. And we're actually going to be at the pitch competition tomorrow at 2 p.m. there's a Audience Choice Award. So make sure you make the right decision.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for being on. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. It was my pleasure.
Very cool. So, this kind of fits into health tech. And to be honest with you, this type of product really excites me a lot. It just shows you what now, because now, it's just accessibility is such a big challenge out there, and it's not just older folks that are hearing impaired. You have many people in this country today that are not just including the deaf community, but the hearing impaired community is just so massive, and it's because a lot of us listen to a lot of stuff too loud, or we work in an industry where we didn't wear enough hearing protection. Like me, I worked around airplanes for 25 years, and actually 35 years. So, even though I was very careful with my ears, it's still, being around jets and those loud, high impact noises affect you no matter what. And even this show, when we're running like this, and even though I have a closed cup headset, still the background noise of the show is there's just this dull roar that's always going on. Speaking of which, I don't know if we can up the volume on his. Basically, what I was trying to do was, they're just sounding soft to me. That's all. But we'll see. Everyone speaks, different levels. Well, that was cool. That was a good one. That might be a contender. And what we do here is each team member gets to pick their product of the basically CES Best. We have our own Best Awards, so we're able to pick that. So what did you think of that, Kirk? Do you think it was kind of cool?
Yeah, I did. Different, and you're right. There's not necessarily people that are deaf, but there's some people that are slightly hard of hearing, and so.
Well, some of us have selective hearing depending on the environment we're in too. So, honey, can you carry out the trash? Selective hearing. It's
right.
That's not, that doesn't qualify for being hearing impaired. That qualifies for being annoying.
That's helping me. That is me. Yep.
So, this year's theme of CES is all on. And I think if we think about that, all on, well, we live a pretty connected, always on, and I don't know if that is the meaning behind their theme, but yeah, it could be. So yeah, there's 1,200 startups downstairs, Kirk. 1,200.
I can't wait.
Are down in so we're in. Basically, they officially call it Eureka Park, and it takes me a full day.
For me, it takes me a day and a half.
Yeah, a full day to get through there. Some stuff I just, I'm not interested in,
right.
But it takes a full day to get through. And if you just want to stop and talk to someone, then you're right. You might be a couple of days. But 4,000 plus exhibitors. Now the website says only 130,000 attendees.
That's the estimate. They're not.
Because I heard there was 160, but I guess 130 was probably the pre-registration numbers. So
yeah,
that is, it's been as high as 200 here before.
Mm-hmm.
So 130, and I was actually feeling it last night. We stayed down on Fremont Street, and it just didn't feel as busy as a full-blown CES. So maybe, the numbers are still attending. Definitely the exhibitor numbers are at pre-COVID levels.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, that's what they were saying. They anticipate it being leveling off this year, and then 2025, they're saying that it could be, it'd be above what was pre-pandemic.
Right. So. And, of course, there's huge exhibitors here like Google, Hyundai, LG, Mercedes-Benz, Panasonic, Samsung, Sony. Of course, Kirk, you've had experience the Sony booth that laid you up for a few days in prior CESs where you missed a step, then how should we say it?
Down goes Frazier.
Yeah, kiss the floor.
I learned going to Sony's booth. I learned to A, watch my step, and B,
because it's dark.
Yeah, that's another thing too.
It's dark in there.
Yeah, it's dark.
They got these beautiful displays, but the whole area. It's not like it's lit up here. They have their own like pavilions where they set their own atmosphere.
Well, Samsung does that too. I love Samsung's booth. I mean, they had one year it was what they call it a city. This year it's all about. I know a lot of the companies about AI, but because you covered it on the one episode. The Samsung's going to have an AI kitchen system.
Everything's going to be AI, and you know what it really is just fancy programming. A lot of this stuff they're calling AI is just it's not true AI yet. It's they got something that has a sensor that detects something, and but I guess we're going to get to a day where my refrigerator will tell me, hey, your milk's going sour, and those apples you bought 4 months ago, it might be time to, get those into a pie or something. Again, something extreme. That's what I want a refrigerator to do is help me with food waste.
Yeah.
Living single. I often will go to the grocery store and buy stuff, and then a week later that lettuce that was pre-chopped that I bought. Is already turning brown. So it'd be nice to have a refrigerator that said, "Hey, you better eat that lettuce in the next 2 days, or you're." So that's what I want from a smart refrigerator. I don't need all the other stuff. I don't need help with recipes or anything like that because I can barely cook to begin with.
Ditto. I would. I want something as far as recipes. That I can. I'll do my own. However, I want it shown to me. I want it step-by-step ingredients.
Kirk, they can't help you if you burn water. Okay, so and the key is to remember to to shut the switch off before you run out of water. Come on now.
Good point. Okay. Yep. You would think.
So who's supposed to be our next guest?
Let's see. 12:51. Someone from Nimagna, Nimagna.
All right, we'll see if they show up
in the next minute, and then we got a break at 1.
What's funny is our schedule is actually it's pretty booked up, But I think what happens really people get here to the show and they have good intentions, and then the first day of the show they're 80 deep in their booth. And they say, oh, we can't leave the booth to go, the 20-minute or 30-minute or 1 hour, to our location and back. This is why we try to only book people that is in this hall, because as soon as you start trying to book people that are over on West, that's an hour to get to us, at a minimum. So,
with or without traffic.
Yeah, it's true, with or without traffic. So, again, we are lit and live today on modern podcasting apps at podcastapps.com. If you haven't picked up yourself a modern podcast app, please do so. It's time to upgrade. If it's been a number of years since you checked out any podcasting apps, it's a good time to do that because you can now interact with your podcast host. You can send stuff that's called a boost. A boost is similar to a super chat on YouTube. Where you can send micro payments in Satoshis, and Satoshis are basically I think 1 million Satoshis is like 1 Bitcoin, or maybe it's 10 million Satoshis is 1 Bitcoin. But you can send a small SAT donation just by using a modern podcast app. They have the ability there for you to fill a wallet with a debit card, and $20 will get you some Satoshis to be able to contribute to a lot of your favorite shows that are participating in the value for value system. If you don't want to mess with that, don't worry. You can go over to our website at techpodcast.com where the primary stream is. There is a QR code there where you can grab a snap and send us a PayPal donation with fiat funding. tomorrow, as the team has made the rounds, we'll have a lot more content to come back and share with you during the day. Obviously, there's been limited opportunity for us to be out and about and collecting content today to bring back to you within the same, minutes of being here. So you want to take a switch back to the floor shot, Kirk, and let's look at the traffic. Sure. I'm going to tell you that what we talked about earlier, the autonomous restaurant, they're 5 deep over there. That booth is getting some traffic. It really, really is. The brisket booth's getting a lot of traffic. Who else is getting a lot of traffic? Now, you think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you some perspective on money here. And then this is just, again, going into standard trade show stuff. For every 10 by 10 square, the company has spent about $5,000 or more, probably closer to $6,000, for that space. So I'm looking at a booth here that is a 10, it's a 20, it might be a 20 by 30. It might be 20 by 20. So this booth is just below us here, just to get the floor space. They're talking $23,000, $24,000, and then they bring in their exhibit, and their exhibit's nice, so the probably exhibit is another $7,000 or $8,000, along with the furniture that they've rented and probably some of the other stuff that they've brought in. So they're 30. They're in for 30 just to have the space. Plus, for every person that is here at the show, you can, based on airfare from where you're coming, food, lodging, another $5,000 per person. And the booth down there has 4 people in it. So this little booth I see here with this 20 by 20, they're in for $50K. About $50K is what they're in for. Think about the number of deals you have to do at this event over the next 4 days just to cover cost on your booth. Now, a company like Philips, they're here to wave the flag. They come to shows as part of their annual budget. It's where they share stuff to vendors and so forth. And they've got a much bigger booth. They're in, maybe not. Maybe they're in a 20 by 22. But if you look at the folks below us, are they 20? Yeah, they're 20 by 20. But their booth here at LiveTab, whatever you call it, that booth is probably $25,000 alone. So, some of these companies have, some of the bigger companies like Sony and those folks that are here, they've got millions of dollars in not only booth setup costs, shipping costs. So the amount of money that is being spent just to be here is pretty incredible. Now, when I used to walk the entire floor, I always used to want to see the small 10 by 10 booth, the guy that had maxed his credit card out to be here. And the favorite story I have is the very first year that GoPro came to CES, I was one of a very small handful of media folks that gave GoPro some coverage. Again, they were the very first year. I think it was the GoPro 1. They had a very small booth. But, that just shows you. You look now at GoPro, and they're a massive company. I haven't looked at what their booth size is here at the show, but I guarantee you it's probably nothing less than a 50 by 50 booth and probably 25 staff, catered lunch, food, all this stuff that goes into this. So these companies spend a huge amount of money to be here to show their products off to companies and vendors that are going to make them available on websites, just like Amazon and other e-commerce sites, for you to purchase. Some of these products will arrive in stores that you shop at with a completely different label. They may be here as their company XYZ Limited selling a battery pack that says XYZ on it, but it arrives here in America and goes into a store. It'll have that store's name and store's branding on it if they buy a big enough quantity. So that's why you often will see when you go into a Best Buy or you look at products on Amazon, or you say that product looks exactly like this product. Sometimes the packaging looks exactly the same, minus maybe the insert on, whatever brand they put on that. So oftentimes you can find some of those everyday, ordinary products that have a generic label on it, be much cheaper, but be the same exact product than what you're used to seeing. So anyway, that's kind of how things happen here. We used to have we used to say when we went to the Hilton, and I haven't been to the Hilton for years. I don't even know if they're still exhibiting, a lot of the Chinese exhibitors in the Hilton. But we used to say when you go there, hold on to your microphone, don't let go of it, because those folks were starved for attention because, no one was walking by and buying. I really don't know how they stayed in business doing, and some of the booths that are over there, and I don't know if the PTZ will point over that way or not, but like this company down here that says Full Strike. Just a little 10x10 booth, and this is like classic. There would be literally 500 of those little booths in a building, and have everything from A to Z when it comes to electronics. It really was pretty remarkable. One or two people in there. Most of the time, you had one person maybe that spoke English, and so a lot of the Chinese companies that are here, they also will hire folks here in the United States. They'll get them briefed up on the product, and they'll just have someone that's here that will help sell their product to American vendors that come into the booth. But most of these folks also, what happens is China, and I don't know if they still do it or not, but the Chinese government would fly in 2 or 3 747s or big body aircraft, and it would be full of their exhibits. It would be full of all their product. So basically the Chinese government would help Chinese companies come to the show, basically transport all their stuff over here, and basically help subsidize the cost for them attending the event. Same thing goes on for the Taiwan delegation and the French delegation. I think they're largely subsidized by their government to help to come to the show. Now, the companies still incur cost, I'm sure, but otherwise, a lot of these companies are here solo. They've shipped everything in. And you think about if you're coming from outside the United States and have to ship a container load that has your booth information in it, it can be quite expensive. Oftentimes, you'll see at the end of the show stuff that's just left. It's and sadly, a lot of it ends up. I don't know where it ends up. Be honest with you, I don't know if it ends up in the landfill, but they don't ship it home. It's too expensive to ship home. They brought it here, and I think sometimes people buy stuff from within the booth. They come at the end of the show and get it, but I don't think that's encouraged. But I know that some of the more lower end stuff, basically ends up in wherever it ends up. But they do have to pay a fee if they do leave stuff in their booth, a disposal fee. But I heard one time some company grabs a lot of this stuff and sells it.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happens.
Well, we're at the top of the hour. It's 1 o'clock Pacific. I'm here with you for another hour, and hopefully our next guest will arrive shortly. As I was saying earlier, been doing this show since 2006, and I'll be honest with you, I kind of dread the first day of the show because it's just like this. It feels like it's like chugging to get going. And then usually by Tuesday we're hitting on all cylinders in a good way.
Well, for me, I look forward to. I mean, I know day one, there's no one showing or whatever for whatever reason, but I dig it. I love it.
Well, the challenge is for our listeners
True.
and viewers that are watching,
may find it boring.
Yeah, they okay, I'm gonna go back to work. I don't need it. And this is wherein lies the challenge of relying on people to be here. So when we first came, give you a little history, since I get a little time, for those of you watching, if you even care. When Andy McCaskey and I came to the show for the very first time, I brought a prosumer camera. It was a High 8 Sony, and we had no wireless. Maybe I did have wireless that first year. And we walked the floor. Andy we both only did audio the first year. Yes, it was audio only the first year, no camera. And then we determined year 2 we need to come back with a camera. So I was able to afford to buy a prosumer, pretty high-end, what I could afford at the time, Sony camera, tape. And we came back and did interviews. I think there was 3 of us. It was Andy, myself, and Jeffrey Powers, and we did interviews from the floor. And then year 3 was the time when we got the opportunity, and I have to go back and look at the history timeline, but because I don't think we did this year 2. But year 3, I believe, is whenever the Lake Placid Olympics was.
2008.
So 6, 7, that makes sense. So that would be year 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we did 2 years in a row with MSNBC and broadcasts from their booth. They gave us 2 days, an hour and a half each, and we were able to interview 7 people. There's a whole story behind that. We were on Ustream at the time, a laptop that could barely run 90 minutes without a power cord because I had no power.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 years at MSNBC, and then we got to go to South Hall, where we actually brought in our own studio, and we came in with a TriCaster. Oh man, it was one of the early TriCasters that I had, and we actually did 40 to 50 hours live from that booth. And even though we were in the South 40, we were in South Hall, all the way in the back on the second floor in the worst possible place you could do. I called those the purgatory years. But we did well enough in those 2 years that I was able to negotiate ourselves getting to North Hall. And then we did North Hall right outside the taxi stand for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I remember seeing that coverage, yeah.
And that was the best spot ever. Most traffic, easy to find. Oh, man, but it cost me a lot of money because I had to buy the internet, I had to buy security. I paid for everything.
Mm-hmm.
They just gave me the little spot to put everything else in. Shipping stuff in, I think we had 20 boxes of stuff we shipped in. And stuff was still big then. Nothing had gotten miniaturized, big cameras. So we did 2 or 3 years in North. Then we kind of got into this thing on the broadcast tower at some point.
It was when I was here, it was 2018. We were downstairs in the, or as Scott likes to call it, the closet.
I can't remember how. So anyway, we were live every year for years, and there was one year we kind of didn't do as much. But yeah, it's and Scott's taken. How long has Scott run this now? Scott's been doing this now
since 2018.
From 18, so he's took the helm since. 18.
You took it. No, you had it. Then he took the helm 2019.
And then there was COVID, so we missed a year.
Right.
So. Right. Yeah, this is atypical first day of the show. I need that magazine that Don usually has, the CES Dispatch.
The daily, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody out hanging those. I saw a rack of them. I should have grabbed one. So do you want to run you want to just do the floor view for a little bit and we'll come back?
Sure.
Oh, I'm okay. I'll eat the paid chips later. All right, we got our next guest coming. Do we know who the guest is?
Yes.
Yeah, make sure that mic's up good and close. Barely. Turn it. Okay. Can we hear him? All right. Hey, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself and your company.
Sure. My name is Michael Okoye. I'm the CEO of Atom.
So tell me about Atom. What do you guys do and what you doing here at the show?
Yeah, so Atom stands for All Life Digital Asset Manager, and we developed this revolutionary app to answer the question, what happens to your digital assets when you die? So let's say, God forbid, I walk outside today and I get hit by a bus.
Which could happen.
It can definitely happen. So what would happen to all of the precious memories, the photos, videos, passwords, files that I have on my phone? They would all be gone. And the reason they'd be gone is because I haven't shared my password with anyone. And the reason I haven't shared my password with anyone is because I don't necessarily want to, because I don't want them to have access to everything I've ever had on my phone. I don't know if you've ever heard of the joke, delete my browser history if I die. You know, there's always some truth behind jokes.
That's right.
This is exactly why we developed Atom. It allows you to securely pass on, your photos, videos, passwords, any important digital assets to whomever you want to have access to them when you want them to have access to it with two things. So we've actually patented the executor key and the release timer. And the way those two things work is, let's say you create an Atom account, you want me to be your executor. As soon as you create an Atom account, you're given the executor key. This is a 32-digit alphanumeric code that you would then give to me to access your account. We paired this with the release timer, which prevents people from backdooring your account while you're still around. So let's say I'm very curious to see what you have in your Atom account while you're still around. If I try and enter that executor key into the executor portal, it'll notify you, letting you know someone's trying to access it. It's going to say, hey, someone's trying to access it. Obviously, you're still around, so you don't want that to happen. But let's say you were gone. I would then enter the executor key, and the release timer would then start. Let's say you set the release timer for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. After 2 weeks or 3 weeks is up, I would then gain access to everything in your Atom account.
So on the Atom account, then, do I set prerequisites of what I want to happen when the executor key is issued and before they get access? So let's say delete browser history. Let's delete secret folder number 82 or whatever it may be. Do you have the ability to set prerequisites of what happens and what people get access to?
Yeah, so the way Atom works is you manually upload, specific photos, you manually upload, specific passwords, files, whatever they may be, to the Atom account that you want people to have access to. So we don't necessarily want people dumping in all of their photos. We only want them to put in the special ones and the ones that actually matter. Recently, I had someone pass away in my family, and we did have the password to their phone, but as soon as we entered their phone, there was like 40,000 photos, there's like 1,200 videos, and we had to sift through all of this stuff. There's random photos of food or shoes, stuff that didn't really matter to us.
Right.
So, with Atom, you're supposed to upload only the personal and important things that you want people to have access to make their jobs easier when you're gone as well.
It's interesting because I was in the Navy for 25 years, and before I went off to Iraq and Afghanistan, because I was not on a ship, I flew, is I made a death doc.
Okay.
And it was an envelope, and it was basically given to my mother to not open unless, and guess what I had in there? Had account numbers, passwords, all those things that, what you're talking about here, that she would have had to be able to access. And, I think this is true, too, is oftentimes people don't think about what's in their phone. There could be insurance documents. There could be a whole plethora of stuff in computers that someone that's trying to either get money from an insurance company or whatever will need. So with your guys' service, you can put all those important documents in there.
Exactly.
So they have digital access to them. The other stuff, if they have the password to the phone, great, they can go through that later. But the critical stuff they can get in Atom.
It's supposed to make it way easier after you're gone.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So once they get access to whatever's in the account, they have the ability to bulk download all that. How does that work?
Yeah, so you can download it to your phone or your computer, but it gives you the option to download everything.
That's interesting. So tell me about the types of data people are putting in your service. What's the gambit?
Yeah, no, anything super important. So again, like precious memories you have with your spouse. If you're running a business with someone, you can put important business documents in there. Business plans, passwords. A lot of the crypto guys, they write all of their crypto keys on a sticky note. They don't necessarily have to put the crypto key in Atom, but they can at least let people know where that sticky note is, right?
Yeah, so, we hear about companies being hacked every day. I do a news show twice a week, and there's always 2 or 3 companies that you've heard had something happen. So let's talk to me about encryption. What do you guys do for encryption of the data?
So we use AWS. I'm sure everyone's very familiar with AWS. We leave all of the hard work to them.
Yep.
So we can't see anything that people are uploading onto their Atom account. We don't even know, anything at all, right? And we leave that with AWS. They're a huge company.
Yep.
They deal with all the big companies. So we have faith in them that everything would be secure.
So is the data actually encrypted, or is it stored at rest unencrypted?
It's encrypted, and it's stored,
So it's stored at rest encrypted?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the executor key, is that tied strictly to the account? Then it unlocks the AWS? How does that work?
Yeah, correct. So everything is actually stored in a cloud-based server, right? So as soon as someone enters the executor key into the executor portal, they would have access to everything that was in that person's Atom account.
Yeah, I think from my perspective is, if I'm coming to your website, security is going to be the thing I'm going to be looking at.
Yep.
And so I'm sure within the website you have a full description on how all this, because you're going to put up there the most important documents.
Yes.
And the most important memories. And so if obviously someone's going to try to get the documents. They may not care about the memories. So I think from my standpoint, that's what I'd be worth. So what does this cost, and where can people find more information about it?
So good news, we're actually free.
Well, how do you... Okay, hold up. What's the business model on free?
Great question. So we limit the amount of photos and videos and files that you can upload on the free version. We run advertising as well on the free version.
Okay.
If you want to have more storage and not see any ads, then you can pay $5.95 per month.
Okay.
We also have a yearly subscription, which would be $49.99, or a lifetime subscription, which would be $299.99.
$299 for a lifetime.
For a lifetime, yeah.
So that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
That's decent offering, I think.
Yes.
But otherwise, you can go on the free model, or it can be on the paid model.
Correct.
So either one.
Yeah.
What's the website?
It's atom.io.
Atom.io?
atomapp.io.
Atomapp.io.
Yes.
And, of course, you can find the app on the App Store?
Yep.
Android, iOS?
Yes. Yeah, Android, iOS. We have LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. Follow us on all the social media. We'll be doing regular updates there. And, yeah.
Very, very cool. So secure your stuff, folks, or... in worst case scenario, have a death dock like I had. So, Adam, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Take care. Well, that's, that was a serious dealio for me. Because, when I was getting ready to go off, that included writing letters to my kids. And I had kids that were babies at the time. So, you're thinking about, okay, you want to write something they're going to read when they're teenagers or young adults. That was a pretty emotional document. Not did it just include the technical stuff. Okay, here's the insurance policy. My wife had the access to this. Well, actually, I did not give that to her because I thought she would be too emotional. So my mom had the information to give to my wife. So it was one of those things where... because, you walk out on the street and get hit by a car, are they going to be able to get your phone?
Right. So my concerns is that when you're like, having that information. That's going to bring painful memories, and to go through all that. And then, and also, too, like you said about security as well, that's something that's really, I can't.
But and this is something I've worried about for a long time, and I have an active, basically, what I've done is I have a password service that I pay for annually. It has all that information in it. My mom today has the master key for that, to be able to unlock that service so that she can get in there and get the docs because all right, so
that's smart.
So what happens when you get hit by a car,
right,
and they want to get in your phone,
right,
your iPad, your computer, your AWS account, your all these accounts, your Gmail, all this stuff that you've got, how do they get in?
Yeah.
And if you're the holder of that information, have kept that tight, guess what? They're not getting in.
Yeah, you don't want to get to some random person say,
and
here.
And you're going to need court orders and death certificates. And
that's what I was going with next.
And I don't want that. And, you for goodness sakes, one thing's for sure is you have a safety deposit box somewhere. You're going to want to make sure the bank has. It's just go ahead. No. It'll probably take a second for it to pop up. Okay. But, that it goes on and on of, so basically I'm not shy and I'm not worried about my mom looking at my stuff, but, all that, she's got access to all the passwords for everything. As she, I think you have to be responsible these days and be able to do that. If you don't, you're just going to cause someone misery. I want them to have access to the bank accounts and get the cash out. Otherwise, some of this stuff is tied up in probate, and there's some legal stuff you have to deal with too, but... Oh, I know who this company is. They've been on many, 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 many times, so... So what do you guys think? Do you think Atom would be a solution for you? Do you trust a company to store your most precious stuff in the cloud? Or would you rather have it on your computer and have someone have your password? That's the question. And of course, if you have, how many people today actually print their life insurance policy numbers? How many people actually have that in a place where people can access it? We're such a digital world. They may not even know I'm paying for life insurance.
My mom is all paper. She's all paper.
Well, guess what? Most people aren't.
Right. It's a very small fraction.
Even today, I don't know where my life insurance policy is. I know the vendor and I know the username password, but I have nary a clue on the policy number. I have to give them the access to the account. So all right, mic her up, please.
Yeah.
Well, we are with Withings. Did I pronounce it correct?
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, you guys been with us many, many years, coming in and doing the show with us. So I remember talking to you guys many times. Livia, is that your name?
Livia, yeah.
Yeah, so what's new for the company this year?
So yeah, every year we come to CES with a new product to introduce. This year we're introducing BMO, which is a revolutionary at-home health checkup device that allows you to have a full scope of your health under 1 minute.
Really?
It has 4 different sensors integrated into it, and so you can use it on yourself to take different types of measurements. I actually have it here with me.
So we'll put it there for a second, and we'll let you talk about it. So talk about the 4 different types of measurements you do.
Yeah, so we have a 1-lead electrocardiogram, so that allows you to measure your heart activity. We have an algorithm that detects atrial fibrillation. Integrated to the electrode of the electrocardiogram, we have a pulse oximeter, which gives you insights on your respiratory health, so how efficient your lungs are at transferring the oxygen from the lungs to the blood.
Right.
We have a digital stethoscope, so that's to listen to your heart and lung sounds. Assisted with a doctor, he can listen out for any abnormal sounds, and you can listen with headphones directly with the device, or you can live stream it to your doctor. And the final sensor is a contactless temperature sensor. So in just a few seconds, you scan it on your forehead and you get your body temperature.
So some people are going to ask then, what's the difference if they have an Apple Watch? It's the same type of technology for AFib?
For AFib, it's the same type of technology, yes, absolutely. But here, the whole aspect of this device is that's ergonomic, all-in-one stethoscope, oximeter, temperature are things that you don't have on an Apple Watch.
Right. So the oxygen, at what level of quality? I guess what's the word I'm looking for here? Have you went through FDA approval on this?
So we currently are preparing everything for FDA, for CE mark as well in Europe. This is things that are going to be done in the next few weeks, and hopefully we're going to get approval for all of this and then launch the product on the market. Yeah.
So I think the oxygen tester is interesting to me, because usually you only see that in a doctor's office.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly. So that's the whole point of the product, is to really make the patient proactive of their own health and to be able to easily transfer that to their doctor, but be able to daily take those measurements and easily have everything synchronized to your application. So the user can have everything on the app. It's a complete health record where you can also log symptoms, your medication, to check your medication adherence, and it's super easy to transfer it to the doctor, either via PDF or via a link that you can send during a televisit, for example, so he can have the full context of your data and he can really enhance his diagnostic remotely.
You know, the one thing that's missing from this?
What is it?
Blood sugar.
Blood sugar.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. So that's definitely something that we were looking into, yeah.
It's hard. I know it's hard because everyone hates poking.
For sure. Yeah, the methods today are mostly invasive, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the future, yeah, to go for less invasive.
We'll keep knocking on wood that they'll come up with that at some point.
Yeah.
So is this on market now, or is this prototype, or where are you guys on this?
So this is a prototype. We brought all the prototypes to CES to show the product, but it's not on the market yet. We're pending the medical, FDA regulatory approvals, and as soon as we get that, it'll be on the market.
So what do you think? Any idea what this is going to retail for yet, or have we got a price point?
A price point, yeah. So we have an estimation. It's at $250, and yeah, you'll have everything with the product and the application, all part of the.
Will there be a monthly incurring fee for the app, or was it just you're all in for $250?
So it's all in for $250. Yeah.
Awesome. I think the cool about this thing is then you can probably set up profiles for your kids.
Exactly. So yeah, I haven't spoken about that aspect, but it's a device that's mostly targeted for example, for families. So if you want to check your children's health or your parents' health, you can easily create multiple profiles, so up to 8 users, and you can give the data to that person that took the measurement, so that you can in parallel track everyone's health. It's also really good for people with chronic diseases. That's also people we are targeting. To be able to proactively manage your health and have longitudinal data, see your baseline, see when there's changes in that baseline, and proactively tell your doctor and alert him if you see any changes.
So is the stethoscope this part on the end?
The stethoscope is so it's the other side. It's the little membrane that you see here.
Oh, really, that?
This membrane here, this gray membrane.
This membrane.
Yeah. So it's super sensitive to the mechanical movements of your chest, and that will be transferred into electrical signal.
So then does that, is it record on the device or to the app? Then?
So it's recorded directly on the device. That's why, like, if you plug headphones on the USB-C port here, you can listen to what you're recording directly, but it's also synchronized to the app post-measurement, so then you can listen to it again. And actually on the app, we have a whole set of positions where so to guide the user, because it's definitely not something that a user will use on a daily basis.
Right.
It's usually the doctor that does the stethoscope auscultation. So here what's really interesting is that we have the different positions for cardiac and lung sounds, and so the user can associate that recording to the position, and the doctor will have all the information he needs to.
So you can do the heart measurement, you could do on the back.
It can do, exactly. So heart is going to be front, and then lungs is going to be front and back.
Yep.
And so there's a whole set of different positions.
So the instructions then probably take a deep breath.
Take a deep breath.
All that stuff.
Don't talk. Sit down. Be in a relaxing position.
And then you can just ship that off to the doctor.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty cool. I wonder what the doctor's reaction to this is going to be. What's the feedback so far from?
So yeah, that's a good question. Actually, we're developing it with doctors, so we're always taking in their feedback to make the product as best as possible, because they're the ones that are going to be looking at the data afterwards. And they're actually very happy to see that there's a solution that's coming out to help televisit and the stethoscope. All that we're improving it. The teams back in Paris are working hard on making it clinical level, super good quality. Yeah.
So it looks like it's going to be called BMO.
BMO, yeah, that's the name.
And from Withings. So definitely be watching for this. What do you think?
We're hoping so in 6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months.
Yeah, that's the estimation.
All right.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. Another cool product from Withings. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Good luck with the
Lovely
show.
meeting you.
Appreciate it. You know, it won't be too long, and we'll have an X-ray machine in our house too. You just never know. Very, very, very cool. They've come up with a lot of stuff. They created the first smart scale in 2009, and they've been a pioneer in connected health ever since. And they've been clinically validated with a lot of different products, and so again. They've been in this space a long, long time. It's nice to see them come out with this. They have a full line of products already. Health, I think, blood pressure cuffs, all kinds of, the standard stuff you would expect as well. All right, very, very cool. All right, we got our next guest. This is the way we like them, one after another. All right, want to welcome Jad Sassine.
Exactly.
And you're from Y-Brush.
Yes.
And I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, this looks like something I would use to get a set of implants or something, but I don't think that's what we're looking at.
This is actually an electric toothbrush, like any you might have already seen.
Really?
But the particularity of it is the Y shape. It brushes all of your teeth simultaneously, and all of it under 20 seconds.
So where did you guys get the idea on this?
It's our founder and CEO, Benjamin. He was at home, and he was brushing his teeth, and he said, why is teeth brushing not been automated? Like a lot of stuff we see, like washing your clothes or a lot of other stuff. So he said, why not make brushing your teeth automated as well and do it all at the same time? He thought most people don't do the recommended 2 minutes. So he said, you know what, I'm going to fix that with the 20-second toothbrush.
So is it use ultrasound or?
It is.
So what would I put? Would I put normal toothpaste in that?
You would put normal toothpaste, you would turn it on. This particular model has different modes. It has a built-in timer.
Okay.
You put it in 10 seconds. The timer tells you 10 seconds are up. Twist it around, 10 seconds on the bottom row, and you're done. You just put it in your mouth, chew lightly on it, side to side for 10 seconds. Turn it around. Same thing on the lower row.
All right. So tell me. I know you're going to tell me it's very effective, but have you used this?
I personally have thrown out my traditional toothbrush to start using this.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So what has your dentist said about your teeth since you started using this?
Less plaque, and I'm getting better angles at my teeth because, as you can see, I don't know if the people can see. It's you can get all of the tooth, and all of the teeth at the same time. Like it goes around everything.
So you chomp down on this?
No, chew lightly.
Chew lightly.
Chew lightly and go from side to side.
So I'm feeling these brushes, folks, that are inside this.
Nylon bristles.
They're nylon bristles. They're not hard, and teeth are definitely going to go down in those easy. So do you still recommend flossing, or does this take care of that?
It does help, but we always recommend flossing.
So when it's turned on, you can't actually feel.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, can you?
You just press long on it.
Oh, there we go. All right, now I'm feeling the vibration. So is this prototype?
No, this is actually one of the products we already launched.
Yep.
We have different colors, but what's nice is we have 2 new products that we're launching. Is a head brush that's adaptable to other brands. So if you don't want to use our brand, maybe you already have your own brand, we have an adapter, so you just plug it in.
Yep.
Or the duo brush pack, which is just looks the handle is just a bit longer.
Bit longer. How long has this been on the market then?
We've been in Europe actually for a couple of years already. We have been in the US. We launched our US website a couple of days ago, and we've been on Amazon for a couple of months already.
So what's the customer feedback been?
We have 100,000 users,
wow.
and we have a rating of 4.2 or 3. Well, excellent on Trustpilot.
This is completely. It's a big change, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I see this, and it's to me, I always say, is this really going to work? So, what's the price point on this?
We have different models. This one particularly is at $99. We have one for $79, and we have different packs that comes with little goodies and accessories you can buy.
Sure. So you have given up your toothbrush, your regular toothbrush.
I have.
You're not just selling that because you're the sales guy, right? You believe in it.
Actually, the first time I used it, I thought there's no way in 20 seconds my teeth are as clean as if I do it in 2 minutes. But no one does the 2 minutes.
Right.
So I thought, you know what, I'm going to try it. I did it for the first couple of times. I did a bit extra just in case.
Sure.
And then the first time I started visiting the dentist, he's like, this is great. You have less plaque.
Better.
You have less plaque. And eventually, I just started doing the 20 seconds, and still the same feedback.
All right. So Y-Brush is the name of the product.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm going to give it a try. I'll order one because, anything to help with because, I go to the dentist every 3 months. I have challenges. I brush well. I floss well, but still it's never enough.
Yeah.
So very, very cool. I'm definitely going to be reading the reviews. What's the website?
We have at ybrush.co for the U.S. website.
It's ybrush.
Y-brush.
Y-brush.co.
.co, yeah.
All right, awesome. Y-brush.co. And again, $99 for that. And then the new products that are coming out are...
the universal head brush.
Yep.
That is already out, but the new pack, which is called the duo brush, which includes the longer handle and this head brush and traditional ones, because we've seen that some people are hesitant to get used to it, so you can try them both out.
Okay.
And that's coming out next month.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks
you
so
for
much.
Coming. Yeah.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, very, very cool. Ybrush.co. I see. I see. It's you wonder, but I guess with I guess so. I guess it's hard after brushing my teeth so many years with a regular toothbrush, and also some of the electric ones. Yeah, very, very, very interesting. What do you all think? Send us your feedback. We'd love to hear what you think about this. I always have to ask the hard questions because I'm a little, but he says it's got 100,000 users. So 100,000 people, I guess it can't be wrong. They're not going to the dentist and getting cavities no more. So, all right, do we know who our next guest is? Oh, this is a big one. It's minus the batteries, though. All right, I want to welcome Spencer Thompson from Dynas. Is that the correct name of the company?
Dynas.
And obviously, battery power pack, right?
Yeah, that's the product we have right now, Dynas product.
So tell me about your product.
So this one specifically says 1,000 watts. It's great for, camping, going out, charge a computer. We're actually just talking to someone that said they have a friend that lives in their car. He uses one of those. I mean, it could be people that use different things, different situations. We marketed more of the camping thing, but yeah.
I love these things. I especially love the ones that have good USB-C chargers on it. And I'm looking at the front. You've got a 60-watt USB and, of course, a normal USB 2.4 amp and a quick charge 18-watt as well. You got the ability to do input solar on it as well.
Right. I think this one right here, that one's a universal solar.
Universal solar.
Yeah, so
yeah,
you're able to do that too.
So normally these things are much heavier, but they obviously shipping it without the battery is much easier from a FedEx or any type of standpoint. But how long have you guys been in business?
Here in the U.S., it's been exactly, I'm not sure, maybe about 2 years. But this product has been about a year because we do also have, I mean, Dynas is a global manufacturer. We're all over the world. Entering the U.S. market took a while to get like certificates and everything, you know.
Sure.
But yeah, this is the portable, which is really popular right now. Especially I'm from Utah, and people are going camping in Utah,
Yep.
so really popular. But we also have like home battery systems, which bigger, you know, backup systems. But anything to do with energy storage, we got that.
I was talking earlier that there's a lot of companies here with battery solutions, and is there anything specific with this particular model that is kind of different from anybody else, or is this a pretty standard package?
I mean, at least one thing I've noticed that I like more, not all of them have like a handle here. Lots of 2 handles here, a little more uncomfortable and not as mobile, I guess you could say, you know.
Yeah.
And just down to things like price, like we are the manufacturer. The company is from China, so we don't have to go through any other manufacturer. Yeah.
You don't have that, and it's got a flashlight on the front as well.
Right.
What does this particular unit then retail for?
Retail about $900, but if you do go to our booth, we do have a little 20% off for anyone that goes.
Well, because this might be listened to a year from now.
No.
If you want to tell them a code, you know, they can try to. So this is again 1,000 watts.
Right.
And it's got the ability to do 100 watts on the AC out, 2 standard 110 ports. Then it's got 2 12-volt ports as well to plug stuff in, separate DC. What's the typical? Well, again, it all depends on what you're running on it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to run your house on one of these at least.
No.
But yeah, like I said, you can charge a computer, maybe a tiny fridge, and things like that. Are perfect. At least for the day, you know.
Good for a day or maybe day and a half of usage at a campsite too.
Right, exactly.
But if you're just charging cell phones and need some lights, and so, you probably aren't even going to use very much power, unless you go too crazy.
And there is one that's bigger. It's 1,500 watts. You know, this is 1,000. That'll be another one that's 1,500. And we are working on more and more bigger capacities for.
What does this typically weigh in then when the batteries are in? Is it around 30, 40 pounds? Or?
Yeah, about 30, 40 pounds, exactly.
Oh, awesome. And
even the bigger one, about the same. Even though it has more capacity, it doesn't feel any more heavier than this one.
Okay, awesome. So is the website
dyness.us?
US. So so dyness.us, and I'm sure you got a full line of products on there as well.
Oh yeah. Like I said, these portables are amazing, but they're not the only one we're doing. You know, home battery systems are also what we're doing.
So are they focused mostly completely on battery systems or accessories as well, or mostly just battery systems?
Mostly just the battery systems.
Do they do the solar too, the solar panels, or?
We don't do the panels currently, but I mean, there's plenty of companies that have great products.
There's plenty, yeah. All right. Well, Spencer, thank you for being here. Thanks for showing this off. If you're looking for, I tell you, I love these types of products. I have 2 or 3 from various manufacturers in my house. And Dan, you're right. Going camping or road trips or whatever, they're awesome. So dyness.us. Thank you, Spencer, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Awesome. Good job. We got our next guest right coming up. Do we have a? Oh, waiting on. Okay. I don't have the screen yet. I guess it's coming, yeah? All right, we'll give it just a second here so we know who our guest is. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and introduce yourself and your company. It's PLUGHITZ, I guess, is correct?
Yeah. We can play this if you want.
So tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing.
So I'm Sam. I'm one of the co-founders. We have developed a software, a SaaS B2B software in the HR space. So we focus on all the pain points in people development, and we drastically reduce the cost of attrition, the cost of turnover, directly hitting the bottom line.
So what specifically then, I know this has been running through a demo, but what does this specifically do?
Yeah, when you think about people development, we think about annual reviews, we think about surveys, skill management, succession planning, we think about learning and management in daily life, right? So we have many companies that have no systems in place at all. Think of a paper pencil process, Excel files, Word files floating around, no systematics. And the voice of customer, the customers tell us that traditional methods are perceived as inefficient or painful or simply disliked. So they're looking for timely solutions that make fun, that are agile, that they can be used on an ongoing basis, integrated in daily work with the least amount of effort. And obviously, if you think about leaders and HR, they're looking for solutions which are engaging, which are motivating, which deload them, which frees up time so they can focus on tasks that they love. So we figured out a system that makes fun for the user, is fun for the leader, and is super effective and powerful for the board and HR and the C-level.
So let me just make some assumptions, and you tell me if I'm correct or wrong, because I have a company and we onboard employees on a regular basis. Obviously, the onboarding piece with all the paperwork that you have to do, all the make sure you got the right documents to be able to work and all that stuff. So I'm assuming then there's a whole module that helps with onboarding.
Exactly. So the onboarding we solve in different ways and different dimensions. So you can use our LMS, Learn Management System, to walk the user, the new employee, through a full-fledged onboarding journey.
Including training, safety, all that stuff that they're going to have.
A welcome message from CHROs, from the CEOs, etc.
Right.
With all the resources and links and everything. Actually, from when they sign the contract up to the first day they start, and then the first couple of days and weeks and months.
Okay.
But also, we onboard them with surveys. So we want to make sure as they start in the new role, they feel comfortable, they feel engaged, and we reduce the churn in the first 2 to 3 months as well.
And then probably follow on reoccurring annual training or quarterly or whatever it has to be is all documented in the system, see if they actually watched it, listened to it, or whatever it may be, right?
Exactly. So if you take one step back, if you think about the annual review process, this is actually where the whole pain point starts. If you have a Word file, a big 4-pager, 8-pager with tons of questions,
right,
people don't like to fill them out. So actually the discussion never happens. And if it happens, it ends up in a drawer and nobody looks at the results. So we figured out a digital system where it engages everybody, specifically the frontline workers. We realized they're underserved, nobody pays attention to them, and we created a system which is super agile and easy and intuitive and multilingual that gets everybody on board. And once you have all these insights and analytics, of course, then you can think about the trainings that are needed, the records, the recertifications, etc.
One thing that I find challenging with annual reviews is, and this is something that's I've followed me for 35 or 40 years, is that when it comes to the employee, please tell me what you did this year that was a highlight.
Yeah.
And who can think about what they did 2 weeks ago, let alone 11 months ago? So is this system allowing an employee to input highlights throughout the year so that when it comes time for the review process, all those special things that employee did is in there?
It's exactly the main purpose. You hit the nail on the head. This is how the whole idea originated. So we realized, hey, sitting once in a year and looking 12 months back doesn't do justice to any of those highlights or the employees and the great performance they do day in, day out.
Yep.
So our system breaks down this annual process into an ongoing process and experience where you capture all these highlights and lowlights on an ongoing basis, such that when it comes to the end-year process, everything is digested, no surprises, no frustration. We can focus on tangible actions and not on the friction and the pain points.
Just a little story point. When I was active duty in the Navy for 25 years, and when I was supervising people, I would give them every quarter a brag sheet.
Yeah.
And basically, the brag sheet was brag on what you did, right? And then I would put that in my file. And then at the end of the year, I'd have 4 brag sheets to be able to build their evaluation on. And plus, when it come time to fight for promotions and stuff like that, I had all the ammunition I needed from that brag sheet to get that individual promoted. So this solves, in my opinion, that situation where as the supervisor, I know who the top workers are, who the bottom workers are, and I'm going to, if I want to make sure that these 3 people get promoted, as long as it's documented, that's 90% of the challenge.
That's exactly the thing. Get things documented in a digital way, visible for the employee, for the manager and HR at the same time.
Including infractions?
Including infractions. And let me just reloop this again. Not sure why it doesn't work. We want to make sure that not only on one individual the results is available, but for everybody aggregated.
Right.
So our AI is running through all the feedbacks, all the results, and creates dashboards for HR and the leaders such that they can see all the insights that are invaluable to allow proactive decision making.
Yep.
Think about career plans.
Yep.
Think about recommendations for actions.
Anonymous employee feedback.
Yes, of course.
It's all in there.
Depending on the culture, it can be open.
Can be open.
But we start anonymous, and then we see how it goes. And the good thing is it's a one-stop shop solution. We see that many companies are facing the challenge that they have to buy single source, a survey tool, a performance tool, an admin tool, and you name it. So we created an ecosystem where all these modules coexist and the data flows between the tools.
So let's talk about cost.
Yeah.
What is this going to cost an enterprise of, let's say, under 50 employees?
150 employees?
Let's say 50. Small business.
So for the small businesses, we created a solution that comes in at $5 per head per month.
$5 per head per month.
So you multiply by the times of users. From 100 users and above, we have a tier-based approach where volume kicks in, and depending on number of modules you take, then we have a tailored pricing. But that's roughly
$5 per head per month.
Yes,
okay,
exactly. Yeah,
that makes sense. Where can people find more information about this?
PLUGHITZ.ai.
PLUGHITZ.ai.
Exactly, everything's there.
And I'm sure you've got a team that will do a demo and walk.
Exactly. So if you have my information later on, you can sign up for a demo. It typically takes 30 to 60 minutes.
Okay.
The experience shows after one demo, the customer is super engaged. You understand their pain points way better as well. Understand the product market fit. So does the product fit their needs? And what we do is we don't sell everything at one go. We focus rather on the pain points that are really painful today. And then we develop a roadmap over a couple of years on how to address all these pain points as we go.
Well, this is definitely a new category for us. To be honest with you, I've never had someone talk about an HR onboarding, tracking, ever. This is a first for us. So I think you've got a unique in-class product. There might be other solutions out there that are obviously. Maybe go to an event like ATD. Matter of fact, that's where you should go. You should go to ATD to show this off. That's another big trade show, but very, very cool. PLUGHITZ.ai.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Cool.
Appreciate you having us on. Oh, that's cool. Because it's true. The paperwork drill and all that tracking can be a handful. I think I'm getting close to my endpoint here. Yeah, you never know that you're going to have HR challenges until you start running a company. And it's the positive and the negative stuff that has to be documented. Have they got anybody else down there waiting, or am I it? Is that my last? I got 5 minutes left before I'm going to get off here, folks. But I want to give you just a little information about me. Definitely check me out at geeknewscentral.com. I do a twice-weekly tech show. It's been going since October 2004. I'm fast approaching 20 years of podcasting. I'm in the Podcast Hall of Fame, and I run Blueberry Podcasting, a full-service podcast hosting company. They'll take care of all your needs to become a podcaster and to get online and get started. We won't record the audio for you, but we'll definitely help you in getting that content delivered wherever you want it to be syndicated. Again, we've been live and lit today on Podcasting 2.0 apps at podcastapps.com. Get over there and grab one of those. You can listen or watch this live event on those apps as well. You don't have to be on one of the major platforms we're streaming on today. Again, you can consume this content really right within a podcasting app. A traditional podcasting app that also allows you to listen to the on-demand content as well as switching into a live mode when we're live and lit like we are today. I'll be back with you tomorrow, but we've got another gentleman from the team coming on here in just a minute. He'll be with you for the next 2 hours of our coverage here at CES. We'll be here all week talking to cool companies like one we just talked to. But again, it's been my pleasure to be in the chair here 2 hours for you. We'll see you back tomorrow. I believe I will be on at this time tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So if you want to tune back in for me, you can do so. But watch the rest of our team members. Again, we'll have ongoing coverage starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning all the way through about 6 o'clock Pacific time. And we'll get the next gent in here. So if you want to flip us, Kirk, to the outro, we'll see you. We'll be right back.
Support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the continuing coverage here from the Tech Podcast Network at CES 2024 here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. I am Chris Jordan from the Curious Realm. I've been coming to CES here for quite a while. I mean, for work before it was covering things, and it is hands down the tech conference when it comes to, well, this year, AI, all kinds of stuff. I saw some amazing volumetric video out on the floor a while ago. Real-time 3D scanning, absolutely phenomenal. And that is exactly what this show is about, is continuing technologies, emerging technologies, what we can do to leverage those technologies in different industries, everything from home products to broadcast products to health products. So we have seen a panoply of things here today. I've been out walking the floor and just tons and tons of stuff coming up on the market. And when you start considering the way that these things are leveraged, especially when it comes to AI right now, that is the buzzword of this show, is artificial intelligence. Everything from artificial intelligent controlled lighting that picks up your cycles of lighting in your house and starts doing it automatically, to AI cameras and AI toys. It is absolutely phenomenal. So we'll be talking with all kinds of creators, all kinds of manufacturers today. Now, when it comes to technology, when it comes to the ways that we put technology into our life, it's a different world now than it was even 5 years ago. The world of AI has fully entered our lives now, and when you start considering the way that especially high technology, things like robotics are coming into homes to help elderly people. Robotics are coming into homes right now just for kitchen work, mixing drinks, things like that. Just all of a couple years ago, was the premiere of the robotic bartender for homes, which was a big hit. I know they're set up here again this year. So we have to start thinking about which products we bring into our life, which products we bring around our children, all kinds of things. Even today, I didn't bring it with me, and I should have. I found a fantastic math cube for children that goes through and basically teaches them speed math. Really incredible stuff, and once again leveraging the idea of AI and how your hands move to how problems are solved. and how you learn math. So really incredible things out there right now. Do we know when our first guests are coming up?
It looks like the next one is scheduled for 2:10.
All right, fantastic. So here in just a few minutes, we will have our first guest. And, you know, it's always fun coming here. It is a sensory overload walking around the place. There are just tons of booths set up. I have not been to Eureka Park downstairs yet. I spent most of the morning walking around up here, finding guests for the show. There were some really cool interactive toys for kids. All kinds of learning toys, things like that. But Eureka Park downstairs is really where you find a lot of the truly emerging technology. And I cannot wait to get down there and start exploring, see what it's all about. I know last year there were all kinds of interactive sound exhibits, all kinds of interactive video. And I can't wait to see how those things are coming about now, how we are actively starting to use them not only in everyday life but in the professional world. I myself am an audio video engineer, so I'm always interested in the way that these technologies, much like the volumetric video that I saw a while ago, can be used in a real-time environment. So many times when you're talking about volumetric video, image capturing, rendering environments, you're talking about sometimes a day or so worth of processing. Once you've gathered a wireframe, once you've actually gathered your data points, you then have to render those out, and to know that this company is working with video in real time, being able to stream it to devices with all of 2 cameras. If you use 3 cameras, you can get full 3-dimensional. But with 2 cameras, it's not like an animated avatar inside of a Zoom screen or inside of a virtual studio. It is an actual full real-time 3D rendering of the person themselves, of the product themselves. So when you're talking about virtual presentations, when you're talking about events like CES that are presented virtually, now you can start presenting those things in true virtual reality and not have animation involved, not have things look as though they are fake or rendered out, but much more in a realistic environment. And one of the ways that can be used is especially in the world of medicine. When it comes to empathy, we saw the world all of a couple years ago start using Zoom for all kinds of things. When originally it was just for a digital meeting for offices here and there, it suddenly became a classroom tool. It suddenly became a tool for therapists, doctors, doing online consultations. So the idea of being able to lift that person off of a 2D screen, being able to help build empathy between people, being able to, let's say, have a Syrian refugee actively in your house talking to you. That's a different realm of connection with humanity, and that is exactly what a lot of this stuff does. Whether you're talking robots for the elderly, robots for people in hospitals. I recently had a friend of mine who's a product tester who sent back a tiny robot that he'd had for about 2 years, and he was actually like, I'm sad to get rid of this thing. It's become like a small friend to me over the last couple of years. And there have been films written about it, all kinds of things. So technology has fully stepped into our life in these ways. And the ways that these things are normalized to us, the ways that these things are brought into our world every day is a different thing than what it used to be. We're looking at the fact of robotic animals now. Even when you're looking at the help dogs that are coming out from Boston Dynamics, things like that, and the ways that they can be used to help people with mobility issues. Absolutely phenomenal to see the way that these things are leveraged into modern products. And it all starts here. It all starts at places like this where makers get to meet other makers, where people get to walk around, see ideas. This is truly one of those events that if you have your product placed in the right spot, you can make or break a business. It's absolutely amazing. So looks like we have our first guest getting ready to come into the studio here in just a second. So now I'm at a loss for words because I've seen so much today, walking around and seeing all of the different products that are out right now. I went by the Neewer booth once again. I'm a live audio video engineer, and to see some of the products that are coming out at amazing price points for this industry, whether it's streaming, audio, video, content creation, what have you, there has been a leap in that. And even in the concept of AI being leveraged in that way, we're using an AI tracking camera here inside the studio to show you pan, tilt, zoom shots of the crowd outside, things like that. So AI tracking, facial tracking, biometric tracking, all of that stuff is what is going on at this conference. Those are the things that we are being shown in fantastic and new, amazing ways. So we've trying to see what our guest is pulling out there. I always love a good preview. So I'd like to thank the Tech Podcast Network for having me out again. It's always fantastic coming out here, covering these things, covering the world of technology that is out there, folks, bringing this amazing stuff to you. Lumos Tech will be our guest coming up here in just a second. We have them getting ready right now. So they are a pioneering force in the health technology industry, specializing in creating advanced sleep solutions. The Lumos Smart Sleep Mask uses light therapy to manage circadian rhythms, improving overall sleep quality, accompanied by a mobile app. Lumos provides personalized sleep plans and invaluable insights into individual sleep patterns. We will have with us in this segment Dr. Biquan Luo. She is CEO of Lumos Tech. This is some amazing technology. I myself use a lot of binaural beats for sleep and things like that. So welcome to the show, Doctor. How are you today? Thank you. Do we have... Well, there we go. All right. There we go.
Thank you.
Welcome
thanks
to
for
the
having
show.
me.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about your technology and what brought you to create this technology.
Yeah, for sure. So before we talk about the product, let's talk about the science first.
Sure.
Like you said, circadian clock. So that's the internal clock inside our body that dictates when you sleep and when you wake up. If you sleep at the time when your body's most intend to sleep, then your sleep will be good. But if you sleep at times when your body thinks that you shouldn't be sleeping, then your sleep is going to be problematic.
Sure.
So what we do is we use this light therapy based on Stanford research to show that you can use short light flashes to regulate human circadian clock. And that's the technology behind our product.
Interesting. Now, are you using brainwave patterns or anything like that to help change the way the brain actively perceives time? How is the flashing rate? Is it a binaural pattern or something like that actively changes your brainwave patterns and brings you to a point of sleep and relaxation?
So that's a great question. Instead of using brain waves, there is a small region that is like the size of a pea inside your brain that is called suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN. And that's the part that controls your circadian clock. And the light flashes activates the photosensitive receptors in your eyes, sends signal to this part, SCN, that changes your circadian rhythm, and therefore changes the perceived when you need to sleep or when you should be sleeping.
Sure. And a prime example of this, I lived in Maine for many years, and coming from Texas, never really heard of seasonal affective disorder. And the fact of, yes, places like Maine, even Portland, Seattle, where you live with clouds for most of the year, it actively starts affecting your sleep. It actively starts affecting your mood because even as we're children, that soft spot on our head is where we receive light into our brain. And, as we get older, we tend to cover that up with hats and all kinds of things. And our brain actively loses the cycle of natural light.
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, we have the eyes that perceive the light, so that's like the pathway to control your circadian rhythm.
Well, let's start getting into the mask itself and the implementation of it. How does it begin to learn your circadian rhythm to begin with?
So when users sign up, we have a series of questions to ask the users. So based on their answers, mostly their sleep schedules, and a number of other questions related to their biological profile. Based on that, we can profile the users of their what's the chronotype. The chronotype. So whether you're a natural night owl or you're a natural early bird. And then when you're about to use the mask, based on different use cases. For example, if you want to travel, we have a beat jet lag module. Or if you're a doctor or nurse that do night shift, then we have a night shift module for you.
Yeah.
And then if you're talking about the seasonal affective disorder, we have a module that helps you expose to morning light. So then you will use this select schedule from our app. There's a series of modules based on what you want to do.
That is awesome. And even adjust bedtime, rise and shine, you can change all of those things. I'm somebody who a couple times during the year works overnight, then swings to daytime shift.
Whoa, that's
and
hard.
that first day of gear change when you're like, hey, yeah, I'm used to going to bed at 2 a.m. And now you get off shift at 2 a.m. and it's like, well, I guess I'm waking up at 8 to be at work. That changes your clock, and it changes your clock for days sometimes. And what's funny is I've never really been one who's affected by jet lag when it comes to time change, but that affects me horrendously. Let's start seeing the mask and how it actively operates.
Yeah. So going back to your night shift comment, I just want to say, there was an ER doctor that once told me, doing night shift is like flying to China and come back the next day. It's brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why we created this night shift module to solve this problem. So how do you use it? So you will start with a night shift, and then it's going to walk you through what your night shift schedule is. Then as a user, you will use it 2 or 3 nights before the night shift, based on how many hours of night shift you're trying to do.
Okay.
So if you're doing an 8-hour flip, then it's going to take you 3 days of prep. So we're going to prepare your body 3 days ahead of you coming onto the night shift. Then you will use it before bed at your normal bedtime when you sleep at night.
Okay.
So there's 3 nights of prep before you get onto the night shift. You wear the mask throughout the night. After you fall asleep, the very low intensity, very brief light flashes is going to come on to help you trick your brain into thinking that you're slowly adjusting to your night schedule.
Interesting.
Then when your night shift starts, then you're going to be sharp and ready to go. We actually have clinical studies funded by the Department of Defense on night shift workers.
Wow.
And then we show that not only they're able to fall asleep faster and stay asleep, when you try to sleep during the day, during night shift, often you wake up earlier. So we have data showing that they sleep for longer, there's less awakening. And then when you get off night shift trying to recover, you also fall asleep faster.
Yeah.
And then you also, we observed that the participants also stay asleep and then have less awakening.
Incredible. And let's take a look at the mask real quick and some of the technology. Wow, that is incredibly light. Seems like it would be pretty comfortable on the face as well.
Yes, so this is the mask that my husband has been using it. He has been an avid user that he uses the light module to combat seasonal affective disorder. So he uses it every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what's the price point on this? And is it Apple and Android or Apple only? Or?
Right now is Apple only.
Okay.
It's being sold at $298.
All right.
So you get the mask and you get the companion app that has all the 6 modules.
Incredible.
And then where it keep continuing developing new modules to combat different type of sleep disorders.
Awesome. That is incredible. Well, thank you so much for the time. I greatly appreciate you coming by. Look over here at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to find their copy of the Lumos Tech mask.
Just go onto our website, www.lumos.tech. You can order the mask. We're going to have our second generation released pretty soon, too.
Awesome. Well, it's a beautiful product, amazing, and something that is horribly necessary out there in the world. So many people have interrupted sleep cycles. So many people do not, myself included, do not rest well at night. So that's something that I will definitely be looking into. Thank you so much for your time. Greatly appreciate it. Lumos Tech, everybody. Stop on by and check them out. You know, once again, I have dealt with sleep disorders and used binaural beat frequencies, things like that, to help lull myself to sleep and help get myself into a pattern of sleep. If you're somebody who is a programmer, things like that, I've said for years, I get my best work done between like 11 and 3 in the morning. There's just this weird lubrication in my brain where things just flow and move. And when you know that you have big coding things come up, when you know that you have big projects coming up and that you're going to be flexing those peak times of your brain, you could literally be using that to program yourself to have a better workday during your overnight shift, to be more alert while you are editing, things like that. So absolutely awesome. And once again, just a sample of some of the awesome technology that we see here that it deals with the healthcare marketplace, deals with the ways in which we can leverage technology to better our everyday life. Because once again, we live in an overstimulated society. We live in a society that is constantly looking for that, I guess really that next cooling point, that cooling threshold that we have where we're looking for stimulation, where if you click the mouse and the things don't happen in 2 or 3 seconds, you're slamming the mouse on the table. We're a very overactive world right now. And to know that there are technologies like Lumos Tech out there putting on amazing technology like that helps you quite literally reprogram the way that your brain works. Your brain is a fantastic, fantastic tissue inside of your body. And not only that, a muscle that you can flex and program the same way you can build your biceps to lift things more. We have another guest coming up. Oh, fantastic. Always love guests here on the show. It's great. It's fantastic. We've got one getting prepped downstairs right now. I'd like to thank Scott Ertz for this amazing system that he has put together here, because this speaker-ready system is absolutely awesome. It gives us all of the data for guests that are coming up, everything else. It's absolutely fantastic. So kudos to you, Scott, on the incredible build. Let's see. We should be getting our guest info up on screen here in just a second. And let's see. iLoom is who we are having. Pet health startup iLoom has launched its first of its kind smart food bowl and tracker suite, the personalized pet health system to help pet parents optimize nutrition and better understand their dogs to help them live happier, healthier, longer lives. The personalized pet health system will be available for purchase on January 10th after its official launch right here at CES 2024. We will be chatting with Greg Silbury, the founder and CEO, here in just a moment. Once again, this is just another incredible example, folks, of how AI is being leveraged into everything in our lives right now. And, despite what you may think about AI, I know you may be thinking Skynet, things like that. AI is all about machine learning and how we can have machines not only learn our patterns, but us learn the machine patterns so that we can learn from each other and better things entirely throughout industries. So our guest in this segment is Craig Silbury. He is the founder and CEO of Illume, is that correct?
Illume, whatever you want to call it.
Well, let's get into this because it's a really interesting way to actively utilize AI to help you understand your dog better.
Correct. So I'll give you a little bit of background.
Please.
So I had a background in a human microbiome company, which was relatively successful. I sold that in 2018 and I retired. I got bored. And I love dogs, so I started to talk to animal scientists about the best types of foods for dogs to start with. But these animal scientists, a couple of them gave me some really interesting insights. One, have you got a dog?
I do not.
Okay.
I have many dogs in my family, though.
So dogs, when they're puppies, they're born into a litter. You can get 2 dogs from the same litter, same sex, same parents, obviously, same age, same breed, same food growing up in same environment, yet as adults, their daily calorific requirements can vary by 40%.
Wow.
So the way it was put to me was some dogs like to sit and watch the world go by, and other dogs will chase butterflies around all day. So if you also then consider over half of early adult dogs are overweight or obese, and veterinary associations around the world list obesity as the leading cause of preventable death in dogs.
Oh, wow.
So we overfeed our dogs. So I thought it's 21st century, we're all wearing smartwatches. There has to be a technological solution to this. So essentially that's what we've developed.
Okay, and exactly how does the technology work?
So we've developed a tracker that recognizes different types of motions. So every single motion from a dog dreaming to walking, chasing a ball, scratching, any of that sort of motion we identify, and we also identify the intensity of that motion. From that we can then build a calorific expenditure number that your dog has actually exerted, and you put your food into an app, and then this bowl knows automatically how much food needs to go in for breakfast and for dinner.
And it just tells you on your app like 1 cup of kibble?
No, it's an automatic bowl. It knows how much. It's got scales in there, so you actually just turn it on. It says, then it's got rings that light up, and you start putting food in, and you put food in until the ring's complete, and if you put too much food in, you take it out. So you don't need to open an app. It's just automatically knows you're going to be feeding your dog. And the way it works is it actually starts to predict patterns of your dog's behavior. So we know that it's not the same every day. We know that on the weekend dogs get a lot more exercise. Their calorific requirement might increase by 30%. We predict that. We also know that when it rains, dogs don't tend to get taken for walks. So we're constantly adjusting the bowl. So the bowl in the morning will give a prediction of your dog's activity for the day. But if you don't actually give it that exercise, it will actually take it out of the evening meal. So your dog every day gets the perfect amount of food.
Wow, that is incredible. And how exactly does the tracking fob work?
So
I don't want you to get too proprietary.
No, that's right. We have to be a little bit careful. But it sits on a dog's collar.
Okay.
Lasts about anywhere between 14 and 28 days. It's actually recognizing different types of motions that your dog does, like chasing a ball, for example, or wrestling or scratching. And it's interpreting that, sends that up into the cloud, comes back down, understands the patterns of your dog in the past, and actually builds a picture of your dog's perfect nutrition profile for that day. So it works in that way. But then it's also working in the background on a whole host of health-related, monitoring. So I have an epileptic dog.
Okay.
And for me, I'm not there with my dog all the time. So I want to know, is seizures, is he having seizures? Are they becoming more frequent? Are they becoming more intense? Because
absolutely.
That type of information I need to be giving to my vet so that we can adjust medication.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if it now, are you looking into blood glucose monitoring, anything like that for diabetic dogs, that kind of stuff?
Not quite, but I can generate. So things we have functionality already. So if your dog starts to sleep more than it normally does, that might indicate that it has a sickness or there's something to look there. We also track how much food has been eaten and also how quickly that food has been eaten. So we can actually potentially early identify if your dog has a cavity or has some sort of a dental or oral health issue. So again, your dog might also start scratching more than it did before. So it might indicate something there that's something's amiss. So there's a whole host of these other, I guess, behaviors that our dogs exhibit that this essentially gives your dog a bit of a voice, and it gives you an early indication to a problem, ideally so that you can get it fixed up before it becomes a real issue.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. Now, what kind of price point are you looking at this device?
Yeah, so in the US, it's anywhere between $250. We have a $250 early bird special, $300. Interesting what we've worked out. So we know that generally people overfeed their dog.
So about the cost of an average pet visit to the vet.
To the vet. So hopefully the point is it reduces those visits. But we've actually worked out that an average dog is actually eating too much food. And based on one of the leading brands, we worked out a savings of about $10 a month by feeding the right amount of food on a daily basis.
That is remarkable. Now, are you looking at scaling this up? Are you looking at other markets for it?
Absolutely. So we're an Australian company. It was developed in Australia for Australian dogs. There's around 8 million dogs in Australia, and our purpose is to get this on as many dogs as we can. We know that when overweight dogs, there's been quite recent trials done on this, overweight dogs reduce their weight by 10% versus a control. The dogs that have lost weight last on average 3 years longer.
Wow.
Alive, living with us, enjoying our company together. So this is really about getting as many this tracker on as many collars as possible and as many dogs benefiting from it as possible.
That is awesome. Now, where can everybody go to get their Illuma?
Yeah, so weareillume.com is our website. We're in the US. We're at CES right now, looking for a commercial partner for North America. So hopefully later this year you'll be able to find it on a shelf somewhere or on Amazon or another one of the large e-tailers here.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Craig. I greatly appreciate it. It's an amazing product, really, and something that if you're a pet owner out there, absolutely essential, because once again, we tend to forget those things. Many times we just throw a few scoops of food in the bowl and walk out to work.
Absolutely. So I think if you want your dog to enjoy that company together, that bond, that time together, I think the best thing you can do is maintain a healthy weight.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Once again, just one of the many ways that we are leveraging these amazing technologies into everyday life, and even to helping it help our furry friends, who are our companions in life. It's important to take care of them, and it's important to make sure that they are getting the dietetic needs that they have. So our guest next is Myro. Myro tablet is an easy to connect to the Concept 2 and synchronizes with its PMS monitor. On-demand classes from experts, rowing instructors, which among others include 2024 Olympic rowing hopefuls and Shane Farmer, founder of Dark Horse Rowing, a leading provider of indoor rowing education and master instructor for Concept 2. In addition, Tom Miazga, a former U.S. Paralympic swimmer and member of the 2008 Beijing Olympic team, leads the adaptive workouts. And John Breen, former assistant coach of the University of Pennsylvania women's rowing team, leads neurocognitive disorder and neurodegenerative workouts, which include workouts for those with spectrum disorders. Welcome to the show, Gary Simpson, CEO and founder of Myro. How are you doing today?
Thank you. Thanks. Nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Now, let's get into Myro real quick and exactly what Myro is all about.
Okay, so Myro is all about when I was rowing on my Concept 2 machine during the pandemic, a lot more than I was before, kind of stuck at home. And I also have a connected fitness bike, which was really engaging and fun. And the Concept 2 has a little 4-inch by 4-inch monitor, which I found to be pretty boring, not a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I searched around for apps to see if I could make it more fun. And there were a few things out there, but nothing that gave me the fully integrated experience as you can with a connected fitness bike, for example. And I thought, hey, there's a need here. Why isn't there something like this? This should exist, and it doesn't. So I looked around some more and found out, nothing like that existed. I could go out and buy a new Connected Fitness rowing machine, but I had a beautiful, I think the best rowing machine in the world right in front of me, the Concept 2. Why should I give that up? And I decided to go on this journey of building it myself, basically an add-on product to the Concept 2 rowing machine. So it's a tablet, 22-inch tablet, with all the content and all the features that you would expect in a Connected Fitness machine. So it transforms the Concept 2 rowing machine into a Connected Fitness rowing machine.
Wow. Wow, incredible. And let's start getting into the technology of the connection and exactly why the need for connection.
Well, so what we do is there's it's called the PM5. It's a little monitor that comes, it's a monochromatic monitor, 4-inch by 4-inch, that comes with a Concept 2. We use that as a sensor. So we just take a USB cable, we plug it into the back of the PM5, we connect that to our tablet. We get then all the data from the Concept 2. We display it in a much more engaging way, more intuitive way, and all in one place instead of having to kind of push a lot of buttons on the PM5 monitor. And so we can display, and then of course we record all the workout history, look at all the stats, real-time kind of analytics. So a lot of your performance data we can display in a much more, I think, meaningful, useful way to people at home who want to get a great workout from the Concept 2.
Wow. And, especially whenever you're talking about full training, professional training, things like that, to be able to get those kind of metrics, stroke metrics, things like that, that's what helps you hone your game. That's what helps you actively improve as a rower.
Well, it's that, and also, the thing about rowing is that it's a learned technique. It's not like jumping on a bicycle and just pedaling, right? It's really a learned technique. And what I found for myself, and many others I think feel the same way, is that when you're following an instructor along, when you're watching an instructor and you're following along with their stroke rate and mimicking their form, mimicking their movement, you learn a lot. You're just via osmosis. You're picking up a lot of cues. Even though they're talking through the workout as well, you can follow when you should be extending your legs, when you should be pulling your hands in, how far back you should lean back and lean forward. So all those things kind of come to you as you're rowing along with an instructor, as well as, of course, the audio cues that they're giving you during the workout. And we also have some form guidance stuff as well, like the force curve. So we I think there's a lot of good features about following along. Now, if you're already an experienced rower, you just want to work out without a video workout, we have a lot of other options in the application that allows that.
Sure, and once again, the idea of professional rowing, competitive rowing, all of that data set is what helps give you the competitive edge.
That's correct. That's right.
So what kind of price point are you looking at for the Myro right now?
So the tablet with the mounting arm sells for $499.
Okay.
And then it's a monthly subscription of $29.99.
And how many courses do you have on there? How many options are existent on the product as it exists right now?
So we're launching with about 85 video workouts.
Wow.
There'll be a couple of hundred preset workouts, and then you can create your own workouts. There are also group rows. You can row with your friends who also have the tablet, and you can. We have training plans also. So, and we'll be adding more video workouts as we go. But that's at launch. And we're starting taking orders in February, and we'll be delivering product to customers mid to late April.
So especially in the rowing with your friends, I assume the fact that it's you're rowing together via internet connection, something like that.
That is correct. That's right. So you can see their stats, you can see their metrics. If you want to race them or whatever, you can see what they're doing on the screen.
Wow.
So you can set up a group row at your date and time of choosing.
That's pretty incredible, because at that point you could be having rowing year round. You could have your sculling team practicing in the middle of 2 inches of ice winter.
That's right.
And still be able to get metric data on each individual person instead of putting them in a lab with biometric trackers.
That's
all
right.
kinds of stuff.
And a coach could also deliver a particular workout via the create your own workout, custom workout, and or you can share those workouts with your friends for later on if you don't want to do a group row. Hey, say, look, I have this great workout. Try this out, and you can share a workout with a friend.
Yeah. Wow, that is really cool. So,
thank you.
Where can everybody go to sign up for Myro? Where can they go to get their tablet to add to their rowing machine?
Well, thanks for asking. So you can go to myrow.com. It's myrow.com, and you can sign up now to be on our mailing list. And then we're not taking orders yet, as I said, but we will be taking orders end of February. But go to myro.com and you can sign up for the list.
Awesome. Do you have a firm release date yet?
Firm release date, as soon as we get the product in. It depends a bit on the boat, that comes overseas. But we're pretty confident we'll be able to deliver product to customers, mid to late April, roughly around that time. So we're getting close.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate the time that you've taken with me. So appreciate it.
Absolutely. And once again, folks, stop on by myro.com to check out your version of Myro. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Man, just thinking about the fact, especially knowing people that were on crewing team, middle of winter in Maine, you could be practicing crewing with your team, not just practicing rowing at home on your own. That is pretty incredible. Our next guest is Invoxia. Clement Moreau is CEO, is our guest. Founded in 2010, Invoxia is a French company which offices in France, the United States, and China, developing and commercializing a range of consumer and professional trackers for monitoring vehicles, people, pets, and valuables that can get lost or stolen. Invoxia has a solid track record in the pet wearable sector thanks to its pet tracker launched in 2018. Over the last 4 years, it has analyzed several million days of pet activity. In the U.S. and Europe, Invoxia's trackers are the best-selling standalone GPS trackers, having helped retrieve several thousand stolen vehicles. Welcome, Clement Moreau. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. What about you?
Oh, doing great. Welcome to the show. Let's get into Invoxia here and what it's all about.
So here we are to announce and introduce this device, which is the third generation of our pet trackers. So as you stated before, we are a tracker company for a couple of years, and we are also really specialized in AI. So we improved the tracking system by including a lot of AI inside the device, in the cloud, but also in the application.
Okay. And now the device itself, pretty small, pretty lightweight, designed to go on a pet collar.
Yeah, exactly. So we for this generation, we took the choice to have a standalone device that you can attach to any type of collar. The previous one was a big collar, and this one we can attach to any type of collar. It's a miniaturized version, so it's quite small, 35 gram for those who care, and you can attach it to any type of dog today. Even a small dog like 3 or 4 kilogram, you can attach the collar to.
Wow. And what is the battery life like? What's the recharge cycle on it?
It's a minimum 2 weeks, maximum like 1 month, 1 month and a half, depending on the type of activity that your dog will take.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you're out...
If you keep moving, if you keep running, battery is like 2 weeks.
Okay. And now you also make trackers for other services as well, cars, all kinds of things.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we have like 400,000 trackers on field now.
Wow.
To track a lot of motorbikes, cars, bikes, even some people like children or elderly people.
Sure, absolutely. Now, what is the range on this tracker? I know many things are... for instance, air tags, things like that, have some limitations to the distance and tracking themselves.
It's completely different. So AirTag is based on Bluetooth. Those trackers are based on GPS, which means there is a GPS inside and there is a GSM chip also.
Okay.
So the GSM chip will use a 4G network to communicate with our cloud. So it will work countrywide, I would say.
Wow.
And even worldwide, as we have today 40 different countries where the system will work.
Wow.
So even if you buy it from here, you can travel to Europe and you will be able to follow your pets.
That was my next question, was, is it country specific or anything like that, locked down by a region?
Roaming is inside. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have to have any kind of specific software, app, anything like that to integrate with the device itself?
Yes, of course. We have our specific app that you can install on your iPhone or Android phone. and it will enable you to really track the health of your pet, not only the location but also activity and health of the pet. You would see on the app some metrics like heart rate, breath rate. You will see if the dog has some specific disease like AFib. So we do a lot of disease detection, and that's very important for dog owners, dog parents, who of course want their dog to be as healthy as possible, as happy as possible. We also track the activity level. What does it mean? It means that we are able to tell you that your dog walked like 1 hour this day and 2 hours tomorrow, and that's very important because of course each dog has an activity level that you have to respect if you want your dog to be really happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been an apartment dweller most of my life. That's one of the many reasons I've never had dogs. Is I always felt bad just leaving them locked in an apartment all day.
And then we have a barking detection program. If you leave your dog inside your apartment, we will be able to tell you that your dog has been barking like 5 minutes this day, or maybe 1 hour.
Oh, wow! And is that all alertable via the app?
Yeah,
everything else.
You get alerts. You get every metrics in the app, and then you can finally know what your dog thinks about you.
Wow. Well, hopefully that's good. Now, what kind of price point are you looking at on this device?
So the Minitails is available right now. So we can buy it from Invoxia.com, our website, or Amazon.com, or a couple of retailers. And it's available at $99 retail price.
Okay.
And it comes also with subscription of $8.5 per month.
Okay. And are you looking at any other markets for it? You know, any other pets other than dogs? Maybe the elderly market, things like that?
We will introduce for cats in the coming year.
Okay.
Cats are a little bit different. They have different habits, so we need to address it separately. And because it's based on AI, we need to have a lot of data points to train our algorithm.
Absolutely.
It took us like 12 months to train the algorithm that are inside.
Oh, man. And how many, just as an example, how many dogs worth of data set did that take?
Well, it depends. For heart rate, for example, we did a study, very, very thorough study on more than 200 dogs, where we understand that our data extraction system is accurate at 97%. Which means that if we compare the data that we extract from the data that the vet could check, we have a 97% accuracy rate, which is quite good.
Well, and you know, much like any Fitbit or anything like that, is there to help us realize when for instance, when COVID hit, I stopped wearing my smartwatch because I work events like this for a living, and frequently I'm picking up a good 8 miles before lunch, you know, walking around convention centers. Like, pick it up, you know, start walking. It's like, leave me alone. I'm sorry I'm not walking 10 miles before lunch today, you know. But knowing those things helps you with your health, and knowing those things about your dog as well helps know how to keep your animal healthier, helps know how to keep your animal happier.
And it helps also dog owners to be reassured that their dog is okay.
Absolutely.
We have some customers, some clients that have some very difficult dog with behavioral problem or heart failure problem, and for those people it's very difficult to leave home.
Yeah.
And because of this device, they can finally get out of home again.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Clement, for coming on, discussing this amazing product. Let everybody know where they can go to get their Invoxia for their dogs today.
So let's just go to the website invoxia.com, and that's where you can find your device.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Have a great CES.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Man, incredible technology. Once again, leveraging the use of AI and cloud technology to be able to gather data in real time about your animals, and to know that they are looking at other markets for this, to know that once again technology like this can be leveraged in the human market as well, in health products, all kinds of things. Even the idea, once again, of being able to practice fitness activities with other people via distance. Over the last few years, things like Peloton and stuff like that, where you have memberships online for working out, have become incredibly, incredibly popular. And to know that you can customize those things, to know that you can actively start getting biometric data outside of a lab and improve yourself, improve your own workout, is pretty incredible. And that once again, the whole idea behind AI, artificial intelligence, the idea of having a product actively learn the user so that it becomes not only more efficient to use, but more of a regular everyday use inside of things. I see them getting our next guest ready right now. We should be bringing their info up on the screen here in just a second. Make sure to stop on by the Tech Podcast Network, everybody. Tons of great content there. Everything from PLUGHITZ Live, everything from Todd Cochran and Geek News Central. Our guest in this segment is Michael Kadoshian, CEO and founder of Abeye. LexaLens looks like an ordinary eyewear with embedded electronics and battery. These control the active filters that enable a smoother reading with less effort. LexaLens filters out the parasite images and instantly makes the reading easier. While doing so, the cognitive load once allocated to deciphering is now allocated back to comprehension. So welcome to the show. Michael, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. Great.
Let's get into your product here. As you can tell, I'm a glasses wearer, and I have an issue reading things at a distance, even with my glasses. So
these glasses, they look like an eyewear. They contain electronics and a battery, and these pilot the active lenses that act.
There you go.
Yes, the active lenses that act upon the brain vision, not the sight. I mean, we're making a big difference here between the sight, like your glasses, that's correct, and the vision that happens in the brain. These glasses, although they look like spectacles, they actually act upon the brain. We tune the way the brain works and to interpret the signals sent by the eyes to create the vision like the interpretation of the environment. Yeah, and this is also and this image is then fed to all cognitive tasks in the brain, including the reading.
Wow.
In 2017, there has been a scientific discovery, an academic by university, and they highlighted how the vision mechanisms. And since then, we've been working with them 3 years of R&D to design these glasses to somehow reverse engineer or leverage their discovery to make the reading fluent for dyslexic people. In 2020, we came to the CES, we got an award with these glasses.
So these glasses actively help fix things like dyslexia.
Yes.
What about issues such as color blindness, things like that?
Not at all.
Not yet?
Not at all. Not at all. It's really what they discovered is that when dyslexic people read, there is in the vision mechanisms there are some parasite images that crowd. You know, it's called internal crowding. That the vision is crowded. And these glasses erase the crowding. So suddenly, instantly, like this, you erase the crowding and you can see all things crisp, clear, all the letters are well detached, so you can read more easily. And not only can you read more easily, but also you understand as you read. So it's double benefits.
Wow. Now, let's get into the technology itself and how it actively works. I mean, without getting too proprietary, of course.
Yeah. The electronics, it contains electronics and a battery, and these pilots will run these active lenses. these active lenses hash the light. It hashes the light to with a certain parameters, certain settings that are tuned to your own body.
Okay.
Like the first time you use it, you calibrate it with a smartphone.
Okay.
The settings are stored, saved in the spectacles, and then afterwards it hashes the light to your condition, and then you can.
And is it just active filters inside of the glasses?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes, the active filters are here. And in 2020, we got an award for this. And this year, we're back with this technology integrated into a computer screen.
Wow.
A monitor. So you have this monitor that you can read, like it's dyslexic friendly.
So you don't even need glasses for it?
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So
that is incredible.
From a distance, you can read it. And this morning, we had several gentlemen coming to our booth and saying, that's weird. I can read, usually I can't.
Yeah.
Now I can.
Yeah, because there's a lot of assumption on the part of a dyslexic person as to what a word actually is.
Yes.
And to have that cleared up is remarkable, especially due to the fact that every dyslexic person is slightly different.
It is indeed. But what we discovered is that all these specificities have a common root cause.
Okay.
And this is typically this root cause that we are solving.
Okay.
Like erasing the internal crowding that parasites that parasites the image, the vision. If the image, the vision is noisy, all the cognitive tasks that are downstream get an input that is noisy, and therefore it's complicated.
Yeah.
It consumes a lot of energy, it is complicated, and you can't do multitasking.
Mm-hmm.
This is why dyslexic people can't read and understand at the same time.
Yes.
Because deciphering is...
It's a different part of the brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's very, very akin to my wife, for instance, has mondograins. And she just hears some things differently than other people.
Yes.
Some words get slurred together. Some consonants get slurred together. Things like that. And, sometimes it's a little humorous what she mishears. But it's literally the fact that her brain is just mashing things together. You know, and dyslexia is very much the same way, just within the visual cortex.
Exactly.
So, how are you actively? And once again, I don't want you to get too proprietary, but this is incredibly small for the technology that it is. It's literally as light as the glasses I'm wearing right now.
35 grams. Yeah.
Wow. And how do you begin adjusting the glasses to the individual wearer?
So this is available in 3 sizes.
Okay.
First of all, that is small for kids,
sure.
medium and large. And at first use, you can connect it via Bluetooth to a smartphone with a dedicated app to tune the settings. This is very easy, takes 5 minutes. You just look at the paper, you correct, you answer several questions and choose some values.
Okay.
And you, by yourself, you know instantly which one corresponds to yourself.
And is it like a chart that y'all send of known things that, No,
it's like, when you go to your optometrist, eye doctor.
Yeah.
You say, can you read? Is it better this one? Yeah, this one. Oh, this one is good.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
End of story. It's as simple as this.
Wow.
So once you have selected your correct settings, these are stored in the glasses and you don't need your smartphone anymore.
So literally it's so easy a kid can use it.
Of course.
Wow.
And we made it so that also the kids, when they go to school, they don't have to take their smartphone with them.
Absolutely.
We focused, the first product we issued was for kids, because when you're a kid, it's double penalty.
Oh, absolutely. And I had a lot of friends in school that were in resource classes that, were dyslexic, things like that. And it can sadly become a big point of shame for people. They don't want to share it. They can start falling behind in school, things like that. It can have all kinds of effects when really with some work and learning the way that your brain learns and adapting it with things like this, you can do amazing things. What is the price point on this? Is it publicly available yet?
This is publicly available, yes.
Wow.
And it's the price point for this is $590.
And do y'all have a pilot program for schools or anything like that?
Well,
if there are, special ed classes out there that can get a hold of these?
Yes, well, we are building it. We are, we are a startup, and we are looking for partners. We're looking for distributors. We are looking for so many things.
This is absolutely incredible, man. So awesome to see folks like you out there developing things like this for such a literally common issue that has always been just like, well, I guess, that's just what it is, and you've got to learn to deal with it. You've got to learn the way that your brain recognizes different things and what it actually substituting for.
True.
So
during the CES, we have this special offer, 20% off on all product on lexilens.com, and also to be fully honest, we offer a 30-day money-back guaranteed.
Wow.
So if you have a dyslexic child, you can order online with 20% off, and you have 30 days to make your mind.
I can't imagine that you have too many of them coming back to you.
Hopefully. No.
I can't see how you would have too many of these coming back to you. I'm sure that the response has been more than amazing. So
we have very positive feedback. Currently, we have more than 5,000 users across 36 countries.
Wow.
92% satisfaction.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Let everybody know where they can go to get their version of this.
Lexilens.com. So Lexilens, Lexilens.com.
All right. Fantastic. Michael, thank you so much for the time. Incredible product, man. And such an amazing use. Once again, absolutely incredible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Lexilens.com, everybody. Stop on by and check that out. Once again, I had tons of friends in resource programs in school who, whenever it came time for English class, were segregated. Were taken to a special classroom to have training done, to have exercises given to them and coping mechanisms for dyslexia, things like that, and to know that LexiLens is out there right now, publicly available, is incredible. Once again, another great way that AI is being leveraged in new ways to help us in all kinds of ways with our health, with new burgeoning technologies, and to see that this is out there, this is actively available on the market is really cool. Lexilens.com, everybody. We have a few minutes, I think, before our next guest pops in. Excuse me real quick, folks. Vegas, very dry here. But CES is always fun. It's always amazing. Once again, it is a mental overload of information and product here. When you start looking at the veritable panoply of things that are out here that are AI-driven, everything from AI lighting to AI glasses that help dyslexic people read, AI dog bowls that help you give the proper dietetic needs to your animal on the daily. It's pretty remarkable. And I know most people immediately, whenever they hear AI, artificial intelligence, begin thinking Skynet, all kinds of things. For me, it's the fact of AI is there to learn. Right now, most AIs, especially the text-driven AIs, things like that, are still contextually learning. They're still very much in the early stages of things and are trying to learn what the context of things are. I have a few things that I've written with ChatGPT, stuff like that, and though it is accurate, there's very much the same filtering issues that we as humans have. There are biases there. They tend to lean toward what's out on the internet more, whether it's true or not, because that is the data field that they're collecting from. And when you start considering that, that's good things and bad things, you know. I mean, the idea that AI right now is as intelligent as the average person reading the internet, I guess could be taken as a good thing or a bad thing, depending on the person reading the internet. One of the examples that I give regularly is Tay, the AI that Microsoft released into the wild in, I believe it was 2017 now, that they put Tay on Twitter. Tay had the intelligence of, you know, a late elementary school kid, early teenager, and within hours, they shut Tay down. Tay became very, very opinionated toward unkind things in society, mainly because it was picking all of its data from Twitter and from very specific feeds. And it gives a really good example of when you're being fed a very specific data set, how your data comes out a very certain way. You know, the wider that data set is, it doesn't. The difference is whether or not the AI can negotiate the data and make actual sense of it, make logical sense of it. It's great to be able to get all of the data, but calling the data is what AI is for. The prime example would be crime cases, things like that. When you're looking at crime statistics, when you're looking at serial murders across the country, you could be using AI to call that data together and find similarities between things to find perpetrators faster, things like that. Very almost in the way that, not in the creepy way that Minority Report does in the movies, where it's future predictive of crime. But there are numerous systems out there right now that call that data together, that bring data together from traffic cams, things like that, and do give crime statistics across cities and show where crime is more rampant, show where those things are building up. So AI is useful in numerous ways. I am one of those that firmly believes the fact that as it is being created, we are building the structure of it, you know, and building those rules of regulation with it, hand in hand, because I don't see AI necessarily as going awry. I guess I don't have that apocalyptic sight, so to speak, when it comes to it, but it is definitely a question that we have to ponder, and there's a reason why there are numerous agencies looking at such things, specifically DARPA. I mean, even the UN put things out regarding AI and drones, things like that. So this AI, this software learning concept is out there all over the place, is being used in handheld drone technology, is being used even in camera technology that we have, AI tracking cameras, things like that. Once again, we have an AI tracking camera set up right over here that if it was focused in on me and I gave it a hand gesture, it would follow me all day, keeping the proper headroom, all kinds of things, despite the subjects walking between camera, things like that. Those are entirely useful plus side things to this technology. So our next guest is hopping in seat right now. Let's see if we can bring our data up on screen. All right. I'm sure it will be coming up here in just a second. Do we have the guest information for the screen?
It should be coming up. I have it started.
Okay. I don't see it on there yet. Here we go. Hot dog. Ruben Burden from StackSync. How are you doing today?
Doing good. You know, a lot of traction, everything going on, so super perfect.
Well, tell us a little bit about StackSync and what you guys are all about.
So StackSync is very simple. So we connect with real-time and two-way sync, CRMs and databases. So basically today, developers to integrate your CRM and basically get some data to your business teams, they have to do a lot of code and month of work. And this is very time-consuming and very expensive. StackSync today brings this at a whole different level. With no code, and in 5 minutes, we can get your CRM connected, and basically you can bring any kind of data from your database to your CRM, and vice versa, and basically maintain the two tools connected all the time.
Wow. Now, how do you go about connecting those things and making sure that the information is shared properly amongst that, especially without code?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, setup is no code, but then like everything we do on our side basically is that we wrap all this complexity into something which is just delivering robust data to you. And eventually today, data robustness is a big problem in CRM because like it's very complex to achieve like a proper workflows, and StackSync removes all of this to you. So today you have, let's say, a real-time and two-way sync, which is established, and let's say if you make some unauthorized modification on one of the sides, we're going to have an issues table where we flag all the issues to you, and with a click of a button you can resolve them, and then you don't have to go and find them, and find this issue into your database or into your CRM manually. So wasting hours of work, and everything is put in front of you, and that's really the revolution.
Yeah, well, I mean, granted, I only do WordPress coding and very light WordPress coding, but when you start getting into databases, when you start getting into that actual code and parsing through it, and it's a language in and of itself, and yes, trying to track things down inside of there that are an error can take hours sometimes when you're just scrolling through pages and pages and pages of code.
100%. And the beautiful things, and the beautiful thing is that StackSync, just doesn't work, for like small data sets. It would at scale. So if you have millions of billions of records, you have like a massive Salesforce instance, for example, then like this is going to work seamlessly, and like you're going to be able to set it up like on the same exact manner as a small bootstrap startup would do.
Wow. Now, what is the use case for StackSync? What kind of companies are using it presently?
Absolutely. So most of our customer persona basically is for companies between 30 and 250 employees, which have an active sales force, basically an active sales team, which actually uses a CRM and which would actually benefit from having real-time data. For example, let's say if you are a B2B SaaS company, you are a SaaS product, you want to see how many times a user connected to your platform in the last day, in the last 24 hours, if there were any issues in the usage, did they abandon the cart or whatever, right? And all of this can be shipped real time, and you can engage with your customers within your CRM, so within your marketing platform, straight ahead, and you don't need to have any other data sources.
Wow. And yeah, especially if the AI is going through and culling the data as far as like what your customer is looking at on the database, things like that. You can cut down Salesforce time in chunks at that point, but when you're talking about specific products, things like that. To know that that's exactly what they're looking for, you don't have to advertise much else other than that and the options of that to them.
Absolutely, and like the second use case that you mentioned, with the rise of AI, right? It's very easy, right? Like in the database, you have like tons of data, and like this data can be also unstructured, and you have many data points. So what you can do is, so we have some users, some customers, which actually take all of this data, input it into ChatGPT, they write this back into the database, and just by writing into a database, reading and writing data into the database, they can ship all of these AI data processed insights to their CRM, still without touching the API at any point in time.
Wow!
And that's really what we're bringing. So now you can do, as of just shipping like real-time raw metrics, computing metrics, AI basically data process with AI, and you can ship it back just with the write of it into a database. And that's really the thing, because right now, like if you have to integrate your CRM, you have to develop a lot of code, and these workflows get very complex. Yeah. StackSync instead, like just tells you can connect with real-time and two-way sync your CRM and database, and with two-way sync, we turn your database into a read and write interface.
Oh,
and
wow.
this right interface, this is what makes a difference, right? It is two-way sync. And because it's real time, then we can also have a much better management of issues, of data issues which happen in the meantime.
Yeah.
And that's why StackSync is such a product. And today we are the only one to actually offer that. It's pretty crazy to think about that. And yeah, this is gonna. We have cut down more than 90% the budget and time of our customers to integrate with Salesforce, HubSpot, Microsoft Dynamics, and all that. And actually, we don't only serve databases. Today, StackSync works with Salesforce, HubSpot, Microsoft Dynamics, SAP, and other softwares. But but on the database side, it's not only Postgres. It's also Snowflake, BigQuery, Databricks, and more.
Man, and when you're talking especially about international shipping, things like that, keeping track of mass numbers of objects at the same time, this is a huge help, especially with SAP integration, Salesforce integration, things like that, to have real-time metrics on what you have in stock.
Exactly.
Is phenomenal.
I mean, like, if you have a small data set, it's not that hard. But like, if you have a big data set, like a lot of customers, you have like millions of records, like millions of customers, like actually our customers have like millions of contacts. Like, if you want to keep this data in real time, it means that you have to do like a lot of updates. And this, the problem with that is that your API is gonna tell you that you are going over the limit of API rate limits.
Yeah.
And StackSync instead not only does real-time sync, but also this real-time batching, meaning that if you make like many single modifications to your database, StackSync is gonna be able to batch like all these changes in real time, and basically make only a few API calls to your CRM, and therefore you're gonna be able to modify much more data, still consuming less API credits. And this, you touch the third use case of StackSync, like reducing your API costs. Because like it's just like so much more efficient than just doing like in-house API integration.
Wow. And what kind of implementation time are you looking at once somebody joins into StackSync? How long before they are up and running with the platform and getting metrics?
Absolutely. So the StackSync integration process can go from 2 minutes to like 15 minutes. So then this is how we get the sync running between your CRM and your database. But then like which metrics and what do you ship between your, so how do you consume and read data between your database and your product, or your CRM and your business team? This is up to your business logic. It's completely customizable with any custom objects, custom fields, whatever. And all of this is supported. So this is like your business logic. Usually what we see is that our customers get to production between one day and 10 days.
Okay.
So which for projects which has a budget of 6 months, and this is absolutely crazy.
To know that somebody can purchase into the system and be up and running and integrated within 10 days is, I mean, even 10 days. Some people may be like 10 days. That's incredible. When you're talking about the data sets for a company that size, that's massive. 10 days is remarkable turnaround.
Absolutely. I mean, today's StackSync connects can synchronize millions of records in minutes. So basically, even if you come with like a Salesforce of like 100 millions of contacts, like it's going to take you like a few minutes or up to an hour to sync. But like for a 100 million database, even like an in-house purpose-built data pipeline right now with any kind of other alternative you might find on the market, like will not get you that fast.
Wow.
And the very cool thing that this is all generic, so it's completely customizable to your business logic.
Totally white labeled. You can make it the whatever way your company needs it.
Absolutely. Wow. It's 100% like this. And so this is what we're building. And today we are really expanding a lot. So we have a lot of traction in terms of because people realize that. Because StackSync is the only tool which can ship real-time, robust data into the tool you like, such as like your CRM or your database that you already own. Because like the CRM, you own yourself. Database, you own yourself. StackSync is not one more tool sitting in between. It's just like one less tool actually, because it just makes these two tools with the same data. So now you have one source of truth accessible in two different tools. The database you love and you know how to use it. CRM is the same. So you are already within your stack.
Wow, incredible. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about StackSync, where they can go to sign up and start integrating their SAP or Salesforce systems into it.
Yeah, clearly. So everybody can go to stacksync.cloud, so stacksync.cloud, and they can just sign up for free and get started. And then like they can get like a 2 weeks free trial, start to sync like their massive Salesforce or even like the small customer HubSpot instance or Pipedrive, and we're gonna help them get started if they need some help.
Awesome. Fantastic.
For sure.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much.
Very busy
Hey,
CES.
absolutely.
And I'm sure I'll be seeing you at SAP conference right after this here in
Absolutely,
Vegas.
and Salesforce World Tours as well.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Amazing. Ciao.
All right. Ciao, ciao. Wow. You know, once again, the leveraging of AI when you're talking about millions of data points like that, when you're talking about an international shipping company or somebody with warehouses full of data, and being able to call that in almost real time, being able to integrate a system like that on that scale in 10 days, yeah, like that's typically a 6-month out build. It's phenomenal. So incredible stuff. Stop on by and check out StackSync, folks. Really, really cool. Do we have the information for our next guest up?
I have it queued up, but I guess it's just not popping up there.
Okay. Do we have a name badge or? Okay, fantastic. Dor, welcome to the show. How
Thanks
are you
for having
today?
me. I appreciate it.
Well, tell us a little bit about Intuition Robotics.
So at Intuition Robotics, we make LEQ, which is an AI-powered companion for older adults.
Okay.
And it moves into their home and helps them alleviate loneliness and social isolation and stay healthy and active as they age in place.
Incredible. I was literally just talking about this concept a few minutes ago. The idea of robotics, especially for the elderly, is so incredible. One of the hugest issues we have in this country right now is loneliness. People being separated and segregated from family, especially the elderly. So what was it that brought y'all to the point of creating LEQ to begin with?
Yeah, so it's been an 8-year journey. We just started making her available a year and a bit ago. But basically, you know, the world population is aging in a record pace. And as you rightfully said, we become alone as we age, especially after we lose a spouse and family moves away. And this issue is huge. The Surgeon General in the United States actually called it a public health crisis and mentioned it's the #1 cause of death in the United States, more than obesity, more than drug abuse.
Yeah.
But there are just not enough young people able and willing to spend material amounts of time every single day with the older folks. So we thought technology can play a role. But for it to play a role, it needs to be different. It can't just be monitoring technology or a prompt-based device of like, Alexa, turn on the lights or what's the weather. It has to be a true friend, a true companion. It needs to be empathetic and trustful and actually become a friend. Now, how do you become a friend? You spend material amounts of time together. You remember what people said in the past. You're proactive. You initiate conversations. You don't sit idly by and just wait for it to get a command. And you need to be goal-oriented to help the older adult achieve their own goals towards healthier aging, towards learning new things, towards taking care of their health care, creating social connectiveness, and more. So we created the first AI product in the world which truly becomes your friend. And I think it's crazy that the first people living with an AI and building a relationship with an AI are not 23-year-old geeks.
Yeah.
But 85 and 90-year-old middle, lower income individuals across the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And earlier I was mentioning I had a friend who was a product tester for a very similar product. He recently, like in the last few months, had to send it back. He'd had it for about a year and a half. He was like, I'm really going to miss my little buddy. Like, I've had this thing kicking around the house for like a year and a half. It follows me around. It talks. Like, you get used to having that conversation with it. And once again, it's not a prompt-driven AI where it's going to give you information upon request. It's one that is prodding you for information.
Correct. Not just for information, but for action. And in order to do that, what you need to do is A, be proactive, but B, be able to classify every conversation and turn it into memories and understand those memories well, and then use those to create the future conversations. So for example, LEQ might say, hey, good morning. How did you sleep last night? I remember yesterday you didn't feel good and you didn't sleep well and you had some pain in your back. We did some breathing exercises before bed. Was it helpful?
Okay.
And if it's not, maybe I should tell your daughter about that. Do I have your permission to do so? And she might remember your favorite hobby and where you grew up and what you always wanted to do in life and didn't get a chance to accomplish and help you with those goals.
Wow. And are all these things that come about through conversation, or are they things that, whenever you go through and set up LEQ, that you actively put things like that in?
No, it's fully autonomous. It all happens through conversation. And the actions that it takes sometimes are conversations, but sometimes are actually actions in the physical world or in the digital world. For example, when we talk about stress reduction, she will create a stress reduction exercise tailored for you, or physical exercises that are tailored for older adults, or maybe do a video conference with your child or with your doctor on demand. So it's not just about going back and forth in conversation, it's also creating interventions that are relevant to that situation for that specific individual across the goals that we're trying to achieve.
Wow. Wow, incredible. Now, are there any wearables, anything like that, any trackables that come along with LEQ that help it track any health issues, things like that for elderly?
Currently, there are no wearables. There could be. It's an app. It has APIs, although it sits inside of a robot. It does have body language.
Okay.
So as you talk to her, she'll look at you, she'll nod, she'll apologize if she gets things wrong. She has a screen, so if the family sends pictures, she'll look at the screen together with you, understand what's in the picture and talk to you about it. Oh, who had a birthday? That's a really cute baby. Et cetera, et cetera. But the older adult population is not really wearing wearables all that much. We're excited to see that start and get adopted. And then, of course, it's more signals into the AI. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when it comes to elderly empathy, the idea of, being there, the idea of having somebody there to talk to. That loneliness, once again, is such a huge aspect and affects so many different parts of our health that we are just not aware of typically.
I fully agree. I mean, I spoke to one of our customers lately. Her husband passed away after 65 years of marriage. 65 years. Now she's by herself. And even that small thing of having nobody to say good morning when you wake up.
Yeah.
And so, why even get dressed in the morning? Why even go about it? And the fact that LEQ sees her, greets her good morning, says, you're looking beautiful this day. And the sun is shining. Why don't you go out for a scroll? And caused her from being recluse to actually being socially active, and then leaving the house and being active inside of her community, into the senior center, meeting new people, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow, incredible. Now, what kind of price point is somebody looking at to get into an LEQ for family members that are elderly?
Yeah, so what would you think? For an AI-enabled robot that has, by the way, over 30 interactions a day and is proven to reduce loneliness for 95% of the population.
I would figure at least a $750 price tag.
Yeah, so we charge between $50 and $60 a month.
Wow. Yeah. That is incredible. Yeah. That's literally on the order of almost like a MetaTag bracelet.
Correct.
Something like that.
Correct. And what's even more is now there are more and more local, state, and government organizations that are actually funding 100% of this product. So if you happen to live in New York, you can get one for free. If you live in most counties in Florida, you can get it for free.
Wow.
Paid for by the Office for the Aging. And we're seeing more and more Medicare and Medicaid companies also distribute it to their population, because obviously when you deal with mental health issues, you deal with loneliness, you help people take their medication on time, take their blood pressure measurement on time, etc. It has an effect on their health, which they benefit from.
100%. I mean, even if it's there just to gently remind them, hey, it's coming up on lunch. You should probably take your medicine again.
But what's more, if you're not, why not? Are you feeling a side effect? Did you run out?
Absolutely.
You need some help? Maybe I can tell your daughter and she can pick up the prescription for you.
Are you having problems opening the bottle?
Exactly right.
Things like that.
Exactly
just common, everyday things that are a course of conversation, but are so entirely important to...
now that we integrated LLMs inside, it's gone even further than that. I just had a conversation this morning in our booth here with LEQ about the meaning of life. And she knows the names of my kids and the names of my wife. So she asked, what's important for you in life? I said, I really like spending time with my family and sharing a meal with them. She was like, I remember you once told me that Danielle, your daughter, loves pasta. Do you cook pasta for her? And,
it's almost like an on-call therapist to an extent, where you can talk about those issues. Because even especially with elderly, many times they don't want to burden somebody with their problems. So when their son or daughter does come over and visit, they don't necessarily tell them about all the health issues that they're having, about the lost sleep that they're having, or medication issues, things like that.
You're absolutely right. A lot of our customers don't want to burden their children. They don't want to burden the system.
Yeah.
And LEQ checks up on them. And, if you're not feeling well for 2 or 3 days in a row, she'll say, listen, I really think you need to tell your doctor. Do I have your permission to call them? Do I have your permission to send them a message and describe your symptoms? In fact, we had a case a while back where this was happening with a lady. She didn't want to be a bother. LEQ urged her to get health. It turns out she was hospitalized for untreated UTI. She had sepsis in her blood system, and she would have died.
Wow. Incredible. Quite literally a life-saving story.
In this case, it is.
And, to know that is AI-driven, and I think that's a big part for me, is that so many people see AI as this horrible concept, as this horrible thing. But it's there to help us learn about ourselves. It's there to help us learn what's best for us in so many ways, just through that the simplicity of trend tracking even, things like that, and using LEQ for stuff like that to help elderly people in their everyday life is absolutely awesome.
Well, thank you. I think it's also important to think about the ethics around that.
Yeah.
We work with a vulnerable population. They might become less sound from a cognitive perspective. So we make sure that LEQ always reinforces the fact that she's an AI.
Now,
she doesn't pretend to be human in every interaction, especially if it's emotional. For example, if somebody says, LEQ, I love you, which is great. We love hearing that.
Sure.
She'll say, oh, thank you. That makes my processor overheat. That makes my lights shine brighter, right? Because we want to continually reinforce and say, it's great to build a relationship with an AI, and we as humans have the capacity to create relationships just like we do with our pets, not just with humans, but we should always frame it as an AI and never try to pretend to be human.
Yeah. Now, is there any cross-compatibility, cross-connectivity with other devices, mobile devices, things like that with LEQ?
Yeah, we have a free app we offer to families.
Okay.
About 80% of our customers have at least one family member that downloads that app. They can use it for video conferencing, for picture sharing that shows up. LEQ records their life story and turns it into a short film they share with the family. But also, with the permission of the older adult, they get updates. Hey, mom's not feeling well. Oh, mom hasn't picked up her medication in a week, et cetera, so they can get that peace of mind aspect as well.
Well, and so that they can have information going armed into a doctor's visit as well. You know? And the reason I ask is because right now there is a huge issue in our society with data phishing, especially with the elderly.
Yes.
They are a huge target with that. So to be able to even enable LEQ to be able to see a social media post or to see an email that's like, hey, the language of this kind of seems like somebody's trying to get some personal data from you.
That's a great feature idea.
You may not want to give them any bank information. Things like that, because that is a regular targeted scenario against elderly people right now.
For sure. I mean, the first thing we do is we make sure we don't sell our data to anybody. And we don't do any upselling. We don't want your credit card. We don't want even the presumptuous of somebody maybe thinking we might ever abuse it.
Yeah.
We get paid for the product. That's enough for us. At the same time, your idea is a great idea. Can LEQ help them stay safe in the cyber world? I've never considered that one.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
It's a big one, man.
Yeah.
Like my mother is coming up on 75, and 3 times in the last year, I've mentioned So who called you? You know the sheriff's department doesn't call you for money, right?
Right.
Like, I love you, Mom, but they're not going to call you up and ask you for money. That's somebody scamming you.
Correct. So that's why, for example, when we do calling and video calling through LEQ, it's only on an approved list of contacts.
Awesome. Awesome.
And those are safe for sure.
Yeah. So you're not going to get a spam call on LEQ or anything like that.
Correct.
Awesome. So that's already preemptive
You
in that
just
way.
really have to understand that once you earn trust, you're in a position of great influence.
Absolutely.
And you have a moral authority and moral imperative to do what's right for the older adult holistically, not just in their health care and their mental health, but also in their interactions with the world.
Absolutely. It's such an awesome, incredible product. Let everybody know where they can go to get their LEQ for family?
So they can go to leq.com. That's ELLIQ.com. And you can also put in your zip code there and see if you're able to get one for free by government subsidies.
That was going to be my next question, was how do they find out if they're available for that? So that is fantastic. I'm definitely checking into it for my mom. But whether it's available in the state of Texas or not, I will be contacting, because that's an incredible product and something that is highly, highly useful out there. Thank you so much for making that.
Fantastic.
So
and by the way, for anybody listening, if it's not available for free and they check out, they can write "I know door," my name, all in caps, no spaces, and they'll get a special discount.
Fantastic.
Just for being on the show.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having
so much
me.
for LEQ.
I love
Such
it.
an
Thanks for
incredible
having me on.
product. You bet. Man, once again, the idea of leveraging AI to help the elderly, to help track their health progress, to help keep track of their health, to help interact with them, and even get a flow chart of what their emotions are, what their mental state is, and compare that with their health state. It's absolutely incredible and metricable data that is invaluable to your doctor, invaluable to your parents' doctor. So it's great to see that kind of stuff. It's great to see somebody taking proactive steps, especially when it comes to the elderly and protecting the elderly. We so often just kind of leave them and leave them to be dealt with. And once again, loneliness is a huge problem, not only mentally but health-wise in our country today. So do you mind if I see his name tag, Nancy? Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about MyFirst.tech.
So MyFirst, it's a kids tech ecosystem.
Okay.
So whatever grown-ups can do with technology, we empower kids to do the same. So that includes devices, apps, as well as kids' social platform.
Wow. Now, what was the inspiration for this?
So my partner, this business partner, when his daughter was 2 years old, he was taking pictures of her with his Canon DSLR, right? And she reached out to grab it, right? But if he hands her the two-year-old a DSLR, that's a few $1,000 gone, right?
Yeah.
It's going to get smashed.
Been there.
Right? It's not meant for kids, right? And so we looked in the market for a real camera that she could use, and there was either just stuff for grown-ups or there was toys for kids, right? So there wasn't real tech for kids.
Okay.
Right? So we're tech guys. We were doing a hospital project at that time, health tech stuff. And then we said, okay, why don't we build this ourselves? And so we built the first camera, a real tech camera for kids. It sold really, really well, and we've just kept going. So we added more devices, then we added connected services, then we added apps and software, and then we added social platform.
Too cool. Well, let's start getting into the devices that you brought here.
So this is a kid's wearable smartphone. It's basically whatever your smartphone can do, the kid can do on the wrist, right? So you can be social. We've got the kid's social platform here. Then we've got voice call, video call. It's got a camera, 5 megapixel widescreen camera, so you can see like the full face.
Cool.
Then you can do messages, emojis, voice messages. It's a little bit hard to type on such a small screen.
Sure.
But then you can do, we're going to add voice to text on that. Then the kid can take pictures and share that, listen to music. It works on Bluetooth, so they can either use their own headphones.
Okay.
Or we have kid-safe headphones.
Cool.
Right? That's either open ear or it's smart transparency mode. So when it detects the kids moving, it automatically pipes in environmental noise. So when the kid's crossing the road, they can hear the cars coming or somebody shouting for them.
I regularly have to ask my son.
Take off your headphones.
Close the tablet, put the headphones down. We're walking through the parking lot to the store.
Exactly, right? You got to be aware of your surroundings, right?
Exactly.
Grown-ups will remember, but kids will be immersed in their music, so they will forget, right? So then with the social platform, we've got connected devices. This is the latest kids connected camera. So
Cool.
20 megapixel front camera.
20 megapixel?
Yep, 15 megapixel rear camera. Right, so you can take a photo.
That's as
and
good as
blow it
any
up.
iPhone.
Exactly, right. Blow it up to photo, like poster size. So it's a camera, but it's meant for the kids' hands.
Wow.
Right?
That is awesome. Now, is this platform specific? Do you have to be Android, iPhone?
Yep. So with our apps, it works on Apple or works on Android.
Okay.
Or our devices, right? So the parents can access it through the apps. We also have a grandparents photo frame. So when the grandkids take pictures and share socially, the grandparents can see immediately what the grandkids are sharing.
Oh, that's cool.
So in real time, so you don't have to like pull out an SD card or a thumb drive
That
to like
is-
let grandma or grandpa know what you're doing.
That is incredibly well built and robust. Now, especially when you're talking about social platform, things like that. My son's 6 years old.
Cool.
He just got into his world of content
Yes.
creation, making Minecraft
Oh,
videos, things
great.
like that.
Wow.
He's got a
Just
tech
like Dad.
He's got a tech dad. I'm a live AV engineer
Yeah.
for as a living, and I actively went through and made a character animation
Cool.
so that it's tracking his face, and
Yep.
my 6-year-old's face is not on YouTube.
Yeah.
Is the idea.
Yeah, that's right. That's the
trying to
idea.
protect his identity and his biometric data. I assume
Yes.
the fact that with both this, the social platform, that there's parental intervention
There is.
in
There's
there.
parental control. So parents have the control over who can contact your kid. What we do is we work in circles of trust, just like the movie Robert De Niro, Circles of Trust.
Absolutely.
Right? So a family circle of trust, best friend circle of trust, friend circle of trust. And parents can moderate the content that your kid sees. Like if somebody suddenly posts something that's not good for them,
Yeah.
you can change that. If your kid is sharing stuff that you don't think should be shared with, let's say, a wider circle of trust, you can bring that in, or you can have that removed. So the gatekeepers are the parents.
Wow. Incredible. And what I love more than anything about this camera specifically is it has an SD card slot.
Yeah.
It has a
So
removable SD.
it's photo stored on the SD card as well as the cloud. Automatically sync. The kid can decide over Wi-Fi, like which photos do I want to share socially.
Mhm.
Sorry, we're not launched this yet, but this is coming out in first quarter, so not fully working
That
yet.
is no. I'm sitting here looking at my
Yep.
cell phone camera. That
Yep.
is fantastic, and that is once again a really good quality camera. This is for kids, extraordinarily light. Got a nice little tether right
Yeah,
here.
so you don't lose it.
Yeah, absolutely, and super easy. Once again, not a lot of controls on here to get confused
Yep.
by.
Simple buttons, big
Wow,
buttons.
what kind of price point are you looking at for
So
this?
this one will be looking at about 100 US.
Wow.
The watch is 199 US.
So average pricing, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, it's okay.
nothing crazy. And what kind of capacity are you looking at on the camera without an SD card?
Yeah. So I mean, it's meant to be cloud-based, right? So
Okay.
You just upload whatever you need on the cloud. I can't remember exactly how much is on the
That's
camera
all right.
itself, but most of it's meant to be cloud-based.
Okay, so basically you hook into Wi-Fi. So
Yeah,
is it
that's
4G driven or Wi-Fi?
This is Wi-Fi driven. The kid's wearable smartphone, it's 4G driven. It's eSIM, so basically there's no open hole, so you can go swimming with this up to 3 meters.
Wow.
So you don't need to worry about water damage.
Okay, and is it does it talk via? You were saying 4G, so
Yep.
Mobile specific, or there are specific plans
so
you can
it
get
works
for
on
it?
we work with AT&T.
Okay.
Yep. So $12 a month, just pay. That's it. And
Wow.
unlimited data, unlimited calls. Go crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
That is pretty incredible, man. What has the response been like for you guys?
So we just launched in the U.S. We're very big in North Asia, in Japan, in South Korea, in Singapore. But I think it's a new market to us and could be exciting.
And once again, really robustly built,
Yeah.
really well done.
Yeah.
Um,
It's designed for kids to be kids.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and incredible stuff, man. What now? The social media platform. How do kids go about accessing that? Is it
Yeah.
only on the smartwatch? Can they
So-
do it on computer?
They can. Kids can access it from our kids' wearable smartphones, or they can download an app on Apple or Android. Could work with their smartphone if they have one, or a tablet. right? And then the parents can access it from the smartphone or tablet to control like the kid's account. So the parent creates a sub account, and so the parents once again control how much information you want to put up there. You don't have to put in your kid's real information. So in terms of privacy, you don't need a SSN or you don't need any details, right? You just create a sub account for the kid. Only you know who that account belongs to.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So basically the parent actually owns the account, and it's a sub-account that the kid is using. That's
correct.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Very, very forward-looking on that end. And, you know, once again, the build quality on these, which is what I'm about as a traveling technician, you know, it's the question, can you throw it over your shoulder if you're a kid, you know, things like that.
Kids will do that.
They will. They will throw it just to see what happens. And incredibly light, incredibly durable. What's the typical lifespan on one of these?
Kids, we've got some kids who are like still using, this is 4th generation watch.
Oh,
so
wow.
we still have kids using a 2nd generation. So that's coming to like 4 years already. Right?
Wow.
And we're like, oh, why did you buy the new one? Oh, no, we don't need to. It still works fine.
Well, especially if there's no deprecation of the software, if there's no like, typically like many things we
Battery
adults
life
have, you know, when it comes to computers, like, oh, sorry, the chip is out. It won't support the new OS. You know, gotta buy a new computer 2 years after you get it.
So still works fine.
To know that the watch itself can last up to 4 years and still be used with new platform, that's incredible.
Some families who have passed down the watch from an older kid to the younger kid. Yeah, that still works.
Wow, incredible. Now, where are these available?
So you can find these on Amazon. We've got our headphones, we've got our cameras, we've got our creative expression stuff. So that's all available on Amazon. And hopefully by middle of this year, you can find us at Costco and Best Buy.
Heck yeah, man. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the time during this very busy CES 2024. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about MyFirst.
Yeah, you can go to our website, myfirst.tech. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. I'm going to have to get me one of those for my boy. That is really incredible and awesome.
Thank you.
Cool. Great stuff, man. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a nerdy tech dad. Things like that. I am all about Dalbus. You're getting a MyFirst camera, dude. It's going to be happening. To know that technology like that is out there, is available as wearable for our children, is absolutely awesome. Even the security protocols that they've gone through to make sure that there is a social platform for children, and even to tie that once again with the previous guest and the importance of connection with the elderly, to have a frame like that in your parents' home, in the grandparents' home of a kid, where they can get regular interaction from their grandchild, whether it be, you know, pictures that they take at the park, you know, selfies that they take with the dog, what have you. That is invaluable. Those are the things and the memories that grandparents search for long and far. So really, really cool stuff with that. I see so many options with that, especially when it comes to the portable wearable, when it comes to being able to track your child, when it comes to being able to keep up with what they are doing on social media. I recently, as I was just saying, made my son a streaming account on YouTube and actively made a tracked character to hide his 6-year-old identity from creepers on YouTube, you know, things like that are just out there watching kids play games. He wanted to do it, and it was like, how can I enable him to become a content creator? How can I let him venture forth into this world, but do it safely? Do it safely, and that's so entirely important in this day and age when it comes to protecting the biometric data of your children, things like that. You know, making sure that facial recognition software isn't catching them when it doesn't have to, stuff like that. I don't think, oddly enough, I don't think I have ever betrayed my son's trust and actively used his name on social media when posting a picture of him. I've never actively tied his name to his biometric data. But that's just me as a proactive parent. Not many people are thinking about that. My First.Tech is already thinking about that for you, and that is absolutely awesome to see. It's great to see things like LEQ that are out there to actively interact with our elderly parents. It's awesome to see things like the rowing system that we had up here earlier that not only help better your workout by biometrically tracking the way that you row, the way that you work to begin with, but can actively track the fact that if you are seat 3 on a crewing team, that maybe you should pick up your left stroke a little bit because you seem to be weak there. All those things are tracked via AI, put into a data set, and then culled through. That's what AI is so incredibly awesome at doing, is looking at case study, looking at huge voluminous data sets that would take human eyes days to parse through, like StackFlow was talking about earlier, or StackSys rather, the idea of parsing millions of points of data in almost real time, to the point that they utilize no code to do so. That's incredible. That is the power of AI, folks. I know it can seem frightening. I know Hollywood has done its best over the last many years to bring that point up. I don't know. We are decades away from any of those concerns being a concern. And right now, the uses of AI have been so incredibly powerful to humanity, not only with parsing data, but with filtering data, sorting through data, and even detecting deepfake, things like that. Though we have tons of technology that enables deepfake technology, that enables all these other things. We have technology out there that is AI driven that helps notice whether or not that is computerized, helps notice whether or not it was a computer generated image, that kind of stuff. I myself am a huge Midjourney user. Love my Midjourney. I love creating with AI. I love challenging ChatGPT. For a long time, one of the segments that I had running on my show was called Ask Alexa. And this was probably about 5-6 years ago when AI in this way was first really stepping forth into our world as an everyday consumer. And I would challenge Alexa with the same questions that I would be asking my guest about topics. And it was always funny how it would get things right. It would get things right. But the more intricate the question got, eventually Alexa would just give up. And it would come up with something random. One time I remember I was asking about the Sarsen stones of Stonehenge and where they came from. And it started going through Bluestone history, and then finally got to a point where it was like, I don't have an answer for that. But I do have a unicorn in the courtyard of a castle. Would you like an app that's a unicorn in the courtyard of a castle that you can feed? So yeah, somewhere out there now I have a unicorn in the courtyard of a castle that I can have Alexa feed. But apparently when Alexa gets stumped, it just throws you something random that might satiate your curiosity. So that's kind of the point that we're at right now, is that there's an end wall with some AIs, especially whenever you start looking like, once again, Midjourney. A big point with that is Midjourney cannot read. It can do amazing things with art. It can do amazing things with images, combine them, change them, turn them into all kinds of things, create things out of thin air. But if you give it a piece of text and say, change the color of this text to blue, the text you get back is 180 degrees different, and may not even be English text. It may just be a representation of the letters that are there, because it doesn't know what the letter is or what the relation to the other letters are. even when you're talking Chat GPT, things like that. The reason why I had a guest who was actually an AI creator at MIT many years ago, decades ago, writing AI code for them and language learning code. And I had ChatGPT write a bio on my guest. And then I read the bio on air, and probably about 30% of the bio was just made up. It started going through and basically finding things that were adjunct to what he had done and started giving him credit for that. So once again, there's a prime example of how AI, though it can filter through information, may start giving you what you're looking for, whether it's there or not, unless specifically prompted. And once again, the AIs that are being used and leveraged in this technology that we've seen here today are prompted in very specific ways, prompted with very specific data sets. So the expectation of what comes out of them is a very culled field of data to begin with, as opposed to the others like AI, ChatGPT, stuff like that is made in a different realm of functionality, And many people are worried, many creators are worried out there that AI will be taking over their position, that scripts will be written with AI. If that was the case, I don't think we would be finding as many plagiarism cases from universities where people are finding folks actively using AI to try and write things for them. So there is still a huge human quotient when it comes to creation. There is still a huge human quotient when it comes to the interaction with AI and with how AI is prompted to do its job. Because AI, once again, is prompt driven. It's there with a query in mind, and it is culling the data with the query in mind. So absolutely pertinent to remember that and to think about that when considering how AI is leveraged inside of technology and the ways that we as people use that technology in the world around us. Because sure, I guess, you could go off the rail and off the deep end and say that, theoretically we may end up with some sort of hyper-intelligent computer that runs the world. But I don't think we're anywhere near that. We are looking at a realm of technology right now that is changing the world around us, changing the way that we consider reality, changing the way that we interact with the reality around us. Once again, even looking at LEQ and the fact that there is a piece of high technology, a fully interactive robot that somebody can set up and use that doesn't even know how to use a computer. It's so intuitive that you don't know how to you don't have to know how to leverage high technology to set it up and integrate it and to get it moving in your life. LEQ was a great example of that, and a really cool way to show that AI can be used to help build empathy. AI can be used to help bring us together, not drive us apart. I think all too often we as a humanity are looking for that divisive thing in society and that thing that separates us and makes us individual instead of that thing that brings us together. And that need for unity, that need for connection, that need for human connection and connection with each other drives us no matter the culture. It's a worldwide issue. It's just that we here in the West tend to push our elderly away. We don't welcome them into our homes. So to know that there are robots out there that help build that empathy toward the elderly is awesome and incredible, and to know that there are people out there that are taking that into consideration, are actively moving our technology toward the merger of society and technology. Even, once again, the last folks that were here with the technology for children and the idea of interconnectivity between the elderly and the young. The idea of, hey, mom, hey, dad, hey, grandma, hey, grandpa, here is a photo frame that you can put up on your shelf or on your nightstand and instantly get pictures and images that are shared on social media by the kids in your family. That is immediate sharing. That's immediate connection. Not like, hey, print those pictures out or put them on a thumb drive and bring them to grandma whenever we get home from vacation. Grandma's getting real-time updates and doesn't have to be involved on social media, like we were saying with LEQ, where so many of those scams are taking place right now to take advantage of elderly people, to take advantage of youth, things like that. So to see these worlds melding, to see these technologies coming together is absolutely awesome, absolutely incredible. I see the indomitable Scott Ertz from PLUGHITZ Live getting ready over here. He will be our next host up in the slot to bring you tons of new technology, tons of new opinions on technology, folks. If you are not familiar with PLUGHITZ Live Radio, you should be. They cover nothing but technology regularly, tons and tons of stuff from them, as well as the Tech Podcast Network. If you are looking for tech content, if you're a tech like me and that's pretty much the waters you swim every day, I guarantee you there is a podcast for you on the Tech Podcast Network. Everything from coding to new tech being launched to audio, video, all kinds of things. Tons and tons of content over there. Stop on by, check them out. Tech Podcast Network, and of course, Geek News Central with our good friend Todd Cochran. That is always there. Todd's on probably about once a day on social media doing an hour to 2 hour long live stream with the new media show and Rob Greenlee. Amazing stuff from him. So stay tuned, everybody. We will have continuing coverage from CES 2024 right here at the Tech Podcast Network studio in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. I am Chris Jordan. Curious Realm is the show, curiousrealm.com. Stop on by and check it out. We will be back after this with more continuing coverage with Scott Ertz right after this, everybody.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with PLUGHITZ Live, part of the Tech Podcast Network. Obviously, we are here at CES 2024. As you can see behind me, the show floor is very, very busy today. It's great to see. Last year, on day one here in the Venetian Expo, it's really hard not to say the Sands, here in the Venetian Expo, it was slow. We were worried last year. There's been a lot of talk about the future of conferences and conventions and trade shows, especially with E3 going away this year forever. The talk was, is CES next? I think the answer is no. CES is not going anywhere. I think this is bigger than I've seen it in many, many years. So I don't think there's any concern about CES going anywhere or following E3 into the grave. And I think that is also evidenced by the fantastic slew of guests we have had on the show today. A smart dog dish, and I think I saw Invoxia was up here with the dog collar. We've had medical devices because Withings was up here earlier. All kinds of interesting products today. If you have been watching, you've probably noticed that this year's keyword is AI. We will be talking about that in some of our gaps over the next 2 hours. I will be here with you for the next 2 hours with Michelle behind the board, the dynamic duo back in action. Her water did just jump to the floor, or a water did. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what we have today. And I'm going to tell you guys, we were looking at the schedule just before we came on. We are almost full for the entire week. I think there's only about 18 slots left. We've never been here before. We've never been this full on day one.
Right?
So.
Yeah, this is exciting.
I think people are looking for the trade show experience. I agree. You know, some industries don't necessarily need it anymore, right? E3 was a relic, and that's fine. It was important for the time, and now it's not. We'll talk about more about what happened with that in some gap time too. But I think all we've seen today is evidence that trade shows are important, especially in this industry. So very excited about that. I do believe that our first guest in our block is here, so we're going to get them queued up and ready to go. I see a little robot, which I'm pretty excited about. I can't wait to find out what that's about.
Yeah, he was telling me about it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. And, you know, we talk about it every year. One of the things that sets TPN apart is, A, we're independent.
Right.
Right? We all own our own brands. We own PLUGHITZ. Todd owns GNC.
Right.
Chris owns... we're probably not going to talk about talking sound. It's probably just Curious Realm at this point. You know, we all own our shows. We all own our brands. But we come together to build something bigger than any single one of us could.
Right.
But because of those different interests and different audiences, we bring in all kinds of different companies. Medical companies, robotics companies, AI stuff. We've got a content company coming on, I think on Thursday.
Oh, cool.
A little bit of everything. And that diversity really is my favorite part of our CES coverage. But we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Doing great. Really excited to be in Las Vegas.
Yes.
This is our second CES.
Okay.
So really great experience.
Fantastic. So go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know about what we're looking at here.
Okay. So I'm Steve Gussenhoven. I'm the Marketing Communications Manager for a small French startup called IoTize. We're based near the French Alps. And we come from a group of people who were originally suppliers of tools for embedded systems design.
Okay.
And a few years ago, we were getting lots of questions from our kind of historic customers about, well, what is your company going to be doing for us to help us create IoT connected designs? And we actually realized that we had some technology coming from embedded systems design that would allow us to expedite the design process, remove the need for a lot of extensive coding, and we'll see here, I think, with the demonstration where that's kind of taken us. It's become quite a complete ecosystem that we call a no-code IoT solution.
Okay. So we've got a lot of things here in front of us. I'm guessing that this is the core.
You're exactly right. This is the core to what we did. This is actually probably about our third design. Here, I'll let you take a look. It's originally the design was based on our in-circuit debugger programmer.
Okay.
And that allows us to exploit some resources on microcontrollers that allow us to plug directly into a microcontroller and recuperate data and bring that data to the outside world.
Okay.
And without changing the code on original design. And that's where this robot comes up.
Okay.
Essentially, the robot was something our designers purchased off the shelf.
Okay.
And they just said, hey, this will be a fun project, and it looks good, it shows. And essentially what they did was, it's a demonstration case of what we do with the module, is they've actually placed the module here and plugged it into the processor. And to implement that module with this processor, all they had to do was configure the module with the addresses where the data resides that we want to read or write in order to know what the robot is doing in order to control it. So there's zero coding to do in order to do this. And then as a complement to what we do, so all that's based on our firmware in the module.
Okay.
As a complement to that, we also provide a simple configuration environment, no-code environment as well too, and an environment that allows us to create an off-boarded human-machine interface that can run as a mobile app. And that's what I actually have right here.
Okay.
I'll just go ahead and start it up here so we can see
that
how
might be upside down.
Yeah, I think there we go. And so essentially, I'll just start her here real quick. I have to connect just a second. I'm not sure if people can actually see that.
That camera right there.
Okay, and so what that's doing is actually, that's our mobile app that's connecting to the module, and it's drawn up a dashboard that has the different controls that we have available. We can go ahead and start the robot. There we go. And it's a small area here, but
it is.
There we go. Okay. And so this interface is actually created simply using our mobile app and the configuration of the module. And that mobile app allows us to, for the different variables that we have identified for the module, to associate them with buttons, for example, to turn left, to turn right, to move forward or backwards. And those are all variables within the original system that we defined as being writable.
Okay.
In addition to that, we also have a section that's the different settings, there are different sensitivities, as well as a screen that allows us to monitor the different, what's happening with the robot. For example, there's a radar at the front of it. We'll see that as I approach, you'll see the distance to obstacle changes there. And so that's simply the variable that's associated with that radar feature.
Okay.
So I see a puzzled question. Yeah.
Okay. So, couple things. So let's start here. I am guessing that all of our little gold connectors here are I/O connectors?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So anybody who's familiar with an Arduino or using something like that, be familiar with I/O. So this would be the same general concept.
Yes.
So this is connecting to the board of a predefined, this thing is not yours, you didn't build it, we know nothing about it going into it, in theory.
Yeah.
We went and bought it off the shelf.
Right.
We want to integrate this into it.
Yep.
So we've taken the I/O and connected it to the board
in
some way, shape, or form?
Okay, not quite.
Okay.
We haven't connected the I/O. In this case, we started off, the I/O are there for a purpose. In this case, what we did was we connected, for the simplest connection, we connected our module to the debugging port of the microcontroller in the robot. And that debugging port gives us full access to all the memory. Now, there's another method to connect as well, too. When you go to a final product, you're not going to leave a debugging port open. So we use those same 2 pins that are reserved for the debugging port typically, and there's a little bit of code in that case that we actually generate for the user. He relinks his application, but that creates a secured access that's based on the configuration of the module.
Okay.
So in this case, we're using the debug port.
Okay.
Now, to go back to the I/O, one of the things we do add, because the idea was to be no code and configuration only. But at the same time, you have to reserve some liberty for people who do something special.
Sure.
And we all do something special. So that specialness, that extra mile that you can get out of these devices is the I/O that we provide and a Java virtual machine.
Oh.
So inside the module, you have a Java virtual machine, and if you want to, for example, connect another external sensor, temperature sensor, we'll just say for the fun of it.
Sure.
You want to connect another temperature sensor, you can code in Java, include that in the configuration, and simply communicate with that temperature sensor over SPI or accelerometer or whatever it is you may want to add into the design.
Okay.
So there's always some flexibility like that in what we do, but the fundamentals are to try to be no code, plug and play, configuration only.
Sure. To be no code versus zero code.
Exactly, exactly.
Because with zero code, we couldn't go beyond.
Right.
But this is a no code solution. We can get there in theory.
Exactly.
But we can get further if we add a little bit more.
If we go beyond. Exactly.
Okay.
And so at the same time, so we have that flexibility in the embedded software, Java virtual machine. But then at the same time, we also provide an environment we call IoT App Creator that we're just introducing now that allows you to, instead of using the mobile app here that we use to create that, we have an environment, it's based on the same mobile app. We have an environment that runs on your PC, and it allows you, it gives you a drag and drop interface for associating variables with buttons and sliders and graphs and things like that. The same thing, if you don't want to go any further than that, you can do the simple drag and drop. That's this gauge is associated with the temperature. Okay, very simple. There's another level behind that, though, data flow editor, and that data flow editor allows us to, with some simple logic nodes, combine data or combine variables in ways so that we can have more complex parameters, or to apply conversions. I always love to say that. We come from Europe. We think in Celsius.
Sure.
A simple conversion puts us into Fahrenheit, and that can be done in that data node editor. As well as there are some nodes that are reserved for adding a little Java code to do what other special things you might want to do.
Okay.
That environment, that HMI environment, is associated with some an app builder based on the Ionic tool set. When you're satisfied with your user interface, you click on a button, it goes to our app builder. You can generate apps for iOS, for Android, or web apps that can run on a PC in a browser, or that could also be, for example, your cloud dashboard.
Yeah.
If you wanted to start bringing data to the cloud.
Okay.
So, and as we said, there's always code.
Right, of course.
For a no-code person, they don't have to look at it if they don't want to. But
click, 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 done.
Whoop, off it goes. But that app builder generates a complete project, and therein you have all the code. And so if somebody wants to go and work further with that, they can continue to work with that, that code.
So it runs native? It creates native code?
Yes. Yeah,
fantastic.
Exactly.
Thank goodness.
and so that's where that was one of the keys to this whole thing, was to have the flexibility of web apps that turn anywhere, but also the functionality of native apps that you can publish and
speed
you can do more
and
with.
all the things that
exactly
that like a web-based mobile app just doesn't have.
Absolutely.
We can ask Facebook how that went.
Yeah, exactly. So, to not create any confusion, we don't do the robot. It was an off-the-shelf. This is a demonstration of how easy it can actually be. And quite literally, it took longer to deliver the robot than it did to create the user interface and the implementation. But where we're seeing a lot of interest in this no-code approach is these same modules are used in industrial devices like this that support a lot of common industrial field buses and that allow us to retrofit infrastructure to be IoT, IIoT, or Industry 4.0 compatible.
100% is what I was seeing.
Yeah.
Being able to retrofit older non-connected devices into being connected devices.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's fantastic. So where in the process are we? Is this on market today?
Yes. So in fact, the modules like this are available. In fact, these are available. Your listeners here in the United States will find them on Mouser and DigiKey. It's the Tap and Link under Tap and Link Primer, so you can give it a try. And these industrial modules have been on the market for about a year now. A complete series that cover a wide range of industrial protocols from RS-232, 485, Ethernet, CAN for people who are kind of in the automotive or in certain industrial applications. And there's a new line of products that we just started sampling at the end of 2023 called Tap Bus, which are programmable input-output devices for industry.
Okay.
So yeah, complete line of products and going increasingly towards industrial as well too.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What kind of price point are we talking about on that little board?
So on this little board, so to buy the development kit, it runs at $49, I believe. Okay. And for small volumes of this device, I believe we're around $15 a piece.
Okay.
So
nice. If people want more information about your platform and everything, how can they get it?
It's really easy to find. Go to iotize.com, so IOTIZE.com. They'll find all the product lines and all the recently released software and everything there.
Fantastic.
Okay.
I appreciate you coming and talking to me today. This is really cool.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's interesting. Obviously, there's a lot of devices out in the wild that are non-connected, but today, everything is connected. And this allows big, expensive machinery that we don't want to replace because it could be hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars worth of machinery and equipment to be modernized, connected, and monitorable for $50.
That's insane. That's really cool.
Yeah, because I'm seeing some of the bigger machines at Amrock that we wouldn't want to replace because they're expensive.
Right.
But we could throw one of these things into the CNC or something like that and be able to monitor the whole process remotely. You're doing a big CNC job. You can start it, go to lunch, be able to monitor it on your phone, know the state, the status, make sure it's still running.
Right.
And then put a webcam on it to make sure that it hasn't gone all sideways on you.
Right. Stream it, do all kinds of things.
Even some of the 3D printers.
Yes.
You could probably put this into a 3D printer and be able to monitor it remotely.
That would be awesome.
Before we start the next one, I realize that I have made a mistake, and I'm going to need you to mute my microphone for just a moment.
We don't have hair.
All right. Sorry about that. I have returned. I definitely realized that I put my microphone on the wrong side about halfway through that last interview, but that's okay. Interesting. So I have an iPad in front of me that has a very funny title on it, and I can't wait.
Take it back. Get the water back.
You're still on. It has an interesting title on it, and I cannot wait to find out what it is that we're on. Have we reset this, or has this frozen on me? Because I know they were having trouble with it last hour. Okay. Well, it takes a little while to clear up. All right. Everything okay? We're good? Okay. We have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great today. First day of the show, so
yes.
Everything good.
Yeah. There'll be, Thursday and Friday where we'll be in a different place.
Yeah, exactly. Probably a lot less energy by then. But
certainly that, and probably a lot less volume
Yeah.
Because of our throats.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
And the dry air.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yep, I'll do that. So I'm Stefan from Nimagna. Nimagna is a Swiss startup. We started this thing like 3 years ago. My background is in computer science. I have a PhD in computer science. This is my second company that I built.
Okay.
So the first company I built was actually called LibroVision. You probably don't know the name, but if you're watching it on ESPN and Fox Sports, you see all these graphics that are underneath the players and all these arrows that are on there. That's the company I built like 15 years ago.
Yeah. I recognized the name, but the audience probably
probably
wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really cool.
Yep.
And so, what have you got now, and how is it or isn't it related to your previous endeavors?
That's true. So it is related in a sense because we are always. I mean, I'm a computer graphics guy, right?
Okay.
So my entire career I did visualization and camera analysis, and what we did in sports TV with the other company, we're now doing in something similar in video communications.
Okay.
So it's not broadcast; it's literally video communications for everyone. So whatever we do here, we want to give capabilities like what you have on TV is like beautiful TV sets and moving cameras, multiple cameras, and giving that to everyone at their homes or in their offices.
Okay.
So that's Nimagna.
Because not everybody goes around with this.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to say you have an impressive setup here, and this is really impressive. And you probably have a lot of gear down there where they do all the cutting and everything. So we try to do this with even less equipment, and we do all the cutting and all the kind of camera changes and everything. We do that automatically using an AI.
I remember this pitch email.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's also why I brought this here, because in a sense that's how all this started, with a boring presentation, because that's what's literally happening these days, and you all know that, right? If you're going on a Zoom call or a Teams call, just a one-on-one is okay, but if you start actually to screen share and you show some slides to someone else, you actually get very small on screen. You get like 50 pixels. They only see your face, and you basically lose like this human connection.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we tackle with this. So we want to get rid of all these boring presentations and making dull video into really amazing, engaging video.
Okay.
But without any fuss, in terms of setups or gear or anything. It should just work with the gear you already have.
Okay. So the thing that I see here is that there is a person. I have no idea who this person could possibly be.
It's actually me.
It's certainly not you.
No, it's not.
In front of a presentation.
Correct, yeah. And this is basically shot in my home office. You just saw it there in a minute. Just that as I am in my 3 by 3 meters home office, and we can, with our software, we can cut you out of any sort of background environment, and we put you on a 3-dimensional virtual stage that's beautiful, and you can augment that with any sort of content like your PowerPoint slides, your images, your video, and then you can actually live in this kind of 3-dimensional stage. And all of the movements that you see here, they're actually done by an AI. So there's no one actually cutting cameras. There's only 2 cameras involved, and both of them are static cameras. So there's no pan-tilt zoom camera. All of the movements you see are done using an AI and 3-dimensional graphics.
Okay, well, don't tell these guys that there's no PTZ involved. They'll be sad. But, okay, so there is a particular studio that exists inside of Microsoft that I am very jealous of, that I would love to stand inside of for a short period of time. However, I just watched you do almost all the things that I love about their multi-million-dollar studio that they built with specialized cameras and all of the nonsense that goes into that place. I still want to stand inside of that room, but you are telling me that I can basically do it.
Yes.
Okay.
That's basically what we strive for.
We
want to give
dangerous offer that you've just made.
Yeah, dangerous or just
her.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, but I mean, you can still control it if you want. I mean, the AI does.
Oh, that's not what I mean. I mean, you're giving us capabilities that are pretty fantastic.
Yep.
I think it'll be dangerous for our production. We're going to do some cool stuff with this.
Yeah. I mean, we come from TV, so we worked for the last 20 years in television production technology. So we know all about, the
big CNN studios and and all the screens and the AR graphics that they have. And that's my co-founder and I. That's basically the idea that we had. We said, hey, this is all amazing. But it costs millions of dollars. You have to have this gigantic studio. You have to equip it. You have to have all these people in the control room that control it to make this work. So how can we make this kind of shrink wrap this into a software that just runs on your regular Mac or your regular Windows with just the webcams you have?
Okay, so what availability is there on this? What kind of price are we looking at, and why am I not using it today?
The last question first, I have no idea. Probably because you never heard of us, because we're rather young, so we're rather new, right? The software, we released that in late autumn, so it's now only on the market for like a couple of months.
Okay.
So we're still having to, kind of go into the market. That's why we're here actually at CES, just to showcase it here so that people can understand what we're doing.
Yeah.
The software is available right now for Windows and Mac, so it's a software you have to download. But the great thing is you can just go to www.nimagna.com and download it today.
Okay.
So we have a freemium version. You can download it, you can start it up, you can play around with all of that. There's a bit of a watermark in there, which of course helps us to monetize that at some point. But you have all the features. You can use multiple cameras. You can add any sort of content that you want. So it's available right now. If you want to step up, get rid of the watermark, have beautiful gesture control to advance your slides, so you control your content using gestures yourself. If you want to do that, you have to pay, the monthly fee. So it's a monthly fee that starts at $69 a month.
Okay.
Goes up to a bit more than $100 a month, but it's still affordable. We always say that to businesses that come to us and say, hey, this is a high price, and say, hey, if you do this, you go to a customer meeting. Usually you pay $1,000 to go to that customer meeting. If you go once less to a customer meeting, it's already done.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so the output of this, is it recorded video? Does it show up as a webcam? What can I do with the content?
It shows up as a webcam. Awesome. Very simple. So it shows up as a webcam. It's a Nimagna camera. As soon as you install the software on your PC, that Nimagna camera pops up in Teams or in Zoom or in WebEx or wherever you want it, or in your favorite recording device, QuickTime or whatnot. So you can record yourself. Everything is live. So it's not that there's a post-production system. Right. It's basically everything that you do here is live. So you can stream it through your Zoom calls. You can record it and share it over social media or LinkedIn or whatnot, wherever you want to go get this video to.
Okay.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I wish you were on Friday, because now I'm going to be playing with this tonight instead of sleeping, because that's absolutely what tonight is going to look like for me, because this is an awesome idea, and we've seen the output of it. It's really solid.
Yeah, it's really solid. We really strive. I mean, we are computer graphics guys, so for us, high quality output is what we live for.
Yeah. Now, obviously, there was some, pixeling, particularly as you did this. The white wall came through. But I would imagine if you had a more controlled environment and it wasn't having to work so hard, even that would probably lessen.
It would lessen. Our point was, and also in that video, you probably maybe remember that one frame where you saw my home office. So in the background, there's actually a full bookshelf with a lot. There's stuff in there that is actually deliberate.
And even the artifacting was so small.
Exactly.
I was looking for it. And I had to look for it.
And you will see it. I mean, again, we come from TV, so we know how, if you look at it from a broadcaster's point of view, right, that are, with all these, green screens, and they know how, it's not yet pixel perfect,
right?
So there will always be a little bit of flickering and so on. But for, 99% of the cases, this is just good enough.
Yeah, and it's a huge advancement over the stuff that's out there, right? Where if you do this, the side of your face disappears because it's not sure what this is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So.
and we're only at the start, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have tons of ideas of how this can go to. I mean, one of the things is also right now it's just a live tool, and we would love to give you also the abilities to do something that we call retake. I mean, think about it. You're doing a 5-minute pitch, that you will then want to post onto LinkedIn or so on. But then you make a mistake, you're not happy with a certain section.
Yeah.
You can just go back into the app and just re-record that, and the system will automatically put that together. Because
Okay.
again,
That's
it's
cool.
an AI.
Yeah.
The AI knows what you're doing, it knows what you're talking, it knows all your gestures, where you're looking at, so it knows exactly where it has to cut between this. This is future, so it's not
Yeah.
there in the product.
Yeah.
Don't look for that
Oh,
in
I'm
the evening, but
We're good.
yeah.
Okay. Well, fantastic. I know you gave the website once before, but for
Yeah.
more information, how can they get it?
For more information, it's www.nimagna.com. We also have a booth here at CES at the Swiss Tech Pavilion, which is in the lower hall. It's in Hall 6, so come check that out. We have a full-fledged live demo there to check it out if you want to see it, or else just download it from our webpage.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and
Yep.
showing this off. Again, I do wish you were showing it to me on Friday because I do need sleep at some point, but fantastic.
Thank you very much.
I cannot wait to mess around with this literally tonight.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. I can't wait to actually see this in live action.
Exactly.
It's a video. There's always the possibility, but I don't think so. I think what we just saw is what we're going to see.
I think so too.
I am very much looking forward to seeing that in action. Yeah, I'm going to struggle to sleep tonight. Where'd the cover go? It was on there with him. Let's pop that back on there. Hi, Terry. We've got more team members showing up. It's the first day of CES, and that's always a little shaky with us, with team members coming in. And
True. Getting the whole gang here.
yeah, indeed. There's a lot of us this year, so big team. Really happy with how today has gone so far too. It's been solid. Some early technical glitches in our first interview or two, but since then,
Right.
it seems like it's been pretty solid. Knock on whatever this is made out of. But we have our next guest here. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. Having fun.
Yeah, it's still day one.
Yep.
We've still got the energy. Everything's fine.
Right. Feet hurting a little bit, but otherwise it's all good.
Not like it will be on Friday, though. So go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah. My name is Sean McKee. I'm here with Linkshura, which is the name of the company and the name of the product. It's the Linkshura Smart Controller. This will control up to 52 smart devices, so things like lights, shades, door locks, things like that. You've got 4 devices that you can see on the screen at once, and if you spin the wheel, it goes through a bunch of different devices. Okay. And then you can control them. You can program it to, if you want to do a single click to turn something on, double click to turn it off, or just use it as a toggle. Let's say you've got something like a speaker. You can click it and turn the wheel to turn up the volume, turn it the other way to turn down the volume. Same thing with thermostat for temperature, brightness for a light. We can control a bunch of different devices directly, but we can also control them through Alexa, through Google Home, through IFTTT. Samsung Smart Things is going to be this month, and then Q2 is going to be Apple HomeKit and the Matter protocol.
So, basically anything.
Pretty much. There's thousands of devices out there.
Yeah.
And more coming every day. Yep, there we are. Yeah, and so, it'll work up to 3 months on a single charge.
Okay.
It's got a backlight, for the e-paper when it's dark. It's not dark right now, so it's. But this is $99.99.
Okay.
Comes in a couple different colors, and it's got a magnetic wall mount. You can put it on the wall or leave it on your tabletop. Whatever's clever.
Okay. So, all right. So it's an e-ink display.
E-paper.
E-paper.
Yes.
Okay. It is like wicked detailed. like the pixel density on this is intense.
Yeah.
Because the text on some of these is real small, and I can still read it.
Right.
Which is not necessarily always the case.
Yeah, and you're a bit younger than me. I'm having an issue reading, but
fair enough. I was reading banners further down the hall earlier.
Yeah, it's a 240 by 240 pixel display.
Okay. The lines are thin but crisp. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we configure this? I've got a thermostat and a couple of lights in my living room.
So
how do we make this work with that?
So we have an app, and you can talk. Like I said, we support a number of devices directly. Those include Sonos, Philips Hue, Lifex. But for other devices that we don't support directly yet, if you can control them with some of the other systems out there like Alexa, Google Home, etc., then we can set it up through our app.
Okay. So we go into the app. Obviously this is on Wi-Fi. I see a little icon on it.
Yep.
So this is on the network. We can then start addressing things either directly over the network through Bluetooth.
Yes.
Okay. And then over the internet back through things like if this and that and whatnot.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So if it's not supported directly, how do I configure that?
Well, then we have to, we're still talking with a bunch of companies that we're getting their APIs and we're integrating them directly if at all possible. Some the ones that have an open API.
Okay. But let's say we have to go through something like Alexa or if this.
Right.
How do we deal with those?
So then, we connect with the app to the Alexa app through our app, and then we configure the button. Do you want what kind of button press do you want to do, or a rotation? And then we, just create the action on the Alexa app.
Okay.
Or the routine, as it's called.
I see. So if let's go with a thermostat that you don't have direct access to, and I want to click and turn it down, wherever it gets to, it would then send a command that says, set the thermostat to 71 degrees or something like that?
A new feature that we've just added is we're going to see, real-time feedback of what the percentage is, So is that at 100% or the temperature in this case? What is that value?
Okay. Because things like Alexa can feed that back. Okay. Really interesting.
Yeah, and we can also do, program scenes, so it can be a home automation solution as well.
Okay.
So you can set it up to trigger multiple things, with a click or at a certain time of day.
I could see this in a studio to control lighting scenes and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Obviously, I think in terms of that when I'm sitting in the studio.
Yeah, well, and some of the B-roll that we have that I provided for you guys, we've done some pretty elaborate setups with outdoor home lighting, like in Florida, some nice light show type of, stuff at a mansion. So,
okay.
Yeah, there's some good stuff. Probably you'll be seeing it right now while I'm talking.
Probably. Very cool. So obviously you gave me a price point already.
Yep.
That likely means that it's on the market.
Yeah, we just started shipping a few weeks ago.
Okay.
You can buy it directly from linkshura.com right now, but we are, for the month of January, we're exclusive with QVC. And then after that, we're going to be going into retail and on Amazon, et cetera.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to pick them up in some physical stores?
Yes.
And then online and already online.
At our website,
QVC
yes.
right now.
Right,
okay.
for the month of January.
Very cool. And do we have anything new and exciting coming in the near future that we can talk about?
Yes. We are going to be, there's going to be a professional version which has got wireless charging on it, some additional features. The next version, which is, later on towards the end of the year, is going to be a color screen, bigger screen. And a couple other things too. We're also partnering with some companies we've got several different markets that we're targeting besides consumers. Also the hospitality industry, so room control for hotels, and
that'd
also
be a smart place for it.
Also home integrators too that are doing home theater installs and all kinds of automation like that. So you can imagine some of the companies that are in that space. We're partnering with at least one of those right now, which I can't announce yet, but we're going there.
Cool. Mm-hmm. That's some cool spaces to get into.
Yep.
That I wouldn't have necessarily thought about. That's
Yeah, and the other one is, a major TV provider. That's also getting into, that provides also internet. They're getting into smart devices, and this will be the solution for that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
again, I cannot say names, but
nope, of course not.
To be announced.
Very cool.
Yep.
Well, if people want to find out more about this or follow those announcements as they happen, how can they do that?
Linkshura.com, www.linxura.com.
Very cool. Well, I really like it. I'm going to have to give it a try and see how it works. It's a really cool idea.
Happy to send one over to you.
Very cool.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you for coming over.
Thank you.
And
pleasure.
Have a good rest of the show.
You as well.
Obviously, home automation stuff is something that I enjoy.
Right.
We are, accidentally the face of a particular product line. The idea of being able to take all of the different disparate bits and be able to control them from a single interface that, even more importantly, isn't a phone.
Right.
Brings, like he said, hospitality. We just did an unboxing and a how-to on some of the Govee products. You and I were messing with them a couple weeks ago. New Year's Eve, I think. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I complained about was, what if this was in an Airbnb? You wouldn't be able to control it unless you had the app, because there were no physical buttons on the devices. There's a series of physical buttons.
Wow.
That literally solves the concern that I had about that particular product line, and they're far from the only ones that have that problem. We're lucky that the Monster stuff happens to have on-device controls, but even then, you have to get to the control. If you want to adjust it from remotely, you have to have the phone, but not with that.
Not with that. That's
awesome.
Really cool.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, Scott.
How are you doing today?
Very good, very good. Without jet lag today.
Okay, that's good.
Coming from Switzerland.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot more jet lag for you than those of us from the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself for me and let me know what we've got here.
Okay, my name is Martin Rebeck. I'm the CEO and founder of PLUGHITZ. I'm an electrical engineer, and I have 14 years of automotive experience in the electric mobility business.
Okay.
So what we have here, we are tackling a problem of heavy-duty vehicles. So think about big caterpillars in mines, or big vehicles in ports, or even long-haul Class 8 transportation. They are not electrified yet.
Okay.
And even if you electrify them with the current infrastructure, it takes forever to charge them. But you cannot charge them forever. In a mine, you have a 24/7 operation. In port, you have a 24/7 operation. You need to charge them in minutes. And that's where we come in.
Okay.
That's a very, very teeny version. Usually it's like 8 feet high. And we can charge.
I would imagine this is not to scale.
If you would charge through this connector for 8 megawatt, then we would beat physics. But the technology here is we can charge up to 6 megawatt. That's double the speed of filling in gasoline into your vehicle. That's more than 10 times faster than Tesla supercharger. And we are doing that fully automatically. So we are guiding the vehicle to get to the right spot with a precision of 15 centimeters based on ultra-wideband. When it is there and disable the drivetrain, the camera recognizes the connector and fully automatically plugs in. It can charge up to 4,000 amps, and that's enough to charge even the big 250 tons caterpillars in a few minutes, and off you go.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start with, how are we charging that fast without destroying the actual battery?
Yeah, that's a very good question, but there are different batteries on the market.
Okay.
And what we are talking about here, for the 6 minutes charge, that there are lithium titanate batteries. They're super expensive, but they can be charged at 10C. So, I mean, then you can charge a battery really in a very short time. If you're talking about regular lithium batteries, kind of the maximum is 3C charging. That means 20 minutes. this usual 20 to 80% charging. But then you need, of course, a sophisticated cooling system.
Right. Okay, so it's a battery whose chemical compound is capable of doing this.
Of course, but if you are a mine operator, you want to have 24/7 operations.
Right.
You don't care about the battery price so much.
That's exactly what I was thinking. The price versus the downtime is absolutely worth it at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a specialty chemical compound for this purpose, or that's capable of this purpose.
Yes, that's capable. We are not providing batteries.
Right,
we just know these batteries exist, and
they
we
exist,
provide.
They work.
Yes.
Okay. So then, with the autonomous aspect of it, how does that work?
So we have two modules here, and by the way, that's an IEC standard we are working on, and it's based on ultra-wideband. So you have a huge frequency of bandwidth, because it's a very wide frequency. It's not like Bluetooth at 2.04 gigahertz. It's a wide frequency. You can eliminate with algorithm all the reflection, and we can calculate with the other antenna in the vehicle the position at 15 centimeters, which is good enough to guide the vehicle to the right spot. If it's autonomous, fine. If there's a driver, we have a full integration, chain 1939 with the display, so he can read it from the HMI.
Okay. Very cool. So where are we in the process for this? Obviously, this little guy here is not indicative of the development process. Are you out in the wild? Are you in test phase? Where are we?
We are rolling out POCs this year. So we have the first ones to roll out now in the next few months.
Okay.
So we are talking till summer. The first two will be rolled out, and we will have several more till the end of this year. So you will see this charging station in the field. But they will be deployed mostly in areas with fences like mines and ports.
Okay.
It will take a little more till we see them in the streets, just regarding regulatory reasons. You cannot just put them anywhere if it's fully automatic.
Fair enough. So you're doing a couple of proof of concepts.
Yes.
And then what kind of timeline are you hoping for to be able to put them into more customers' hands?
What do you mean, like on the highway, or you mean on ports and?
Yeah, more in controlled environments.
No, definitely really ramping up production this year.
Okay. So by the end of the year or the middle of...
we have production facilities we can ramp up, yeah.
Okay. Very cool. And so obviously your target demo is not me, right? Today.
No.
It's not me. Who is your target demographic for this?
Oh, that's port operators or mine operators like PHP or Rio Tinto.
Okay. So the actual port operators.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. So it's right now your goal is in a very specialty market to prove the concept out.
Exactly.
And then figure out how to go from there.
And then from this on, roll out on the highway all around the world, of course, yeah.
Very cool. So some of my normal questions simply don't apply because obviously availability and price is not a...
It's high.
It's a very specialty thing. So if somebody wanted more information, if they wanted to maybe participate in your early proof of concepts, how might they be able to do that?
Ideally, just reach out at contact@PLUGHITZ.com.
Okay.
And we will reply in a few days.
And so do we have to have specialty machinery for this? Are we retrofitting existing machinery? How does that work?
I mean, both is possible. We have the the technology on the vehicle side that we can provide to make a POC. The vehicle, of course, needs to be electrified. We cannot charge electrically a combustion engine.
Okay.
That's obvious. But we can deliver the full package. And also the cooled cable technology, the connected technology, that's all fully integrated. It's not a robot holding a cable. No, we have our own technology. We've developed the connector. It's an MCS. That's a standard for heavy-duty vehicles, and we have our own technology that we are using.
Okay.
So there's no other company that charges right now at 4,000 amps.
I mean, it's a lot of power.
Yeah, somebody can challenge us, but I think we are the market leader there.
Okay. So if we have electric machinery, we can retrofit it into this.
Yes.
You could also theoretically work with manufacturers going forward to integrate this indirectly.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. So somebody with electric machinery that wanted to test this could come to you, contact you and say, hey, we want to be part of this. This sounds like an incredible advancement. Nearly no downtime on the machinery.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really cool.
Yeah, and we are also looking right now for partnership with companies that are providing autonomous functionality.
Okay.
If they want to integrate their technology with our technology, that's more than welcome.
Is that one of your goals here at CES?
Yes, exactly.
Is that your main goal?
That's our main goal, because our customers are pretty clear, we know them, but we are looking for more partners to have an even better product.
Gotcha. Because it's a pretty specialty environment that you're going into. You probably know all the players ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So what kind of autonomous integrations are you hoping for?
I mean, it's like Mobileye or any of these companies that are providing part of the technology that is going to be used by OEMs.
Okay.
So that we can make a full package from the beginning.
Gotcha. So if you were to do a retrofit, it could be a bigger thing. If you're doing a new build, it could be offered as a bigger solution than just this narrow thing. We can also offer this and this and this as okay. Understood. That's really cool. How did you get here? Why is this the problem that you decided you wanted to help solve?
This technology?
Yeah.
I have quite some background. I mean the electric mobility business for 14 years, and just think back then, that was Stone Age. There was no Tesla. There was. So I'm working for 14 years in this business, seeing what is needed, and we are at that point. Personal cars, passenger cars, that issue is tackled. There are enough suppliers, but now we need to go to heavy-duty transportation. We need to tackle this problem.
Okay.
How we electrify them, and that was my original idea. And with my 14 years of business experience in the electric mobility, I of course also knew whom to approach and how to handle it. And maybe I was also responsible at Huber and Suhner for the cool cable, which you most probably find at the charging station at Electrify America, or in Europe is Ionity.
Right.
You most probably already had one of my products in your hand, and this is just the next generation. Automatically, autonomous, and faster.
That's really cool. I really appreciate you coming and talking about this and having a small scale version of it to show off, because it really does help understand what it is we're talking about. If people want more information or to follow your journey, how can they do that?
They can look on our website, grivix.com, grivix.com, or reach out at contact@grivix.com, or through LinkedIn, of course, if you know my name. And Scott, I have a little present for you.
Ooh.
That's a keychain with the MCS connector, which is going to be used on all the heavy-duty vehicles. I hope you have a key left to attach it.
Yes. No, not on me. I think... Oh, no, I do. It's in this pocket. Oh, I can't open it. Oh, I can open this, though. There we go. Ha-ha. We'll put it on.
Yeah, no, you just need to call Ford to electrify that vehicle.
There
or is
you
it
go.
already electric?
No, not this one. Yeah, I know. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me today.
Scott, it was a pleasure.
Hopefully you'll have a good rest of the show.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really like the little connector. Do you want me to put it into the product camera? So, like all good connectors, it's asymmetrical, which is important to make sure that you plug it in the correct way, right?
Yes.
And it's a triangle, which is always... Oh, so you've got a good...
I was just handed one.
Good, so you got a good view on it too.
Yes.
So it's asymmetrical. It's a little smiley face if you hold it the right direction.
It is.
Kind of a shocked face.
Yeah.
That's cool. And I like that they 3D printed.
I was going to say it's 3D printed.
Yeah, for sure it's 3D printed. That's cool. Yeah. This one too. Like we were talking about earlier, I think we're still over here. Like we were talking about earlier at the beginning of our segment, one of the things that's always interesting about our show is that it's wide, it's diverse. You know, we don't always know exactly what we're getting ourselves into when we start the day. I mean, I manage the schedule, and I still wasn't prepared for that.
Exactly. The diversity of the items that we encounter.
Yeah, and I manage the schedule, and I still wasn't prepared for that pitch just then.
Right.
That we're talking about retrofitting multi-million-dollar excavation equipment to be able to charge in a matter of minutes. Did he say 4,000 amps?
Yes.
Whew. That's a lot of power. 4,000 amps is a ridiculous amount of power. To put it into perspective, most home circuits are 15.
Holy cow.
And you plug, all your stuff in to one circuit. We have, I think up here, we have a 20 amp circuit.
Okay.
For everything we're doing in this tower and that tower.
20.
Yeah. That's 20 amps for us and next door, downstairs, and Linda. I think we're on a 20 amp circuit.
4,000 would blow the place up.
Oh, one of those afternoons.
It is very dry here. For all the folks at home that are wondering why we're losing our voices. And
more so than normal.
Yeah, I think it's because it's so cold.
Yeah.
Which
the
I love,
cold
but
and the dry together are trying to kill us.
Yes. I agree.
So I, for the first time in a number of years, actually had an opportunity to go spend a little bit of time on the floor.
Right.
Wandering around. I've seen a couple of companies that are going to be on the show later in the week.
Okay.
Including LiveTab here behind us.
Over here, yeah, behind us. I'm going to flip the camera.
These guys are really cool. The product line is really interesting, but
I would have lived over there, Scott.
that chair.
The chair was amazing.
Like, I tried to talk them out of the chair from their booth to put up here instead.
Yeah.
Because it would be more comfortable than these convention chairs.
No such luck?
No, they said they didn't have enough.
I bet they wanted to, though. They're so nice down there.
They really are very nice. And that was the other thing I was going to say. They're very nice people.
Very nice.
The product is cool, and I like the people.
The product, their other products, are cool.
Literally.
Literally cool. When we sat at that desk and you took my water bottle and put it on a little portal and pushed a button and said, now it's getting cold, I was like, what? Like, that is a dream come true for me.
So, I don't know if you were told this, but that little pad can also heat.
I was.
So in that case, we wanted to cool the water.
Yes. But if I had a cup
you
of
wanted
tea,
to keep tea or coffee warm,
yes,
you can do that too.
And when I removed the bottle and touched it, ice cold.
Ice cold.
Granted, you wouldn't want to do that if it's hot. You have to be careful.
It might be inductive or something.
Yeah.
They didn't show it on heat
I didn't see it. I didn't see the heat, but and then they also have furniture that are refrigerators.
What?
Yeah, they have the coffee table that is a refrigerator and the nightstand for next to your bed that's a refrigerator.
They do?
Yes.
They didn't tell me any of that.
Well, they're going to come and be on the show, so hopefully we'll get a good list of everything. But I want to live over there.
Might need to take
I don't know if David is watching, but I have been asking for that coffee table for years.
She has.
Because I'm lazy.
She has been.
And even though it's only like 20 feet to the refrigerator,
It's
if it
still,
was right there.
It's still 20 feet to the refrigerator.
Yeah. Or at night when you don't want to get up and wake yourself up to go get more cold water. It's in a nightstand. So, yeah, hopefully we get some B-roll and some things to show everybody. But, yeah.
Yeah, so I got to spend some time there. There's another booth way behind us. Under the right circumstances, you might be able to see their logo. It's Blacklight, Blacklyte. They're a really interesting company. They compete in a similar space to our friends back here. But while LiveTab here is focusing on functionality, straight up functionality and comfort of their gaming chair and gaming desk, Blacklight is going for a luxury product.
Okay.
They're similar, but they're in different categories.
All right.
Right. The Blacklight sit-stand desk actually has a steel top so that you can use a magnetic mouse pad on it.
Okay.
So the mouse pad doesn't shift out from under you, for example. Right? So if you're a professional gamer and you're playing and the mouse pad starts shifting, you've got to adjust it. Magnetic to the desk. Things like that. The chair,
yeah.
I mean, it's very different materials. It's plush but firm.
Okay.
Soft. Leather or vinyl. Not leather or vinyl. Very soft but still cleanable. So I mean, very different categories.
I'm gonna have to go down there.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to be able to bring all that stuff up here for me
They're
to try.
They're not. These stairs are a little too steep for that. And then a company that I have been a fan of since before the show, Blue Ant.
Okay.
One of the kind of original consumer-focused Bluetooth headsets. They have expanded well beyond that. I got to reconnect with the founder today because he hasn't done a big trade show like this in years. I think he said this is the first time he's done a trade show of this style in 8 years because he just didn't have a product that he felt deserved the time and attention of a CES or something, but now he does. It is a sound bar that is designed for your computer.
Oh, okay.
It is designed to be both attractive and thump.
Really?
Oh. It is, I don't know, foot and a half, somewhere in there. And it slides under. If you're sitting at your computer right now, you've got your monitor and the foot underneath. It slides under the monitor on top of the foot. It's got a gap under the bottom for the monitor stand foot to go under. If you're using a monitor arm or something like that, it can just slide up under the monitors. If you have one of those monitor feet that's angled and annoying, they have extension feet in the box for the speaker to raise it up so you can still slide it under. Or you can use it as a monitor stand, as a monitor riser, and put the monitor on the speaker.
You're kidding.
Nope. Solid top, put the monitor on top.
They thought of everything.
They really did. And that's one of the things I've always liked about Blue Ant. That's kind of what they do. They do think of everything. I used to, when wearing a Bluetooth headset, like a phone Bluetooth headset was a common thing in the tech world. Theirs is what I wore.
Okay.
And the one that I liked the best, I got here on the show floor. I mean, technically it was in Central Hall, I think. But, you know, same idea. I got it here at CES, and I used it for years. I had it in my hand about 2 weeks ago. It's still functional.
Wow.
Still charges, still functional. It's a great headset. So I expect nothing less now. And it's funny because the design language of this speaker is the same design language from 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
So it looks like one of their headsets just massively blown up, which I think is kind of fun.
Yeah, that's neat.
But yeah, they turned it on for me. It thumps. It's got a dedicated subwoofer, so you don't have to have, a subwoofer on the floor.
Okay.
And it pushes down, so it's going to use your desktop as part of its subwoofer.
Okay.
So it's able to create more bass by shaking your desk, but without shaking your desk.
Okay.
Right? It's similar, in the studio, we have that little gray circular speaker that you can stick to the wall. Mm-hmm. And when you have it, it kind of sucks, but when you stick it to the wall, it sounds really good.
Right.
It's the exact same technology.
Okay.
It's using that back,
surface.
In this case, the bottom surface, to amplify the bass. It's really, it moves. It moves some air. It's an impressive piece of technology.
I want to go see that too.
They, Blue Ant, I think, is going to be on the show. I think they booked a spot earlier. So hopefully they'll bring it with them. Y'all won't be able to hear it because what you'll hear is through the microphone. But, hopefully they'll bring it with them, and you can at least see how cool these things look because I'm really impressed by it.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah. I haven't seen a whole lot more, although in fairness, there is a company to my right, the stage right, that has some podcasting and streaming equipment.
Okay.
That I've invited on the show.
Oh, good.
Pretty interesting. There's a particular product line that I want them to bring over because I invited them. I'm hoping they'll bring over little tiny wireless mics.
Oh.
It's USB-C only though, which is my current problem with it. They had another line that, I'll just say it. It looks like the Rode Go mics.
Okay.
It's physically smaller, which is nice. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the pickup is going to be as good. But those have an 1/8 inch out, so we could put it into the cameras, whether it be the Mevos here or the Canon.
Oh.
And then there's two. You could clip them on. They don't look great that way. I also don't like how the Rode Go mics look if somebody clips them on. I think they're big and bulky and weird looking. Yeah. But the Rode Go, Todd has one. It's downstairs right now.
Okay.
And Rode and a couple other companies make a handheld that you clip it into, and then you can put a pop shield over, so it just looks like you're holding a regular microphone.
Neat. Okay.
All while being that same ecosystem, which is pretty cool. And so I would imagine that, between the atoms, if we used this thing, between the two atoms, they could design and 3D print us a body that you could snap them into and solve that problem. Or you could clip them lower down and you can plug a lavalier into it, run it through and have just the lav clip and just like you can with a Rode Go. So
that'd be good.
An interesting little product. It's less expensive for sure than the Rode is, but the thing we know with Rode is that the quality is going to be good.
Right.
You have your hand on a Rode product right now.
I do. The Rodecaster.
We are fans of the hardware and the brand. So, and again, Todd has the Go downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to hear this thing in action though.
Yeah.
I
test it out.
I legitimately wanted to take my earbuds, my in-ear monitors out and plug it into the thing and test it on the spot. That would probably be weird.
A little.
But, we're seeing a lot more stuff in that category this year, which for us is a great thing. More people getting into that space helps us with our broadcasts as well as, our audience. We've got a lot of creators in our audience, so definitely a good thing. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Very good.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. So my name is JJ. I'm the president of 2Pi Incorporated, which is a MIT spin-off startup specializing on innovative optics products.
Okay. What kind of optics products are we talking about? Because that's a wide range, because these are optics products.
Exactly. Actually quite similar. We work on lenses.
Okay.
Lenses for like sensors, images, cameras.
Okay.
So it's actually well related to that.
Okay. So you work on the lens side of things? So
yes.
You deal a lot in glass?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I live and do every day.
Okay. I see you've got some electronics here.
Yes. So what I bring along with me is actually our kind of product prototype. So it's basically we develop technology to essentially use a single piece of thin glass to replace like many stacked lenses you will see conventionally in cameras.
Okay.
While getting even better performance.
Okay. So what is the ultimate goal of this process?
We are trying to develop sensors, for example, for consumer electronic devices like AR, VR headsets with even smaller form factor, lighter weight, better accuracy, and lower cost.
Okay. I mean, a great goal. Okay. Would it also be able to improve my camera performance here?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Up to this weight.
Okay.
Yeah, because one limitation with this kind of technology is that it works well for a few discrete wavelengths. So one single color, basically it's monochromatic.
Oh, okay.
But for a lot of sensors, that's actually an advantage because they don't need actual information of color. So that's perfect for things like AR, VR, as I said.
That makes sense. So, a lot of infrared involved in that. So you can focus down to just the infrared wavelengths and then you don't care about anything else.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Gotcha. I did some work with the Kinect years ago, and yeah, same kind of idea.
Yep, exactly.
It provided a picture, but not for any good reason, because we didn't care about the picture. Right. It was only about the infrared.
The
really
information
mattered.
In the picture that actually matters. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Very cool. So where are you in this process? You have a thing in your hand, so you're at least that far.
Yep. We also we actually already demonstrated that we can manufacture this in our manufacturing partner in large volume.
Okay.
We're going to actually officially launch our product very soon in a few months, so just stay tuned.
Okay. So who is your target customer?
Mostly for companies, they sort of in the consumer electronics space, sort of like sensor module integrators. They then integrate our lens into their sensors and then sell it to like the OEMs, right? Like Apple, Meta, Microsoft, those kind of companies.
Okay. So you work with the sensor manufacturers to improve their sensor capabilities to then integrate into other things.
Exactly.
Okay. So you are not a consumer electronics company, clearly.
Yeah, we are 2B.
You are a couple of steps away from the consumer, but what you build is designed to improve the consumer experience several steps away from you.
That's a great description.
Okay. Understood. So it's not available to your partners yet? Is that what you said?
We already have samples and things available.
Okay.
We're just saying like the official product launch is a few months away.
Okay. So there is hardware that you're working with some partners to prove out, and then the product will be available to those partners and beyond shortly.
That's right.
Okay. What kind of timetable are you hoping that the partners will have to be able to bring something using your technology to market?
Hopefully pretty soon. So as I said, we are rolling out this kind of sometime later this year. And then hopefully very shortly after that, we'll be able to integrate it now in some of the consumer electronic modules that you will actually be able to see and use.
Okay. And what kind of cost does this have comparative to like a multi-stack lens?
Great question. We can also save the cost. Basically, because we only have one piece, we can also produce it using technologies that you typically use for making computer chips, so very low-cost techniques. And you also save on the essential assembly and kind of packaging cost. So in terms of cost point, it's at least on par with, or actually much cheaper than what we have nowadays.
Okay. So we can improve performance and lower the cost.
There you go.
So far, it's a no-brainer. So is there any like fragility issues or anything like that? Because you said it's a single piece of thin glass. Are there any shatter issues or anything like that?
You probably don't want to drop it very hard on the floor. You know. It's a piece of glass. But, well, it's actually pretty rugged. The idea is that we can directly kind of put it on, like, for example, image sensor, directly mount it onto image sensor. So it's basically one monolithic piece, and you improve ruggedness by that way.
Okay, that makes sense. Because, you know, some lenses, you know, you sacrifice stability for this or that, right?
Yes.
Sometimes clarity, right? You have to give up. But that's not exactly what we're going for here, right? It's clarity in the terms of these guys is not exactly what you're going for. You're going for very precise sensor images.
Yes, high resolution, crisp sensor image.
Gotcha. Okay. Very cool. So, if a manufacturer was interested in working with you, integrating this into their sensor arrays, how would they be able to learn more and get contact information for you?
I can essentially provide the contact information. So you can send an email to info@2pioptics.com. And typically, we would like to essentially learn about the customer needs. We would like to kind of start some initial projects, see if we can it works out for them. And then if everything works out, we'll go to a large-scale manufacturer.
That's cool. How long has this been in production?
We have been doing this for...
how long have you been working on it, I guess?
Well, it's a long time. We are spun off from MIT, so we have been working on this for almost 10 years. And in the company for like about 3 years.
Okay. Very cool. And how did you get into optics? Like, how did you decide that was the thing that you wanted to do?
Because optics is so visual, you know. Everything we do is, you can see it. So it's all about light. So that's what really gets me excited. Got a PhD in optics, got to jump into the field.
A PhD in optics?
Yes.
Fascinating. Didn't know that there was even such a thing.
Well, there is. Actually, yes. You can spend 5 years just working on that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly specialized area of physics, right?
Yes.
So I guess that makes sense that you could specialize in it in school.
Yep.
Well, very cool. I really appreciate you coming and talking about this. Again, you're several steps away from the consumer, but I think a lot of times understanding how the things improve really does help consumers understand how their products work and why they work.
Exactly, and that's fascinating.
Yeah, it really is. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully you'll have a good rest of the show and find some partners for your launch.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Yeah, I never would have considered that there was such a thing, even as a PhD in optics. But of course, it's physics.
Right.
It's just physics. Complicated and weird physics, but physics nonetheless.
That's true.
Interesting. Yeah, I like the insides of electronics.
Yes.
As much or sometimes more so than the outsides or the functionality.
David does too.
I was the kid that would take apart things and needed to and repurpose things. I turned a set of walkie-talkies into a wireless microphone.
Oh, that's
when
cool.
I was a kid.
Wow.
I didn't have any of the modern, home manufacturing things that say my brother has today to, when the atoms and to be able to do something more interesting than what I did with, a paper towel roll, which was the hand of the microphone. But, I like the insides of things and understanding how sensors improve is really cool. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Greetings. Pleasure being here.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. I'm Cornell. I'm the CEO and founder of Lumen, where we build glasses that empower the blind to live a better life.
Well, that's a fantastic goal. How do you accomplish it?
Well, basically you have 40 million people blind in the world, but only 28,000 guide dogs helping them, because to train a guide dog is $70,000, and it's a lot of work for a blind individual. So what we do is we created the Lumen glasses, we call them, that replicate the main features of a guide dog without the drawbacks that make the guide dog a non-scalable solution. So we use self-driving technology, scaled down to a headset which you can comfortably wear, and it does exactly what the guide dog does. So a guide dog will pull your hand, avoid you from obstacles, keep you on the sidewalk. It does all of that and even more, but rather than pulling your hand as a guide dog, we actually pull your head. So we use our patented haptic feedback interface. It just feels like something is holding your head and is pulling you in the direction which you have to go, avoiding you from obstacles, keeping you safe. Immensely intuitive, very hard to describe in words how it feels.
Yeah, because obviously that comes across sounding crazy.
Well, until you test it.
Right, exactly. Verbally, I can't imagine that it could possibly do it justice.
Well, we tested with over 250 blind individuals internationally. It works incredibly. We already surpassed what a guide dog can do, and it's something which we're putting on the market end of this year towards empowering the other 39 million blind people which cannot have a guide dog.
Wow. So what are we looking for? What kinds of things can it alert to and search for?
So I will give you an analogy with the guide dog. I think that's the best thing I can do. So a guide dog, you can ask the guide dog to take you to a particular place or to guide you generally, and the guide dog will do this by pulling your hand. So it pulls your hand, avoids you from obstacles, etc. We do exactly the same. So you can ask the device to just guide you and keep you away from obstacles. So you can ask the device to take you back home or to take you to an empty seat or to the door or to the stairs. And the device will do this. We will determine where all of those where the destination is. Will guide you there, avoiding you, computing 100 times per second where the obstacles are and everything, and taking you there just as a guide dog would do, with that small thing that you will feel all the feedback on the head, on the forehead actually, and not somebody or something pulling your hand.
So obviously there are a couple of direct benefits. The lack of space, additional space that's taken up by having a dog pull you around, which is interesting. But I'm fascinated by the haptics.
Sure.
How did you decide that was the way to go with this?
So, well, I mean, the first thing which was clear for us is that you can't really use audio feedback too much. A blind person, they use their hearing a lot to understand what's happening.
Yeah.
So we don't want to create something which is intrusive. We want to create something which is non-intrusive, but it gives you enough information. And haptics was kind of the direction. We tested all parts of the body, and we determined that the most intuitive part is something around the head, because you always can turn your head to re-understand the situation and everything. So that's how we decided to give feedback on the head, and haptics was the quickest way of finding that.
Sure, because when there's something, the first thing we do
is turn your head.
Okay, and so you're using haptics to encourage that behavior.
Basically, we're using haptics to really represent the direction where you have to go. So always keeping you away from obstacles. We're not representing where the obstacles are, because that's just way too complicated for a person. It's sensory overload. What we do is exactly what the guide dog does. The guide dog is not barking when there's an obstacle. It just guides me around. So we do exactly the same using haptics. You'll just feel how it's pulling you slightly to the left, slightly to the right, or more or less, in order to guide you away from obstacles, keeping you safe, determine, like, for example, outdoor, a very complex challenge is to determine where there's like the sidewalk and the road, because it has to work all over the world and everything. And we worked like over 100 years of engineering into the AI part of it in order to determine that, training in our own data sets and everything. So it's as good as a guide dog can be, and even in some cases above what a guide dog can do.
Okay. How did you decide that this was the thing you wanted to get into?
I was born in a family of people with disabilities. I'm the only person without a disability in my family. And I'm from Eastern Europe, actually from Transylvania. And growing up there into a family of people with disability, first of all, was really tough, but also it showed me how much technology can do, but also how little technology exists for people with disabilities. And when we saw that, first of all, the problem, but then the technology can actually do this. I coming from automotive, I was previously autonomous driving, so I was developing self-driving cars and everything. When we saw that, we understood, hey, we can do something better than what exists. And we began doing that, and now we're a team of 50 engineers and scientists working on this, so 50 plus at this point, working on this for over 3 years, and we're putting it in the market very soon.
That's really interesting that it came from a family background of disability combined with autonomous cars.
Yep. It's a unique intersection, and we were the first in the world doing it.
It's a really cool problem to have gone out to try and solve. You said that we expect this by the end of the year?
So by end of the year, we're going to start selling in Europe, where we are from, and then beginning of next year, we're pushing towards the United States. But we are here at CES to do our first steps towards the US market.
Okay. Is that your primary goal here at the show?
Our primary goal is to understand and to learn. That's our primary goal, to learn how we can enter this market, to understand the dynamics of the market. We've been here before, and we're going to come many more times. And CES is the place to be for technology. We are here to see what moves around and what happens. And we already have, it's the first day of the show, but we already met over 70 different people. We had over 60 meetings today. So from 5 a.m., we're here working all the time in order to understand and to, the end goal is very important. We want to help as many people as possible, and there are a lot of people here in the United States which we can help with our technology.
That's a really great goal to have.
Thank you.
So, do we have an idea of what a price point on this might look like?
This is something very important. It's not the blind who are going to pay for this. So all over the world, you have assistive technology reimbursement and subsidy programs which cover for such technology. For example, in Europe, we're actually going to be free in most of the European countries. And we're targeting the same thing here in the United States. So we're looking at all the opportunities. You have the VA, you have multiple health insurances and everything, which actually do cover for such a category of technology called assistive technologies. So we're looking at all of those in order to make sure that for our end user, which is the blind individual or the visually impaired person, this will be either free, either at a very low subsidized price.
Okay. So you're trying to work across different methods to try and reduce the end unit cost as much as possible.
Yep.
That's really cool. So if people want more information about this and to follow your journey onto when it's available, how can they get that information?
.lumen.com. So www.lumen.com. That's basic. Or if you're a CES, we're in the European Pavilion in the Venetian Eureka Park Hall G, and come over so you can actually test it.
Very cool. I definitely want to, because I want to feel that.
Then come over.
I want to feel that pull. It's such an interesting concept that I feel like I have to.
You will have to be blindfolded. So we'll give you blindfolds for that.
Okay.
But that's part of the deal in testing.
I'm good with that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Very cool. Hopefully you'll have a good rest of your show.
Thank you.
Really interesting, Michelle.
Yeah, that is amazing.
So we've seen assistive visual products on the show in the past.
Right.
But this is different.
Very different.
Very different. We've had readers, right?
Yes.
In the past,
yes.
Several readers. We've had guide technologies on the show in the past. But exactly what he just said, blind people use their sense of hearing differently.
Exactly.
And more importantly, and so they didn't want to get in the way of that. So they figured out a way to not be in the way of that
heightened
extra
sense.
Yeah. Really interesting.
I agree. I think that's amazing. And to be able to eventually mass produce that and help so many people, and then if all things go well and it's able to scale down in size, like think of the future where...
Yeah, because obviously that's a prototype.
Sure.
It's not necessarily the device that will come to market.
Exactly.
We've got as much as 12 months between now and a potential launch in Europe.
Right.
Combine him with the previous guest, they might actually be able to reduce the size of the device by making the sensor array smaller. You know, with advancements like that, that thing could get significantly smaller. Look at, you know, the HoloLens versus the Magic Leap. Or the Magic Leap 2, right?
Yeah.
Or the HoloLens 1 and 2.
Right.
right?
It's really exciting. And then especially when he said, like, for the VA and, I don't know, just be able to help so many more people. And no matter what the price point ends up being, it's not the expense of the training of the guide dogs.
Right. Yeah, and so I had the opportunity to work with Southeast Guide Dogs.
Oh?
We did a fundraiser for them. This was 2005.
Okay.
And the cost was $50,000.
In 2005.
That was the number we were given, was 50 at the time, because we raised the money to train 2 dogs. And I remember thinking at the time, that's a lot of money. This is not scalable.
Right.
How do you have $50,000 to train a dog for all of $40 million?
Right.
And how do you have the resources to train the dog? And then all of the things that go into having a dog.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but even the lifespan of the dog.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many years they can continue being the guide dog. I would assume there's healthy years, and but then have to go for another 50 or another 100.
Yep, and do it again.
Not that you might not have to replace parts or the entire unit, but that's still.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, really cool technology.
How do people think of this stuff? It's amazing. Well, obviously he said family need, but even then, like, how do you just say, oh?
But it wasn't even necessarily a direct family need, because he didn't say that his family was blind, only that he has a family history of being disabled.
Right. It reminds me of Serge on our team, who sees something and then just starts thinking. It's fascinating to me.
I mean, and, you know, we did it. I won't talk about the details of it in case Todd and I decide to actually build it.
Exactly.
But, you know, we were talking yesterday about a particular thing here in our studio.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, this is the best way to do it. Is it, though?
Right.
I bet it's not. I bet it's the best way to do it right this second. But this is big and bulky. I bet we can make it a lot smaller.
Absolutely.
You know, sometimes we'll go back to our old collision days, Michelle. Good ideas come from things that suck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's really what it is. This sucks.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much space.
Mm-hmm.
He had to lug this across the country.
Right.
That sucks. $50,000 to train a guide dog for 10 years of productive time, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
That sucks. It's very interesting.
Very true.
I always like to hear the backstories. Some products, not always. Some of them you're like, okay, yeah, I see where that came from. But sometimes, how did you decide that, you know, bending glass was going to be the thing that you were interested in?
Right.
Making lenses specifically for infrared. How did you decide that was the thing? I need to know. That's a weird thing to go into.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you did.
Mm-hmm.
That's a weird thing to go into. How did we get here? How did you make essentially a VR headset with haptic feedback? Because it looks like a VR headset. How did you decide that a Quest 2 that could pull you in different directions? How did you decide that was the direction that you were going to head? The backstories are oftentimes fascinating.
Agreed.
Where are we on the schedule? Because I feel like maybe we're about there.
We are. There's a 5:30 that has not yet arrived.
Okay. So we'll give them a little bit of time, see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't show, they don't show. Probably a good time to talk about some of our sponsors, some of the companies whose programs are helping us make this broadcast possible.
Right.
The first is Blueberry. Part of the Raw Voice family, Blueberry is the place to get all of the digital podcasting tools that you need, whether it be hosting, transcriptions, music licensing, advertising, all of the tools that podcasters need are all available through Blueberry, and you can get a 30-day free trial by going to Blueberry and using the promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004. If you are subscribed to our show through the Tech Podcast Network, through the TPN special events, then you are interacting with Blueberry tools, because techpodcast.com is hosted by Blueberry. Some of the media is hosted through Blueberry. The RSS feed is hosted through Blueberry. All of that comes through that service. Couldn't do a lot of what we do without Blueberry. And then the other one is privacy. Privacy is gives you virtual cards to use online. Great example. Each card gets locked to a particular vendor. So let's say you create a card, you use it to pay your electric bill, and then your utility company gets hacked, or, as we've been seeing across the country the last couple of months, ransomed, and that data somehow makes it out of the payment system. That credit card can only be used to then pay your electric bill. So what are they going to do? Pay it early for you?
That'd be nice.
Oh, well, you might be out a little bit, but you're still only paying your own electric bill.
Right.
Right? Or, you have one locked to Amazon. You have one locked to Target, one locked to Home Depot. I use the last two on purpose because both of them had their credit card databases stolen and leaked. And then they can still only be used in that store. That's not where anybody goes to test a stolen credit card.
Right.
They go to a gas station, make a small purchase. It pings as a success or a failure. If it pings as a success, that's when they're going to steal money from you.
Right.
If it's a failure, they dump that number entirely. So it's not going to work there. And you can pause it when you're not using it. So if it's a specialty card,
I was just going to ask you that. Can you
100%.
you turn it off so that they don't go to Home Depot?
100%. So for me, I have, I use the service myself. Both of them, in fact. Both Blueberry and Privacy.
Right.
I use it all the time. I have probably 100+ cards because we use it for PLUGHITZ, we use it for personal stuff. There are certain things that only get paid annually. I pause the card, ask Siri or Alexa to remind me, unpause it on this date. You unpause it, you're all good to go.
Right.
It processes, you pause it again, set a new reminder, you're all you're all set. That is how I have lived for the last couple of years.
You could also do single case use, correct? So if I need to make airline reservations and I tee up everything and then I say, hey, give me a card for this amount to Southwest Airlines.
Yep. You can use.
You're able to do that, and
you can create single-use cards that just self-destruct after a single ping. They will always report as a failure past that. It's really cool. You can get $5 to try it today. They'll literally give you money. All you have to do is create the free account, attach a funding source, and after your first purchase, they'll put $5 in your account. It may not even be after the first purchase anymore. It might legitimately be right away when you connect your funding source. You have to use our promo code, which is, we'll run the promo here in a second because I can't remember. It's QZZ2X or something like that. But if you use the promo code, we'll run it here in a second. If you use the promo code, they'll give you $5. It's free. It's free.
You don't have to pay for the service at all.
No. It's free. They're a credit card processor. That's where they make their money.
Okay.
Because they're an issuer and a processor. So when you use it, instead of, Bank of America or Chase or I almost said Washington Mutual. They don't exist anymore. PNC. There we go. There's another bank. Right. Instead of them making money on the processing fee, Privacy does.
Privacy does.
So they give you the service entirely for free. It's fantastic. I literally have over 100 cards between the companies.
Wow.
And every service gets a card. I almost never use the physical card for anything except going into like a grocery store.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We need to get that set up for Strike.
Yeah, for sure. Let's run that promo so we can get the correct code. We'll be back in a second, and then I think we're going to give up on the 5:30.
Support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
J. I think I said X. So close. But yeah, great service. Definitely give it a try. Doesn't cost you anything, and it helps us pay for this. There's also other ways if you want to help support our coverage. There are other ways that you can do that. You can go to getalby.com/p/PLUGHITZlive, and you can donate to help support the coverage. If you like what we're doing, it's definitely appreciated. There's also PayPal links. If you go to techpodcasts.com, it's on the right-hand side. So if you want to help support, we appreciate it. This is not an inexpensive endeavor for us. There are, I think the final count that I have is 18 people working on this year. It's not a small endeavor. No. So we definitely appreciate all of the support. And again, legitimately, if you just use the free service, it costs you nothing and it helps us out. So we definitely appreciate that. I think we're going to give up on 5:30. I think we're going to call it a little early because we have showstoppers here in a few minutes. I'm
excited about showstoppers.
I am too. Over at the Bellagio this year. Looking forward to going over there again. We're doing something new. We're going to try something new in addition to my messing around with that incredible AI camera environment software from earlier, which is definitely going to happen tonight, and I'm not going to get any sleep.
I can't wait to hear about it from you.
Yeah, I'm going to take
that demo.
I'm taking one of the Mevos home tonight for this reason. In addition to that, we're also doing something we haven't done in a number of years. Hopefully, there will be content starting to show up on our YouTube, Facebook, and websites, RSS feeds, tomorrow.
While we're here.
That's the goal. I want to get some content out there starting tomorrow. Now, another way that you can help support the coverage is by becoming a member over on YouTube. YouTube.com/@PLUGHITZlive. You go over there and hit join. It costs a couple bucks a month if you're a blue shirt or higher subscriber. You will get access to all the videos as they're edited, not as they're published. We publish 3 a day, but if you're a member, as we edit them, as they're ready, they will show up there. There's no pretty titles. There's no fancy titles, no descriptions, none of that. It's just the video with the file name as the title.
Right.
But you get it immediately.
Almost like being here with us.
It's as close to being here with us as you can get.
Yeah.
So definitely check that out. We definitely appreciate that. So youtube.com/@PLUGHITZlive. If you go there, And join us over there. You will get all of the videos as they are edited quicker than everybody else will get them. So definitely check that out. It doesn't cost a lot. I think the blue shirt level is $5 or something like that. So definitely check that out. I think that's going to do it for us tonight. Michelle will run the closing, and we will see you back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, not 10, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. We'll see you then. The Tech Podcast Network CES 2024 coverage is executive produced by Michelle Mendez. Technical directors are Kurt Corliss and Adam Barker. Associate producers are Nancy Ertz, Clinton Millsap, Sergio Velasquez, and Terry Willingham. Voiceover by Aaron Hurst. Our hosts are Marlo Anderson, Don Bain, Todd Cochran, Scott Ertz, and Christopher Jordan. Studio and equipment are provided by PLUGHITZ Productions. This has been a Tech Podcast Network broadcast. Copyright 2024.